everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime Multiverse, starting by teaming up with Maple, the Shield Girl. Sito had lived in a slice-of-life crossover world for 17 years. During that time, he worked hard, built a stable life, and quietly hoped to settle down someday. Everything changed with the release of the world's first full-dive virtual reality game. From that moment on, the world began to feel subtly but unmistakably wrong. By closely studying the playstyle of the so-called Lucky Shield Girl, Sito rapidly climbed the rankings and soon stood at the very top. Maple Honjo, Sito-kun is amazing. I love teaming up with Sito-kun the most. Shizuka Hiratsuka, hey, brat. Come over to my place tonight. Kagaya Shinomiya, unbelievable. Losing to someone like him. I refuse to accept it. Yukino Shida, as if I'd ever like someone like him. Yurahaka Sumigakaka, as expected of you. That really was impressive. As time passed, the line between the virtual world and reality began to blur. When the game finally fused with the real world, Sito, the first player to reach the summit, rose above everyone else and became the first god of this new era. This novel is a crossover featuring worlds from Oreguru, Sikano, Kagaya-sama, Love is War, Bofuri, and more. Update schedule, 1 to 2 chapter daily. Note, this is a translation of a Chinese fanfiction. Before reading, please remember to turn off your brain a little and enjoy the story with a positive mindset. If you notice any mistakes in the translation, feel free to point them out in the comments. Your feedback is greatly appreciated. 100 PS Power Stone equals 1 extra chapter. 500 PS equals still unknown, not going to reach anyway. The extra chapter will be uploaded on every Sunday, or if miss it will be on Monday. And thank you for reading. And if you want to read ahead and support me a bit, please do check my P*Troan, Coco_890. I only have one tier that's also only $3 a month. If you have some extra money, or you are very rich, please do help a poor like me. Chapter 1 to 50, Chapter 1, A Slick of the Hair and an Elegant Introduction. Chapter 1, A Slick of the Hair and an Elegant Introduction. Kyushu, Sakura Prefecture. Sobu High School. Cherry blossoms swirled in the air, carried by the soft breath of a summer breeze. The campus was thick with that suffocatingly bright, youthful atmosphere, the kind of season where rising hormones make everyone think they're in a romance flick. Inside Class 1D, the students were already settled. In the back row by the window, the legendary seat of the protagonist, sat a boy with an aura that felt entirely detached from the world. His name was Sito. He sported a shock of white hair that made him look prematurely aged, yet somehow elegant. His features were sharp, and his eyes clear, as blue sapphires gazed lazily out at the sky. Now that's the stuff, Sito murmured, taking a slow breath. The faint, floral scents from the girls sitting in front of him drifted past. It was enough to make him feel like a bit of a creep, but he couldn't help it. It had been 17 years since he'd woken up in this combined world. He'd long since realized he was living in a crossover of every slice of life anime imaginable, and he'd spent his life drifting through it with practiced nonchalance. Both parents gone. No annoying younger siblings. A house and a decent bank account. As the new semester kicked off, Sito felt content. He didn't have a system or a cheat code, but he didn't care. He scanned the room, spotting the heavy hitters of the anime world. There was the Ice Queen, Yukino Shida Yukino, the sharp tongue, Yurahaka Sumigakaka, a legendary gamer, Kirito, the gluttonous shield girl, Mapplekid Hanju, Hachiman, and even the Hideyoshi, whose gender was simply Hideyoshi, along with other protagonists. In fact, he'd noticed the restrooms on the way in, men's, women's, and Hideyoshi's. Consistency was key, after all. The sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. 2 women entered the room. The first wore a sharp suit under a white lab coat, her long black hair cascading down her back. She was idly stubbing out a cigarette, Shizuka Hiratsuka. The cute Shizuka-chan herself. The second was the epitome of an office lady teacher, her long legs encased in black tights, her expression colder than a midwinter blizzard. Sae Chabashira. Hiratsuka-sensei stood at the podium and cleared her throat, scanning the crowd. Listen up. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka. This is my assistant homeroom teacher, Sae Chabashira. For the next 3 years, we'll be the ones guiding you through your delightful high school experience. As she finished, Chabashira-sensei began a rhythmic clap, prompting the rest of the class to join in. Sito joined the applause with a playful smirk. If he knew them better, he would have asked exactly how delightful things were going to get. Hiratsuka gestured for silence. All right, let's get the introductions out of the way. We'll start from the front. You there, start us off. She pointed at a dark-haired boy in the first row. Kirito, or rather, Kazuto Kurigaya, stood up nervously. I'm Kazuto Kurigaya. I'm 16, and I really like video games. Nice to meet you. He sat down quickly, looking relieved. The introductions continued down the line until it reached a certain petite student. Hello everyone, the student chirped, standing up with a flourish. I am Hideyoshi Kinoshita. I am a boy, I don't have many special hobbies, but I do enjoy anime. As Hideyoshi sat down, a stray comment drifted through the quiet room. Isn't your gender just Hideyoshi? The voice wasn't loud, but in the silence of the classroom, it rang out like a bell. Every head in the class turned toward the back window. Sito was slumped over his desk, looking thoroughly bored and entirely guilty. Both teachers fixed their gazes on him. You there, Hiratsuka said, her voice dangerously level. Why don't you come up and give us your introduction? The class watched with bated breath. This was day 1, and the white-haired kid was already acting like a delinquent. Sito stood up slowly. He adjusted his blazer, tightened his tie, and then with a calculated, elegant motion swept his white bangs back from his forehead. He flashed a refined, almost punchable smile. My name is Sito. I'm 17. I like games, but my real passion is giving people nicknames. Nicknames? Hiratsuka repeated, blinking. She looked intrigued. All right then, smart guy. Give me one. Sito didn't hesitate. Sure thing, Shizuka-chan. The classroom went dead silent. Hiratsuka's face went from pale to a deep, simmering crimson. Her fist clenched so hard her knuckles turned white. Sito, wasn't it? She hissed through gritted teeth. Maintaining his elegant composure, Sito turned and strolled toward the back door. Hiratsuka followed him like a storm cloud. Once they were gone, Chabashira-sensei stepped up to the podium, ignoring the tension. Moving on. Who was next? Yamaro. A tragic scream echoed from the hallway, followed by a dull thud. The entire class winced in unison. Thank you for reading. And once again, this is in Chinese fanfiction translation, so make sure to turn off your brain and go with the flow and enjoy. And if you find any mistake, please do inform me. Chapter 2, A woman like you must be quite unpopular, right? Chapter 2, A woman like you must be quite unpopular, right? Outside the classroom. Sito leaned against the hallway wall, nursing his fresh black eye while surreptitiously watching Shizuka Hiratsuka as she lit another cigarette. He sighed inwardly. He had underestimated Shizuka-chan. She might be a woman, but her fists of love were no joke. It was no wonder she had a legendary track record of failed arranged marriage interviews. Straightening his posture, Sito regained his elegant composure. Even with a bruised eye, he refused to let his aesthetic slip. After all, as a wise man once said, style is eternal. Sensei, you should really cut back on the smoking, Sito said casually, slipping his hands into his blazer pockets. Who do you think you're talking to, brat? Hiratsuka-sensei gave him a dismissive look, taking a long drag and exhaling a cloud of gray smoke. She clearly wasn't in the mood for a lecture from a first-year student. Sito shrugged. Well, I just figured. A woman like Sensei must be quite unpopular with most men. The air pressure in the hallway dropped instantly. Hiratsuka's face went dark, a literal vein throbbing on her forehead. Seeing her fist tremble, Sito felt a cold shiver run down his spine, but he maintained a playful smile. I happen to quite like teachers like you. The reaction was instant. Hiratsuka's predatory aura vanished, replaced by a momentary look of panic. Her cheeks flushed a faint crimson, but she regained her stern composure almost immediately, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him. Listen here, brat, she snapped, her voice cracking slightly. Don't go filling your head with those kinds of delusions. Sito clicked his tongue. I hear you, Shizuka-sensei. They lingered in the corridor for 10 minutes. During that time, the usually unflappable Shizuka Hiratsuka seemed lost in thought, clearly unsettled by the boy's brazen comment. Finally, she crushed her cigarette but smoothed out her lab coat, and led Sito back into the classroom. The self-introductions were finished. Sito ignored the curious stares and walked straight to his seat. Before sitting down, he glanced at another ice queen sitting behind him. Kaguya Shinomiya. Cold as a sculpture now, but he knew better. Inside that icy shell was a disaster waiting to happen. Kaguya froze for a second, her brow furrowing. What was with that look? Usually, people looked at her with awe or fear, but his gaze felt. It was as if he were silently judging her in his head. She dismissed it as a delusion, but the feeling lingered. Once at his desk, Sito dropped that elegant act. He let his silver hair fall over his eyes and slumped down, drifting off into a nap almost immediately. 3 p.m., the final period. Sito woke up as the afternoon sun bathed the classroom in gold. His half-awake, messy-haired look drew more than a few glances from the girls in the room. He rubbed his eyes, the blurriness fading to reveal a relaxed scene. Being the first day, the teachers were lenient. Students were chatting in groups and even the two instructors were engaged in quiet conversation at the podium. Not bad, Sito thought, stretching like a cat. Sleeping through the first day. This is the high school life I dreamed of. Everyone. Listen up. The sudden, cold voice cut through the chatter. Yukino Shida stood up, her icy gaze sweeping across the room. The classroom went silent. Even Sito propped his chin on his hand, curious. This wasn't like the Yukino he knew. Normally, she wouldn't bother addressing the common masses unless provoked. After school today, every major electronics retailer will begin selling the Nerve Gear interface, Yukino stated calmly. The world's first full-dive virtual reality game, God's Domain, launches tonight at 7 p.m. She paused, her expression unreadable. I strongly advise everyone here to buy a headset and take this game seriously. With that cryptic warning, she sat back down. The class erupted into confused whispers. Behind Sito, Kaguya Shinomiya, and Asuna Yuki shared a look, their eyes glinting with a hidden understanding. Sito was genuinely baffled. God's Domain. In his memory, it should have been Sword Art Online or New World Online. This was a title he hadn't heard of. Why was the Ice Queen acting like a promotional ambassador for a game that had zero pre-launch hype? Something is off, he mused. This wasn't just a game, the way Yukino said take it seriously felt like a warning for survival. Re-eyeing. The chime for the end of the day echoed through the halls. Hiratsuka-sensei stood up. All right, class dismissed. Sito didn't waste a second. He wasn't in the mood to hunt for waifus today. Whatever Yukino's warning meant, he needed to get his hands on that hardware. He bolted from Sobu High School and headed straight for the Akihabara-style shopping district. Sure enough, every shop was plastered with banners for the new tech. He walked into a high-end electronics store. Boss, how much for the headset? 150,000 yen, the clerk replied. I'll take it. Sito didn't blink at the price. 150k yen was a small price to pay for a ticket into whatever God's Domain was going to be. As he walked home, he noticed the streets were packed. It seemed every young person in the city was carrying the same sleek, metallic box. The allure of virtual reality was a siren song no one could resist. By 6:30 p.m., Sito was back in his apartment. He entered his bedroom, plugged the device into the power grid, and lay down on his bed. He pulled the heavy, futuristic helmet over his head. The visor glowed blue against the darkened room. Link start. Thank you for reading. Chapter 3, Character Creation, Elegance First, Speed Above All. Chapter 3, Character Creation, Elegance First, Speed Above All. A tunnel of light flashed before Sito's eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors that signaled his departure from the physical world. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a vast, ethereal white hall. This was the character creation interface of God's domain. Welcome to God's domain, respected player. Please begin creating your avatar. Sito examined the panel. In this game, your physical appearance was locked to your real-life self to ensure true immersion, but you could customize your name and distribute 10 initial attribute points. If Kid Maple were here, she'd dump every single point into defense without blinking, Sito mused. He didn't know if this game rewarded extreme builds like in the anime, but he decided to gamble. He entered his character name and funneled every last point into AGI agility/speed. Why speed? Because in his philosophy, true power was nothing without grace. As the saying goes, speed is the foundation of elegance. Warning, player has allocated all points into agility. You have achieved the hidden feat, Speed Freak. Hidden reward triggered. Since the player has not yet rolled for an innate talent, you have been granted the special grade talent, Space Mastery. Note, each player is limited to one innate talent. There actually are hidden achievements. Sito grinned. Following Maple's extreme logic was clearly the winning play. But looking at the notification, he realized this was no ordinary game. A space element talent right at the start. That was a game changer. HP, 100/100 MP, 100/100 STR, 6 VIT, 6 INT, 6 AGI, 18 talent, space mastery skills, none equipment, none. Satisfied with his lopsided stats, Sito addressed the system. System, begin the transmission. Would you like to enable full immersion real play? Real play? Sito scratched his head. That likely meant the haptic feedback and sensory input would be at 100%. If he got bit by a monster, it was going to hurt like hell. Then again, with his speed, he just had to make sure nothing ever touched him. Enable it. Real play mode, active. Commencing teleportation. His vision went dark for a split second, and he felt the sensation of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, the sterile air of his bedroom was gone. Instead, the sharp, sweet scent of grass and wildflowers filled his lungs. This is incredible. Is this really just a game? I'm hitting level 5 today. If it kills me, watch me hit level 10 by morning. The rowdy shouts of thousands of players crowded the Novice Plaza. Sito found the noise irritating. He gripped the hilt of his starter longsword and pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the forest beyond the town walls. Standing at the edge of the woods, he fell into thought. According to the legend of Maple, she got her start by letting monsters chew on her for 4 hours. I've got max speed, which means my focus should be on movement. The body in this game feels much lighter than the one in reality. Let's see how far this Maple logic takes me. He didn't look for a fight. Instead, he started to run. Time blurred. While other players were struggling with slimes and goblins in the meadows, Sito spent 2 hours sprinting through the dense foliage, pushing his digital body to its absolute limits. 2 hours in, a bright notification flashed. Congratulations! You have earned the achievement, Terminal Velocity. Reward, current agility stat has been doubled. Sito's speed skyrocketed to 36 points. As he ran, the monsters that had been chasing him were eventually cut down by the sheer, kiting, force trailing them into environmental hazards or exhausting their though the EXP was negligible. He kept moving. In the corner of his eye, he spotted a bizarre sight. A girl lying flat on the ground, letting 3 forest bugs nibble on her armor while she looked like she was about to fall asleep. He didn't stop to check. He'd come back in another 2 hours. Achievement milestone reached. You have unlocked a unique skill. Unique skill, Spatial Rift Drive. Description: your spatial attack power scales directly with your current movement speed. This skill. Sito gasped for air, his lungs burning but his eyes bright. In most RPGs, magic damage depends on intelligence. But for Sito, the faster he moved, the harder his spatial strikes would hit. It was the perfect offensive counterpart to Maple's absolute defense. I bet I can create custom skills here, just like Kirito or Asuna, he muttered. If he could master a space-type, movement style, he'd be a ghost on the battlefield. A white-haired, blue-eyed phantom in a white trench coat, blinking across the field to deliver a fatal strike before anyone even saw his blade. I really am a genius, he chuckled. Now, let's go check on our little world breaker. He doubled back toward the clearing where he'd seen the girl. 10 minutes later, he found her. She was sitting amidst a pile of monster corpses, looking utterly confused as she wiped some bug guts off her shield. She had clearly just woken up to find everything around her dead. Sito walked over, his footsteps light. The girl looked up, startled. Sito-kun from my class. Careful, Maple-chan, Sito said, reaching out a hand to help her up. In this world, we should probably stick to our character names. Hee, sorry. I'm still getting used to this. She stuck out her tongue playfully and took his hand, letting him pull her to her feet. Thank you for reading. Chapter 4, Teaming Up with Maple, the Birth of a New Skill. Chapter 4, Teaming Up with Maple, the Birth of a New Skill. Sito watched as Maple brushed the grass off her skirt. She looked like a complete amateur, but he knew her secret. Want to party up? He asked. Why Maple? Because she was the ultimate tank. Sito's only weakness was his glass cannon defense. Teaming up with her was the perfect synergy. She took the hits, he provided the speed. Plus, she was a walking cheat code for luck. In any MMO, if you follow the player with the highest luck stat, you're practically guaranteed legendary drops. I'd love to. Maple nodded enthusiastically. She was a total noob in this world and didn't know anyone else. Teaming up with a classmate like Sito was a massive relief. Let's go. Time to call some mobs, Sito smiled, leading the way into the deeper forest. Maple tried to follow, but her movement speed was. She walked with the agonizingly slow pace of a turtle. Sito stopped and stared at her, confused. Maple blushed a deep apple red, scratching her cheek awkwardly. I put all my initial points into VIT vitality. My defense is currently 220. Sito's eyes nearly popped out. He had spent 2 hours doing nothing but running just to hit 36 agility. They were both level 1, but the stat gap was absurd. What's your innate talent? He asked. It's called Earthen Aegis, she explained. It quadruples my defense. And since I specialized entirely in VIT, the game gave me a hidden, specialization achievement bonus of 100 extra points. Sito realized that the game rewarded obsession. He went all in on speed and got space mastery. She went all in on defense and got a literal fortress build. What about you, Sito-kun? Maple asked curiously. How did you spend your points? And what's your talent? Sito grinned. I wanted to be as free as the wind, so I dumped everything into AGI. My talent is space mastery. He saw no point in hiding it. Once he started blinking across the battlefield, everyone would figure it out anyway. Do you have any skills yet? One unique skill. I have one, but it's not unique, Maple said. It's called Provoke. Sito's grin widened. The bread and butter of any tank. I'll pull a huge group of mobs with my speed and lead them to you. You use provoke to draw their aggro. Even a level 5 monster won't be able to scratch you. We're going to power level through this floor. Is that allowed? Maple's eyes went wide. In this world we make the rules. But first, I need to try something. I'm going to create a skill. Create a skill. Sito knew that in this combined world, the rules of Sword Art Online applied. If you could visualize a move and perform it perfectly, the system would recognize it. He closed his eyes and focused on his space mastery. He felt the fabric of reality, the subtle layers of the world. He focused on a point 20 meters away. 10 minutes of intense concentration passed. Suddenly zip. His silhouette blurred and reappeared 20 meters ahead instantly. Congratulations! You have created the unique skill, Dimensional Blink. Description: instantly teleport to any location within sight. Distance scales with MP. It worked. Sito laughed. It cost half his MP to move 20 meters, but as he leveled up, he'd be able to spam it. He blinked back to Maple's side. You just disappeared. Maple's eyes were sparkling with admiration. Let's go. Time to show this forest what we can do. He instinctively reached out and gave her a playful head pat. Maple's face heated up, but she didn't pull away. Player Say has invited you to a party. Maple tapped yes. An hour and a half later. The duo sat on the forest floor, panting and covered in digital dust. Around them lay the dissipating remains of over 60 monsters. Congratulations! You have created the unique skill, Spatial Phantom Step. Description: while running, leave a spatial afterimage behind to bypass obstacles or dodge attacks in a 1 to 2 meter radius. Another one. Sito checked his stats. HP, 500/500 MP, 10/500. Every level gave 1 point to all stats and 5 free points. Sito, true to his path, dumped every single one into agility. Thank you for reading. Chapter 5, 2. Chapter 5, Two-Man Party, Rushing the First Floor Labyrinth. Earlier, the hidden achievement, Terminal Velocity, had doubled Sito's base agility. Starting with 18 points, the achievement had bumped him to 36. It was a one-time explosive growth, but as he reached level 5, he gained another 24 points through leveling and manual allocation. His speed sat comfortably at 60. Closing the menu, Sito looked over at Maple, who was currently sorting through a pile of glowing loot. Even for a legendary gamer, Maple's luck was terrifying. Out of 50 mundane mobs, she had pulled 6 pieces of equipment. For a normal player, killing 100 monsters usually yielded nothing but a few copper coins and some tattered hides. Any agility gear in the pile? Sito asked. 3 pieces. Maple beamed, laying them out on the grass. Zephyr Ring Green, plus 15 AGI, plus 150 MP Gale Pendant Green, grants minor wind element affinity, plus 15 AGI. Storm Treads White, plus 10 AGI. Sito didn't hesitate, equipping all 3 instantly. Total agility has reached 100. Hidden achievement unlocked, Path of the Specialist. Reward, plus 100 permanent agility. A sharp grin tugged at Sito's lips. By hitting the 100-point milestone through gear, he had triggered another massive growth spurt. Now, even if he stripped naked, his base speed was a staggering 160 points. Looking at the stats, he realized just how vital Maple was to his build. Most of the drops were accessories, the rarest drop type in any MMO. She was a walking, talking luck charm. Checking the official database, he noted the equipment tiers: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. While white through orange could be dropped by monsters, red and gold items were relics that had to be crafted using incredibly rare materials. Maple, what's your defense looking like? 290 points. She chirped with a silly, innocent smile. Then let's keep grinding, Sito said. We need to hit level 10 before anyone else. In God's domain, there were no formal, class advancement NPCs. Much like Sword Art Online, your class was simply a reflection of which stats you chose to master. 4 hours later, the two sat in a small clearing deep within the ancient forest. The corpses of elite mobs surrounded them, slowly pixelating into the air. Congratulations! You have reached level 10. You have 5 attribute points to allocate. Without a second thought, Sito dumped them all into agility. So there really isn't a class change at level 10, Sito muttered, glancing at his lopsided stat sheet. He turned to Maple. Sell the extra gear to the NPC. We need the gold for high-grade potions. It's time to head to the first floor boss labyrinth. God's domain was structured just like the towers in Aincrad, 100 floors, each guarded by a terrifying floor boss. Currently the average top player was lingering around level 8 or 9. Sito pulled up the world chat to gauge the competition. Tianya, guys, stop solo grinding. We need to form a raid party. We can just throw bodies at the boss until it dies. Meet at the gate. Klein, man, this game is brutal. Are we seriously going to get stuck on the first floor? Sally, sigh. This is such a drag. Can someone just clear the boss already? Homelander, stop complaining and get to the labyrinth. We need numbers. Sito blinked when he saw a familiar name. That was Maple's best friend, Risa Shiramine. She had logged in today too, but it seemed she was focusing on solo leveling, likely planning to power level Maple later. Little did she know, her clumsy friend was already a level 10 fortress. I got 6,200 gold for the junk. Sito-kun, here is your half. Player Maple has sent you 3,100 gold. Let's stock up on large health potions back at the novice village. Then, we head straight for the boss. Maple tilted her head, looking adorable in her confusion. Are we going to join the big raid groups? No, Sito said, pointing at the two of them. We're going to duo it. Maple's eyes went wide. Just the two of us. Sito's plan was simple. If the boss was like the Hydra from the original story, he'd let Maple build up poison resistance and then literally eat it. If it was a massive beast, he'd use Dimensional Blink to get inside its reach, and let Maple tank the internal damage. And if it was a high-damage, small hitbox boss, he'd simply use his superior speed to carry her out of there before things got ugly. Don't worry, Sito said, giving her a reassuring look. As long as you're with me, you won't take a single point of damage. If you say so, Sito-kun. After buying 100 large health potions each, the spear and shield duo turned their backs on the safety of the village and marched toward the towering shadows of the first floor labyrinth. Chapter 6, The Twin Terrora, Poison Dragon and White Dragon. Chapter 6, The Twin Terrors, Poison Dragon and White Dragon. At the entrance to the first floor labyrinth, hundreds of players had gathered, forming clusters and nervously checking their equipment. The labyrinth boss was more than just a hurdle. Once cleared, it wouldn't respawn for an entire week, giving non-combat players a safe window to migrate to the second floor. Suddenly, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. It's Blank. The Blank? The legendary duo ranked in the world's top 3. A newbie player looked at a veteran nearby, confused. Top 3. Who's the third? The third goes by the handle Say. He's been in a constant tug-of-war for the top spot with Blank for years, the veteran explained, his eyes filled with awe. It's an unwritten rule in the gaming world, if those 3 ever team up, there isn't a game in existence they can't conquer. The focus shifted instantly. Players forgot about the boss and began staring at the 2 figures approaching. One was tall, the other small. Both wore masks to hide their faces, adding to their mysterious aura. Behind their masks, Sora and Shiro, the siblings known as Blank, were vibrating with social anxiety. Too many people. There are way too many people. Shiro whispered, clutching Sora's sleeve with trembling fingers. It's okay, Shiro. We're wearing masks. It's just a game, Sora replied, though his own voice was shaky. The crowd knew it was them for one simple reason. Above their heads, their levels were displayed in a hovering blue font. At this stage of the game, only the monsters of the gaming world could have hit the cap so quickly. I wonder where Ceto is, Sora thought. Ceto was their childhood friend, the only person besides each other that Shiro felt comfortable around. If anyone could help them navigate this sea of people, it was him. Has Ceto NII not arrived yet? Shiro asked, her voice small and hopeful. Just then, a shout cut through the chatter. Someone just entered the boss chamber. Who's crazy enough to go in without a raid party? The crowd surged toward the massive virtual screen hovering above the labyrinth gate. In God's domain, once a party entered the boss room, the area was locked. The names of the challengers flashed in bright gold, say level 10 Maple, level 10 the plaza exploded. 2 people. Are they insane? Wait, that's say. One of the top 3. Even if he's a legend, who the hell is Maple? 2 players against a floor boss. They have no idea what's coming. The anime protagonists in the crowd, Kirito, Asuna, and the others watched the screen with narrowed eyes. Sora and Shiro exchanged a worried glance. They knew Ceto was a genius, but they also knew he wasn't reckless. What is he planning? 2 minutes earlier, the boss chamber Ceto and Maple stepped into the gargantuan arena. It was a cavernous nest, large enough to hold 10,000 players. In the center, the air shimmered with a deadly aura. There they saw them. Sleeping atop a mountain of old bones was a massive, 3-headed western dragon dripping with purple ichor, the poison hydra. But beside it, coiling around a crystalline pillar, was a long, elegant eastern dragon with scales as white as fresh snow, the frost white dragon. 2 bosses. Ceto's eyes widened. He had planned to let Maple tank the poison while he focused on damage, but a dual boss fight changed everything. However, looking at the sleeping behemoths, a daring plan formed in his mind. You take the poison dragon. I'll handle the white dragon. Remember to keep your HP topped off. Wait, Ceto-kun. Before she could finish, Ceto used dimensional blink, vanishing in a blur of blue light. Maple was left standing alone, staring up at the 3-headed nightmare that was just beginning to stir. She gulped, her shield trembling. On the other side of the chamber, Ceto reappeared not in front of the white dragon, but directly inside its mouth. In the lore of this world, Eastern dragons represented a much higher tier of power than their Western lizard cousins. Ceto remembered the Maple method from the anime. By eating the boss, she gained its powers and a unique Devourer title. He also knew that solo killing a floor boss granted a unique series equipment set. If they each took down one boss solo, they wouldn't just get gear, they'd get god-tier sets. Ceto looked at the glowing, crystalline flesh of the white dragon's throat. He grinned, his blue eyes flashing with a predatory light. Time to dig in, bon appetit. Thank you for reading. Chapter 7, The Soul of a Gourmet, to conquer is to consume. Chapter 7, The Soul of a Gourmet, to conquer is to consume. On the other side of the arena, Maple was locked in a struggle of her own. Her starter shortsword and buckler had long since been dissolved by the corrosive spray of the poison hydra. She was standing in a literal sea of toxic sludge, chugging health potions like they were water. Fortunately, Ceto had anticipated this and handed over his entire stockpile of high-grade potions before the fight. As for Ceto himself, because he had already started dining, the frost white dragon had snapped awake instantly. It was currently thrashing wildly, coiled in midair, its body slamming against the cavern walls in a desperate attempt to dislodge the parasite within its throat. Ah-woo! The dragon's roar shook the very foundation of the labyrinth, a sound filled with genuine agony. Inside its gullet, Ceto was being tossed around like a ragdoll, but his HP remained steady. He didn't care about the turbulence. He just kept eating. One bite, then another. Ceto was feasting with reckless abandon. To his surprise, the white dragon's flesh was high-tier stuff. It was firm, lean, and carried a subtle, spicy kick that warmed his digital body. Poor Maple is probably crying from jealousy right about now, he thought, taking another massive bite. Time blurred as the feast continued. 2 hours passed in a flash. Over at the Hydra, Maple's health bar was performing a frantic dance, plummeting towards zero only to snap back to full as she popped another potion. She refused to die. In the process, her minor poison resistance evolved into intermediate, then advanced, and finally crystallized into the absolute skill, poison immunity. Seeing Cito literally eating his way to victory, a light bulb went off in Maple's head. If she couldn't cut the dragon, and she couldn't be poisoned, she might as well join the banquet. Cito, however, was focused on his own rewards. Hidden achievement unlocked, White Dragon Devourer reward. You have assimilated the essence of the Frost White Dragon. All dragon-type skills unlocked. Roar of the White King, a terrifying shout that stuns all enemies within earshot for 5 seconds. Heavenly Dragon Breath, fire a concentrated beam of energy from your hands or mouth, dealing massive AoE damage. You are now level 14. Passive ability unlocked, Skywalk Flight, not bad, Cito chuckled. In God's domain, EXP was calculated based on total damage dealt. Since he had solo-eaten the entire White Dragon, he had skyrocketed to level 14. He could now fly simply by focusing his mind, a utility that was far more valuable than a simple skill slot. Without hesitation, he used his space mastery to infuse his new skills with dimensional energy. Hidden achievement unlocked, Absolute Velocity reward, your agility growth is now permanently doubled. Skills evolved. Unique skills created. Spatial Dragon Roar unique, deals massive dimensional damage while stunning enemies for 5 seconds. Dimensional Dragon Breath unique, fires spatial energy that causes planar fractures on impact, dealing damage over time for 10 seconds. He then turned his attention to the glowing chest left behind by the dragon's remains. He knelt and popped the lid. A pillar of golden light erupted from the chest. System, as the first player to solo slay the Frost White Dragon, you have received the unique set, White Dragon Emperor. Snow White Trench Coat Epic/Orange, plus 500% AGI, plus 200% HP/MP White Dragon Chikudo Epic/Orange, attacks deal 2x AGI value as damage. Grants Windwalker Effect. White Dragon Signet Epic/Orange, 1000 times 1000 times 1000 M storage space. Plus 100% AGI. Now we're talking. Cito donned the set immediately. The heavy, snow-white trench coat billowed behind him, and the sleek Chikudo straight-blade katana felt perfectly balanced in his hand, its hilt engraved with intricate dragon scales. Most players only had a single page of inventory space. With his new ring, Cito had more storage than a small city. He opened his status window. Name, say level, 14 HP, 8000/8000 MP, 8000/8000 STR, 35 VIT, 35 INT, 35 AGI, 2705 Talent, Space Mastery equipped, White Dragon Emperor Set, Gale Pendant. After level 10, every level up granted 5 points to all stats and 10 free points. HP and MP also increased by 1000 per level. With the combined multipliers of his achievements and his new orange tier gear, his speed had reached a terrifying 2705 points. Given that his sword dealt double his agility and damage, Cito was now hitting for over 5000 damage per strike, not counting the spatial modifiers. He wasn't just a player anymore, he was a walking boss fight. This, Cito whispered, looking at his glowing hands, is the true meaning of delightful. Thank you for reading. Chapter 8, Server Chapter 8, Server-wide announcement. The first night ends. Closing his status panel, Cito swept his silver hair back with a casual flick of his wrist. He thrust the Chikudo into the stone floor and leaned his weight against the hilt, his white trench coat billowing in the artificial breeze of the dungeon. He looked every bit the transcendent expert, a faint, confident smirk playing on his lips. Living the life of a Luck S rank is something else, he thought. He wondered how Blank would fare against a monster like Maple. Sora and Shiro were legendary. The phrase, Blank never loses, wasn't just a meme, it was a law of the gaming world. Having grown up playing alongside those two, Sito had clawed his way into the world's top 3 rankings himself. They had challenged each other countless times over the years, though the actual win-loss record remained a secret known only to them. But Maple. She was a glitch in the matrix. A force of nature that defied logic. Yuwa, I'm so full. I can't move. Sito turned to see Maple rubbing her stomach, sitting on the ground with a dazed, satisfied smile. He chuckled and waited. Soon enough, her expression shifted from post-meal bliss to pure shock, then to ecstatic excitement. As expected, she had assimilated the Hydra's essence. For a player who had dumped every point into defense, suddenly gaining a full arsenal of top-tier offensive skills was like a dream come true. Sito pulled his blade from the ground and walked over. All right, enough daydreaming. Let's see what's in the chest. Maple scrambled to her feet and popped the lid of the golden chest. Her eyes turned into literal stars as she equipped the Poison Dragon set. In an explosion of light, her starter gear vanished, replaced by her iconic dark purple and crimson-trimmed armor. It was a perfect blend of cute and terrifying. We're the only ones with gear like this. Maple twirled around, her cape fluttering. She didn't know much about MMOs, but even she understood the value of unique equipment. One specific effect caught her eye: destruction growth. Description: if this equipment is damaged, it regenerates with increased stats based on the attack it received. Really strong, right? She asked, her eyes wide. It's broken, Sito replied simply. He pulled 2 pairs of sunglasses out of his inventory, slid one on, and handed the other to her. Maple stared at the shades. We're high-tier players now, Sito said with a straight face. A certain level of main character aura is required. It's about the aesthetic, Maple. Is that how it works? She didn't really get it, but she put the glasses on anyway, standing proudly next to him with her massive shield. Perfect, Sito nodded. The kid is learning the art of elegance. He looked toward the exit. Let's head out. It won't be long before the rest of the server catches up to the 2nd floor. Server-wide announcement: players say, and Maple have cleared floor 1. Floor 2 is now open. Global level rankings have been initialized. The announcement echoed through the Novice Plaza, leaving thousands of players frozen in shock. They cleared it. Wait, floor 1 had 2 bosses. How did they handle both at once? Is that even possible? I guess that's why Say is top 3 in the world. The plaza turned into a beehive of activity. Even the protagonists in the crowd were shaken. Sora looked at Shiro. Shiro, with our current stats, how long would it take us to clear both dragons? Shiro looked down, her brain processing a million variables in a second. She looked up, her expression blank. Even with perfect evasion, it would take us at least 24 hours of continuous combat to chip away that much HP. Sora nodded, his expression turning serious. They couldn't let Sito pull too far ahead. Let's move. Floor 2 awaits. Nearby, the black swordsman, Kirito, adjusted his grip on his blade and stepped into the gate. Asuna followed close behind, her eyes determined. The Ice Queen Yukino, the sharp-tongued Yutaha, and even the teachers, Shizuka and Sae, all began the climb to the next level. Sito and Maple arrived at the main hub of Floor 2. It was a bustling medieval-style city, much larger and more detailed than the starter village. They found a small, cozy inn and booked a double room. It was tiny, but they needed to save their gold. In this world, land and housing were the ultimate endgame investments, and Sito was already eyeing a mansion. As for sharing a room, it was a game. The anti-harassment system was absolute. Sito sat on the edge of his bed, watching Maple happily munching on some in-game sweets. So, what do you think? Want to head out and hunt for some rare-grade materials? Rare materials were essential for crafting gold-tier relic weapons. I don't think so, Maple said, shaking her head as she finished her pastry. It's getting really late, and we have school tomorrow morning. Ah, right. Real life. Maple was a good girl through and through. She wanted to log off, get some sleep, and show up to Sobuhai with energy. Sito nodded. He could grind alone, but without Maple's absurd luck stat, the drop rates for rare materials would be abysmal. It wasn't worth the effort. Fair enough. Let's call it a night. Good night, Maple. Good night, Sito-kun. With a synchronized log-out command, their avatars pixelated and vanished, leaving the room silent. Thank for reading. Chapter 9, A Perfect Day Starts with Shizuka-chan's Wake. 1039 words. Chapter 9, A Perfect Day Starts with Shizuka-chan's Wake-up Call. The next morning. After logging out in the early hours of the morning, Sito had collapsed onto his bed and passed out instantly. Now, the sun was high in the sky, filtering through the window and draping a golden veil across his sheets. He was sleeping like the dead, with absolutely no intention of rejoining the land of the living. Sasagio Shinzu was Sasagio. His phone blared a familiar anthem, forcing Sito to knit his brows in annoyance. He pried one eye open, but the world was a hazy, unfocused blur. After a few moments of mental recalibration, he fumbled for his phone and swiped the screen. Moshi. What is it? He mumbled, his voice thick with sleep as he sank back into his pillow. You brat. Are you still in bed? A woman's roar exploded from the speaker, nearly blowing out his eardrum. Isn't that obvious? Make it quick, I'm trying to get back to sleep, Sito yawned, his eyelids fluttering as he fought to drift off again. The shock in the woman's voice finally registered. Sito froze. That voice. Shizuka-chan. He bolted upright as the realization hit him. He had overslept. Way overleapt. A quick glance at the clock confirmed it, 9 a.m. Thinking fast, he let his voice go raspy and weak. Sensei, I think I've come down with something. I need to take a sick day. A sick day? Shizuka Hiratsuka's voice dropped to a dangerously low octave. He could almost hear her knuckles cracking through the line. I'm giving you 20 minutes to get to school. If you aren't here, I will personally hunt you down. Sito hung up before she could finish her threat and scrambled out of bed. He had seen her fists of love in action. He knew better than to test her patience when she was in demon teacher mode. After a lightning-fast shower, he looked at the reflection in the mirror: silver hair, deep blue eyes, and the face of a top-tier Bishinen. He couldn't help but smirk. Damn, I'm good-looking. He threw on his Sobuhai uniform, grabbed a piece of toast from the fridge, and bolted out the door. Along the way, he spotted a breakfast stall still open and decided to grab 2 meat buns for the road. Elegance requires proper nutrition, he reasoned. By the time he strolled through the gates of Sobuhai, 30 minutes had passed since the call. He was late, and he knew a punch was waiting for him. But as a certain wise man, or at least Sito's version of him, once said, true elegance can solve any problem. Inside the classroom, Sae Chabashira was busy writing on the chalkboard, her back turned to the students. The back door was wide open. It was a golden opportunity. Sito crouched low and crept inside, moving with the stealth of a ninja. He slipped behind Hachiman Hikigaya, who was slumped in his seat. Hachiman felt a presence and turned around. His dead fish eyes widened for a second before he sighed, and went back to his notes, deciding it wasn't his problem. Weirdo, Sito whispered, before darting behind Yui Yugahama. The nice girl of the class stiffened but didn't say a word. Finally, with a perfectly timed dimensional leap, purely physical of course, he slid into his seat and whipped out a textbook. Exquisite. Pure elegance, he whispered to himself. Elegance, you say? A familiar, icy voice asked from right beside him. True, Sito froze. He slowly turned his head to see Shizuka Hiratsuka standing in the aisle, a terrifyingly sweet smile on her face. The entire class turned to watch. Even Sae Chabashira stopped writing and looked over. Sito didn't panic. He adjusted his posture and smiled. Ah, sensei. You look exceptionally beautiful today. I thought so too, Shizuka smiled. Then, she wound up her right fist and delivered a thunderous blow to the top of his head. Sito, already exhausted from the previous night's grind, saw stars. His vision went dark and he slumped onto his desk, unconscious. The rest of the class shivered in unison, their respect for Hiratsuka-sensei's combat power reaching new heights. Shizuka grabbed Sito by the collar and looked at Chabashira-sensei. Carry on with the lesson. I'm taking this one to the office. Lunchtime. Sito sat at his desk, nursing a sore head and sighing. His time in the staff room had been educational. He realized that while Shizuka was easy to tease, he'd never win a physical fight with her. He needed to hit the gym. He looked around and realized he had another problem. In his rush to leave, he had forgotten his lunch, his phone, and his wallet. He turned around slowly to face Kagaya Shinomiya, who was elegantly enjoying a gourmet lunchbox. Can I help you? Kagaya asked, her voice cold as ice. Shinomiya-san, as classmates, we should understand the virtue of sharing, Sito said with a straight face. Kagaya didn't even look up as she took a bite of a perfectly glazed piece of salmon. Sito didn't miss a beat. He stood up, brandishing a pair of disposable chopsticks he'd scavenged from his desk. Hey, Kirito, that looks delicious. Let me try a bit. Not bad, but the seasoning is a bit off. Hikigaya, is that a handmade rice ball? I'll take one. Hideyoshi, that fried shrimp looks fantastic. Let me verify the quality for you. Delicious. Yukino, don't glare at me like that. We went to middle school together, let me have a bell pepper. Arari, we were classmates too. One rib won't kill you. Stop looking like you want to murder me. Tatsuka, my little angel, this Salisbury steak needs a tiny bit more salt. Here, let me finish it for you. By the time he circled back to his seat, Sito had effectively scavenged a full multi-course meal from the elite of Sobuhai. Thank you for reading. Hopefully there's no mistake. I have checked many times before uploading, but still if you find any mistake please do comment on that mistake part. Chapter 10, The Eyes of the Wicked Lord. And the 12th Fatuous Harbinger. Chapter 10, The Eye of the Wicked Lord. And the 12th Fatuous Harbinger. Sito sat lazily next to Kidhanja Maple, polishing off a scavenged rice ball. Lunch today was top tier, he sighed contentedly. Kirito Kazuto Kurigaya, ever the dedicated gamer, silently handed his bottle of iced tea to Sito. You look like you're about to choke. Much appreciated, Kirito-kun. Sito unscrewed the cap and took a long swig. Before Kirito could say anything else, Sito turned his gaze toward Yukino Shida. So, Flatty. I mean, Yukino. You seem to know an awful lot about this game. Care to share with the class? The room went quiet. Everyone had been wondering why the usually stoic Yukino had suddenly urged them all to play a VR MMO. My name is Yukino Shida, she snapped, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him. Got it, Flatty. Loud and clear, Flattino. Yukino's face flushed a deep crimson. Despite her legendary sharp tongue, she found herself completely outmatched by Sito's shamelessness. She took a deep breath to stabilize her icy persona. God's Domain is the world's first true full immersion game. Its commercial value is astronomical. Every major conglomerate in the country, the Nanahoshi Group, the Shinomiya Group, they all pouring resources into it. It's not just a game, it's a shift in the global economy. The class fell into a pensive silence. This wasn't just about fun, it was about the future. Sito leaned back, calling out names across the room. Shinomiya-san, Yuki-san, Arari. Same goes for your families, right? Obviously, Asuna Yuki nodded. Like Yukino-chan said, it's the new frontier. My answer remains the same as theirs, Kagaya Shinomiya added, sipping her tea with regal composure. Fair enough, Sito said, satisfied. Sito-san, Kirito spoke up, leaning in with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Are you going to challenge the floor to boss tonight? Sito shook his head. Don't count on it. The floor 2 boss will probably be dead before the sun sets today. Between Blank and the pro-grinders who don't have to deal with school, the first few floors are going to be a bloodbath. By the time we log in, the frontrunners will have cleared the path. Kirito trailed off, falling into thought. Sito looked at him and offered a piece of advice from his future knowledge. Hey, Kirito. Try experimenting with 2 blades. This game allows for custom skill creation if your physical coordination is high enough. Dual wielding might suit you. Dual wielding. Give that some thought. Kirito nodded and returned to his desk, lost in tactical calculations. The rest of the class stared at Sito with varying degrees of disbelief and irritation. He had spent the last 10 minutes shaking down his classmates for food, and was now handing out legendary tier advice like he owned the place. Sito-kun. That was a bit much, Keed whispered, her face red. She had planned to introduce her friend Risa Shiramin Sally to him, but now she was too embarrassed to speak. How could this guy be so unbothered after being such a menace? Simple, Sito possessed high-level social shamelessness. To him, if you weren't awkward, the world was your oyster. It's fine, Sito waved her off. His eyes scanned the room and landed on the girl who lived in the apartment above his, Rika Takanashi. He suddenly struck a pose, covering one eye with his hand, his gaze turning sharp and melodramatic. Bearer of the wicked eye. I am the 12th of the Fatui Harbingers, code name, the Traveler. I have wandered the abyss for 3 days without sustenance. Canst thou spare a morsel for a fellow wayfarer? The class. Everyone's eyes twitched. First he robs us of our lunch, then he starts role-playing as a beggar. Does he really think anyone will dash kukuku? To think that in this land of dark seals, there exists one who recognizes the wicked eye. Rika stood up, her own hand over her eye patch. As a comrade of the darkness, I shall grant thy request. My thanks. The class. She actually gave him her sandwich. Yuta Togashi, a reformed Chunibyo himself, shivered in the corner, vowing never to make eye contact with either of them. Hachiman watched from afar, officially labeling Sito as dangerously eccentric. After inhaling the sandwich in 2 bites, Sito turned back to Keed. So what's the plan for tonight? Keed, now a budding gaming addict, lit up. Maybe we hunt for rare materials. Or try to rush floor 2. Wait, Sito-kun, Risa Shiramin Sally suddenly leaned forward, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. Were you the one playing with Keed last night? Guilty as charged, Sito smiled. We make a pretty decent team. Keed giggled, showing off a bright, toothy grin. I feel like I missed a lot of the action, Risa mused, eyeing them both. What are your IGNs? We should all party up tonight. I'm Maple, Keed said proudly. And Sito-kun is Sei. Risa's scream echoed through the classroom, making everyone jump. Anyone who had logged in yesterday knew those 2 names. They were the legends who had duo-cleared the first floor. The entire class turned their heads in unison, their gazes locking onto Sito like heat-seeking missiles. Keed shrunk into her seat, blushing furiously. Risa quickly covered her mouth, realizing she'd been too loud. Sito, however, didn't flinch. He slowly turned around, scanning the room with a calm, lazy expression. Well, after that big lunch, I'm suddenly feeling a bit parched. The class. They couldn't believe it. The world-ranked pro, the legendary Sei, was a total degenerate. Thank you for reading. If you want to read ahead, please do check my P*Troan, Coco_890. Chapter 11, Cedo, get him. Kick his ass. Chapter 11, Cedo, get him. Kick his ass. Whatever you want, it's all fine, anything you say, I'll do it with a smile. The little train chugs along to the rhythm of the beat. Cedo was swaying his head, humming a nonsensical tune. His relentlessly upbeat and somewhat annoying energy had somehow managed to lighten the mood of the entire class. There was no denying it, having a social son in the room was infectious. Cedo-kun, did you really forget your wallet today? Keed Maple asked cautiously. Woke up in a daze, left it on the counter. Cedo grinned. Keed nodded, looking like an adorable, confused puppy. She was the quintessential, natural airhead, the kind of person you just wanted to protect from the world, even though she was a literal walking fortress in-game. By the way, Cedo scanned the room. Is anyone planning on joining a club? The students exchanged glances. No one spoke up. After all, with the world's first full-immersion VR MMO out, who wanted to spend their afternoons in a dusty clubroom when they could be slaying dragons? I intend to establish the service club, Yukino Shida spoke up, her voice icy and formal. Its purpose will be to aid those in need. This was her plan all along. Taking advantage of Cedo's prompt, she officially announced her propaganda, inviting anyone with problems to seek her out. The class nodded politely, but interest was low. Hachiman rolled his dead fish eyes. Helping people. That sounded like a nightmare of social obligations. He popped his earbuds in and tuned the world out. The sound of sharp heels echoed in the hallway. Shizuka Hiratsuka appeared at the front door. Yukino Shida, if you're starting a club, make sure Cedo is your first member. Both Yukino and Cedo shouted in unison, their faces masks of pure disbelief. Cedo yelled before Yukino could even process the insult. State your reasons, Shizuka said, crossing her arms over her chest, her gaze level and unyielding. Sobuhai doesn't have a mandatory club policy. I have a life. I have digital monsters to slaughter. Cedo met her gaze head-on. If God's domain didn't exist, he might have joined just to mess with Yukino, but now. Every hour in the clubroom was an hour of lost EXP. Shizuka walked up to him, resting a clenched fist against his forehead. You think you're pretty brave, huh? You kidding? I'm the bravest guy I know. Cedo blurted out, before realizing the dialogue felt suspiciously like an old meme. Sensing a fist of love incoming, Cedo's eyebrows twitched. He bolted from his seat, retreating to the very back of the classroom with professional speed. Hiratsuka-sensei, you're targeting me. This is harassment. Call it whatever you like, she said calmly. Just you wait. Cedo turned and sprinted out of the classroom. The D-class students were baffled. Did he just run away? But a moment later, his voice boomed from the classroom next door. My brother. Someone's trying to jump me. Hide, Nori. Help your boss out. Someone's threatening your big bro. Kirukuru-san. You were the empress of our middle school. I need your fist of justice. Little secretary. Your favorite person is in trouble. The Class D students. Their eyes twitched. Did he seriously just go next door to call for backup? Is he 5? Thud thud thud. The sound of chairs scraping and heavy footsteps erupted from the neighboring room. They actually followed him. Risa Sally gasped. In a whirlwind of chaos, a group of students from Class E stormed into the room. Leading the pack were, the King of Titan, facial expressions Iori Kitahara. The Philosopher of the Wind is troubled, Hidenori Tabata. The skull-crushing Empress Kirukuru Amo. And the chaotic, airhead Secretary Chika Fujiwara. In this crossover world, most of these legends were just starting their first year of high school. Iori, for instance, hadn't quite reached his college stripper phase yet, but thanks to Cedo's influence in middle school, he was already halfway there. The classroom fell into a deathly silence as the Class E reinforcements crowded the room. "Why is that guy not wearing a shirt?" Keed whispered, her face turning bright red as she pointed at Iori. Iori's shirt had mysteriously vanished somewhere between the two rooms. "Don't worry about it, kid. I'm just here to back up my brother." He laughed boisterously. "Enough," Kirukaruamu spoke, her presence radiating pure intimidation. She scanned the room. "Sito, who's bothering you?" Sito pointed a finger at the unfazed Shizuka Hiratsuka. "Class D. Class E." The Class E students froze. "That's the teacher. He called us here to fight a teacher." The silence stretched for 3 seconds before Iori Kitahara broke it. Iori yelled, suddenly lunging forward and pinning Sito to the floor. Before Sito could react, the Class E mob, not wanting to get in trouble with a teacher, decided that beating up Sito was a much safer alternative. A flurry of kicks and punches rained down in a chaotic, friendly fire pile-up. Shizuka Hiratsuka looked away, whistling softly as if she hadn't seen a thing. "Sito-kun is so pathetic," Risa said, unable to look. Keed reached out, pointing at a figure currently delivering a particularly vicious dropkick into the pile. "Is that Sito-kun?" Risa squinted. If Sito was kicking, then who was at the bottom of the pile? Sito was grinning like a maniac. The moment Iori had tried to pin him, he had used his superior agility to flip the script, shoving Iori into the kill zone, and taking his place in the circle of attackers. "You want to snake me, Iori?" Sito kicked harder, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Get him! Hit him harder! Kill the traitor!" Thank you for reading. Chapter 12, Arari, is the anniversary of Tomoya's death coming up. Chapter 12, Arari, is the anniversary of Tomoya's death coming up. After landing a few solid kicks, Sito caught a glimpse of his surroundings. He noticed Chika Fujiwara, the little secretary, with a look of pure, unadulterated excitement on her face. She was repeatedly stomping on Iori Kitahara with her right foot. As expected of a natural airhead, she had absolutely no concept of holding back. Her kicks were heavy. "I need to vanish before they realize I'm not the one at the bottom of the pile," Sito thought. He began a tactical retreat toward the back door. If the mob realized he had swapped places with Iori, he'd be the next one experiencing friendly fire. As he reached the exit, he saw Keed and Risa staring at him in stunned silence. He simply winked, pressed a finger to his lips in a SHHH gesture, and slipped out. Leaving the chaos behind, he headed toward the rooftop to catch some air. "I wonder how Blank is doing," he muttered, thinking of his childhood friends. Meanwhile, inside God's Domain Floor 3, Labyrinth of the Minotaurs inside the boss chamber, the legendary siblings were currently duo-ing the floor boss, the Minotaur Chieftain. The third floor was a labyrinthine series of canyons populated entirely by bovine beastmen. "The boss's HP is in the red," Shiro whispered. She was wielding a heavy machine gun, unleashing a relentless hail of lead. In God's domain, the freedom was absolute. As long as you acquired the weapon, you unlocked the playstyle. Shiro was currently pioneering the gunner path. "You're right, Shiro," Sora shouted, bracing a massive shoulder-mounted cannon. The two siblings weren't physically gifted in the real world, so they naturally gravitated toward long-range, high-firepower roles. Fortunately, the game provided a level playing field for initial physical stats. Otherwise, players like Sora and Shiro, who got winded walking to the convenience store, wouldn't stand a chance. "I wonder when Sito is logging in," Sora mused between cannon blasts. At this rate, the frontline players will probably push through to the 6th floor by midnight. Back to the real world, Sobu High School. Lunch break ended and the afternoon classes dragged on. One was taught by the stern Sae Chabashira, and the other by a balding teacher Sito didn't recognize. Sito ignored the strange looks his classmates were giving him, likely a mix of awe at his gaming rank and confusion over the lunchroom right, and slumped into his seat. He leaned over toward Arari Spencer Sawamura, who sat next to Kagaya. Hey, Arari, he whispered. Is the anniversary of Tomoya's death coming up soon? Arari froze for a second, then nodded slowly, a trace of melancholy in her eyes. Why do you ask? Just wondering, Sito replied, shaking his head. Tomoya Aki. The legendary otaku, who should have been the protagonist of his own story. In this merged world, he had been killed in a tragic car accident during their third year of middle school. When Sito first heard the news, he had been stunned, but since he hadn't been close to the guy, he eventually moved on. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. Sito spent the entire time sleeping, only waking up when the final bell rang. He was surprised Shizuka Hiratsuka hadn't come back to drag him to the office. To nip her service club plan in the bud, Sito intercepted Yukino Shida as she was leaving. Wait up, shameless Koen, Yukino said flatly, spotting him. Flatty, listen for a second. Drop the venom, Sito said, raising a hand. My name is not Flatty. But your chest, Yukino's face reddened with fury. Despite her sharp tongue, she and Sito shared a unique history. He was, in many ways, her first real friend. Back in middle school, when everyone else was intimidated by her Ice Queen persona, Sito had been the only one thick-skinned enough to stick by her side every day. She had grown to appreciate his presence, even if his nickname for her made her want to commit a crime. Look, I'm serious, Sito said, his tone shifting. I want you to reconsider the service club. Are you that afraid of Shizuka-sensei? Yukino crossed her arms, looking at him with her usual composed gaze. But also, no, Sito admitted. If God's Domain hadn't launched, I'd have joined your club in a heartbeat just to kill time. But the world is changing, Yukino. He looked her in the eye. You want to prove yourself to your sister and your mother, right? The entire world's focus has shifted to this game. If you want to show them what you're capable of, don't start a tiny school club. Start a guild. Yukino started to retort, but the words died in her throat. She realized he was right. In this new era, helping a few students with their love lives was small time. If she wanted to truly make a name for herself, she needed to lead on the digital frontier. I understand, she said softly. Sito felt a weight lift off his shoulders. If she didn't start the club, Shizuka wouldn't have a place to dump him. Remember to add me in-game tonight. You know my name in the game, right? He turned and waved over his shoulder as he walked away. Yukino watched his retreating back and for a fleeting moment, a small smile graced her lips. Still the same as ever. 20 minutes later, Sito was home. He grabbed a quick takeout meal, threw the containers in the trash, and lay down on his bed. He slid the sleek VR interface over his head. Link start. Thank you for reading. Chapter 13, The Gathering of Blank, The Ultimate Pro. Chapter 13, The Gathering of Blank, The Ultimate Pro Gamer Team. Inside God's Domain, Floor 2 Safe Zone. Second floor balcony of a local inn. Sito logged in and scanned his surroundings. Seeing that Maple wasn't online yet, he sat on the bed and opened the official game forums to check the current state of the world. To his surprise, the top-ranked player wasn't Sora or Shiro. It was a player named AKO, who had already reached level 17. Furthermore, the frontline raid groups had already pushed through the labyrinth to floor 7. The pace was blistering. Those guys must have a mountain of gold by now, Sito muttered. Every floor contained hidden quests, but the speedrunners weren't finding many, maybe 5 or 6 total. Hidden quests were notoriously difficult to trigger, and most top players spent their time grinding mobs or boss mechanics. Consequently, the raid groups currently held the highest wealth in the game. Sito opened his friends list, searched for the names Sora and Shiro, and hit add. You are now friends with Sora. You are now friends with Shiro. You have created the chat channel, Fatui. Players Sora and Shiro have joined the channel. Fatui chat channel Shiro, Sito NII. Say, long time no see, Shiro. I see you and Sora are already level 15. Sora, Sito, where are you? Shiro and I soloed the floor 3 boss earlier today and took a nap. Want to hunt for rare materials tonight? Say, great minds think alike. Sora, good. Shiro and I got a drop called the Gold Tier Equipment Crafting Manual from the boss. I'll show it to you in a bit. Say, deal. Sito closed the window. As expected of blank, they had already identified the core loop of the game. In God's domain, levels didn't create the ultimate gap between players, custom equipment did. Red legendary and gold mythic gear had to be handcrafted. However, the odds were brutal, only a 5% chance to result in a gold tier item, 25% for red, and the remaining 70% were subpar junk. Gold items were the true god-slaying artifacts of this world, but the material requirements were insane. Say, sending coordinates. Teleport to me. Sora, on our way. Shiro, coming. Just as he closed the chat, a flash of white light illuminated the room. The luck goddess herself, Maple, had logged in. Sito-kun. Maple walked over with a bright smile and sat beside him. Risa is coming over too. Her ID name is Sally. Blank is on their way as well. The legendary Blank. Maple gasped. She was no longer a total newbie. Sally had spent the afternoon educating her on the legends of the gaming world. In the gaming community, 2 phrases were law: Blank never loses. The uncrowned king, immortals say. Yep, Sito nodded. We're going on a rare material hunt. Sora found a crafting manual, and I want to see what we need. Understood. Leave the luck to me. Maple pumped her fists, looking incredibly determined in her cute way. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, a knock sounded at the door. Since players couldn't teleport directly into private rooms without permission, they always landed in the lobby first. Sito stood up and opened the door. The moment the latch clicked, a small silver-haired girl lunged forward. Sito and Shiro's face lit up with a rare, faint smile as she buried herself in Sito's coat, inhaling deeply. Her white hair was soft, and her cowlick twitched with content. Hey, Shiro. Sito smiled, patting her head before looking up at Sora and Sally, who were standing in the hallway. Looks like you guys already ran into each other. Come on in. He carried Shiro back into the room, followed by Sora and Sally. Once the door was shut, the atmosphere became lively. Maple and Sally immediately hit it off, sitting on one bed to chat, while Sito, Sora, and Shiro still in Sito's lap sat on the other. Maple, these are my childhood friends, Sora and Shiro, Sito introduced. Sora, Shiro, this is Maple. She's my student and a literal luck S rank. Don't underestimate her. Maple chirped. A luck S rank. Sora and Shiro's eyes widened, staring at Maple as if she were made of solid gold. They knew Sito he didn't use that term lightly. If he called her a luck goddess, it meant she probably sneezed and accidentally found a legendary sword. To Blank, she wasn't just a teammate, she was a walking gold mine. Earlier that day, the real money trade market had officially opened, 100 renminbi for 100 gold. In a world like this, someone with Maple's luck was destined to be the wealthiest person on the planet. It's not that big of a deal, Maple blushed, feeling overwhelmed by their intense stares. The goddess of fortune lives among us, Sally muttered, shaking her head. All right, settle down, Sito interrupted before Maple died of embarrassment. He looked at Sora. Sora, let me see that manual. Sora pulled out a tome so thick it looked like 2 dictionaries taped together. It lists the materials for every known gold tier item. But there's a catch: it doesn't give a step-by-step guide. The actual forging process depends entirely on the player's creativity and skill. Thank you for reading. Chapter 14, Gold. Chapter 14, Gold Tier Equipment Crafting Manual, Complete Collection of Rare Materials. To craft gold tier mythic equipment, one needed an orange tier epic item as a base, combined with an array of rare materials. These materials each had unique properties, some boosted the 4 primary stats, some infused elemental energy, and others granted powerful passive effects. The system allowed for incredible freedom. Players could essentially design their own gear. However, the risk was equally high. A failed forge could result in the base item being downgraded below orange quality. Gold-tier gear is a nightmare to make, Sito thought, rubbing his chin. He calculated his needs: full plate armor, a ring, a necklace, and a weapon. That was for gold-tier items. If he wanted to dual wield, he'd need a second weapon. The grind ahead was monumental. What do you think we should prioritize? Sora asked from beside him. Rare materials with unique effects, Sito replied after a moment's thought. Things like spatial storage, buff enhancers, or situational passives. Those are the hardest to get. While we're hunting for the rare stuff, we'll probably end up with plenty of standard stat boosters anyway. Sora nodded, then looked at Sito with a sudden spark of curiosity. By the way, what class are you playing? Assassin. Assassin. You aren't playing a warrior. Sora looked shocked. In every game they'd played growing up, Sito had always been a frontline bruiser. Of course I'm an assassin. My talent is space mastery, and my agility is already pushing 3,000, Sito stated matter-of-factly. Nearly 3,000 agility. The trio was floored. Most high-level players were barely in their mid-teens, and stats like that were unheard of. Seeing their expressions, Sito just shrugged. That's nothing compared to her. Maple, what's your defense? 3,800. Almost 4,000. Hee, Maple chirped, scratching her head sheepishly. The trio, Sito and II. Why are your stats so high? Shiro asked in her soft, monotone voice, her curiosity piqued. It's simple, Sito explained. I dumped every single initial and free attribute point into agility. Maple dumped hers into defense. Then we focused on specialized playstyles, which triggered a chain reaction of hidden achievement rewards. All in on one stat. The 3 pros were speechless. Even Sally, who knew about Maple's defense-only build, couldn't wrap her head around the numbers. I get Maple, Sally mused, she's the ultimate tank. But Sito-kun, if you're all speed and no strength, can you actually deal damage? Or do you just run away really fast? It was a fair question. A tank with 0 attack is a wall, a speedster with 0 attack is just a spectator. Sito grinned, pulling out his Chikuto and sharing the weapon stats with the party. One look was all it took for their eyes to nearly pop out of their heads. The weapon was a cheat code. As long as Sito used it, his damage was double his agility value. In the current stage of the game, there wasn't a player alive who could survive a single hit from him. My skills are all unique spatial abilities, Sito added. One passive increases my spatial attack power based on my movement speed. Basically, if I touch you, it's one-tap city. The group felt a collective sense of despair. Who designs skills this broken? I have a passive like that too. Maple chimed in happily. The higher my defense, the stronger my attacks. The trio. We're the side characters. We get it. Don't let it get to you, Sito said, patting Shiro's head. You guys started with balanced stats. Your playstyle will be more traditional and versatile, unlike the extreme builds Maple and I are running. True, Sora sighed. Since God's domain used DNA-bound accounts, there were no outs. They were stuck with their current builds. So, what are your classes? I'm an assassin too, Sally said. Shiro and I are gunners, Sora added. Long-range physical DPS. So our team just needs a frontline warrior and a mage. Maple's eyes sparkled. Sito smiled. He knew their paths. Sora and Shiro were the ultimate tacticians, Sally was a high-tier mechanical player, and Maple was the goddess of luck. This wasn't just a party, it was a dream team. All right, let's go hunt. Sito stood up, Shiro still clinging to him. The five of them left the inn and headed toward the wilderness. The wilds of Floor 2, the Dark Moon Forest. Unlike the ethereal, fairy tale forests of Floor 1, the second floor was draped in shadows. The trees were twisted, and a sense of unease permeated the air. Maple, Sally, and Sora walked side by side on the forest floor, their heads tilted back in envy as they watched Sito. He was gliding through the air with Shiro on his back. "That's so cool," Sora muttered. As a pro gamer, the ability to ignore terrain was the ultimate dream. On Sito's back, Shiro looked around with wide, excited eyes. She leaned forward and kissed Sito on the cheek, squinting like a contented kitten. "I love Sito nii the most." Maple's face flushed bright red at the sight. Sally remained stoic, and Sora didn't even blink. He'd known about his sister's Sito nii complex for years. In his mind, if Shiro married Sito, it just meant he'd have a permanent gaming partner for life. Gaming, Sora thought, is truly the greatest reward in existence. T/N-U. Thank you for reading. Chapter 15, Stick 'em up. Hand over your gold, gear, and materials. 1011 words. Chapter 15, Stick 'em up. Hand over your gold, gear, and materials. Players ahead. Sito spotted the flickering silhouettes in the distance. He descended from the sky, landing gracefully in front of his party while drawing his chikudo. Sora, Shiro, and Sally immediately halted, drawing their own weapons with practiced ease. "What's wrong?" Maple asked, looking completely bewildered. She didn't understand why everyone had suddenly entered combat mode. Seeing her confusion, Sally patiently explained. "In a game like this, player conflict is inevitable. We don't know who they are, but in the wilds, it's always better to be cautious." "Oh, I see." Maple nodded, then looked at Sito. "Sito-kun, should we take a detour? We don't want any trouble, right?" Sito shook his head. "It's not every day you run into walking wallets in the middle of nowhere. It would be a crime not to rob them." Maple and Sally's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. "Is this allowed? Is this legal?" Blank, however, remained perfectly composed. They had already anticipated Sito's pro-gamer mindset. "These guys have been grinding for an entire day," Sora said with a wicked smirk. "Think of the gold and rare materials they must be carrying." The death penalty in God's domain was brutal. It wasn't just losing a level, a single death reset a player all the way back to level 1. Shiro lifted her massive machine gun, her expression blank but her tone eager. "Sito nii. Let's go, move out." At Sito's command, the trio charged forward. Maple and Sally exchanged a frantic look before quickly rushing to follow. Elsewhere in the Dark Moon Forest, 3 cloaked players had cornered 2 women. The aggressors wore cloaks emblazoned with a sinister, grinning coffin, the mark of a group that clearly wasn't looking to make friends. The 2 women glared back, their faces flushed with indignation. If Sito were here, he would have recognized the men as members of Laughing Coffin from SAO. As for the women, they were none other than the older sisters of Yukino Shida and Rika Takanashi. Haruno Shida and Toka Takanashi. Because Haruno and Toka were only level 11, they had been easily trapped by the pikers. "Hee, ladies, let's make this easy," the leader, a middle-aged man with a foreign accent, sneered. "Hand over your gold, your gear, and every scrap of material in your inventory, and you can walk away." Laughing Coffin had spent the day terrorizing the second floor, and their harvest had been lucrative. "Just kill us then," Haruno said coldly. "Levels can be regained." She wasn't afraid. The Yukinoshita family had already mobilized a massive group of players into the game. If she died, she'd just power level back up. As for drops, you only lose a random item from your inventory upon death, so she wasn't overly concerned. "So you've chosen the hard way." The leader's face darkened, his cohorts following suit. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a voice rang out from the shadows. Spatial dragons. A massive AoE area of effect blast erupted, sending the three Laughing Coffin members flying. Their HP bars plummeted by 3/4 in a single second. Haruno and Tuka whipped their heads toward the source of the attack. Through the clearing walked Sito, his white trench coat fluttering, Chikuto held loosely in his hand. He looked every bit the elegant, uncrowned king. Sito, Haruno recognized him instantly. Back in middle school, Sito had spent half his time at the Yukinoshita estate teasing Yukino, so Haruno was very familiar with his antics. Who goes there? The leader roared, scrambling to his feet. But when he saw their IGNs, he froze, then let out a cold laugh. If it isn't Say and blank, the ones the Eastern servers are hyping up so much. So you're a Westerner. Sito tilted his head. He recognized the Laughing Coffin emblem, but the man's comment was interesting. Was their headquarters based in the Western servers? Sito was curious, but he didn't really care. Naturally, the man nodded. Say, Laughing Coffin has no quarrel with you. Are you sure you want to meddle in our business? Who's meddling? Sito adjusted his collar and thrust his blade into the ground, leaning his hands elegantly over the hilt. Anyone who doesn't want to die better hand over their rare materials, gear, and gold. Laughing Coffin. Haruno. You're here to rob them too. The group stared at Sito's calm face in stunned silence. Haruno's eyes twinkled with mischief as she chirped, Sito-chan, thank you so much for coming to save us. Every eye in the forest locked onto Sito. His teammates, Maple and Sally, looked on with concern. Sito didn't say a word. He simply gave Shiro a subtle look. The party saw the signal. Shiro immediately understood, raising her massive machine gun and aiming it directly at Haruno. Don't move. This is a stick-up. Despite Shiro's soft, adorable voice, the sight of the big boy in her hands made the smiles vanish from Haruno's and Toka's faces. Haruno was speechless. She had just been robbed by her sister's best friend. Sito didn't waste time. Using spatial blink, he instantly appeared in front of the three Laughing Coffin members, accompanied by Maple and Sora. You have 1 minute. Empty your pockets. Hee, the leader chuckled, but he was secretly typing a message. Within 60 seconds, the trees rustled. 30 more Laughing Coffin members emerged from the shadows, surrounding Sito's party. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly heavy. Sito didn't blink. He turned to the girl beside him. Can you keep them all in place for me? Thank you for reading. Okay, this is all for today. Hope you all enjoy it. Once again, this is a reminder, this is Chinese translation, so make sure to turn off your brain while reading. Update schedule, 1 to 2 chapters daily. If you want to read ahead, please do check my P*Troan, Coco_890. Chapter 16, Orange. Chapter 16, Orange tier rare material, ice crystal. No problem. Maple replied with a bright, innocent smile. The middle-aged leader of Laughing Coffin sneered. You think you can control all of us? There are dozens here. How many can you stop at once? Tear them apart. At his command, the Laughing Coffin members raised their weapons and charged like a tide toward Sito's group. Maple calmly drew her short sword, New Moon. Paralyzing shout. ZZZZZZT. The skill erupted. This was one of the abilities she had gained from the Poison Dragon, a high-utility skill with a massive area of effect and a long paralysis duration. The charging pikers didn't even have time to scream. One by one they collapsed, their faces meeting the dirt with ungraceful thuds. They slid across the forest floor, coming to a halt around Sito's feet like a collection of paralyzed rugs. Yellow sparks of electricity flickered across their bodies, leaving them completely immobilized. The leader's jaw dropped. Haruno and Tuka were equally stunned. Sora, Shiro, and Sally, however, simply sighed. The power of the luck goddess strikes again, they thought. An AoE paralysis skill. The leader couldn't believe his eyes. At this stage of the game, having a crowd control skill that powerful was a literal game changer. It felt utterly broken. Anything else you'd like to say? Sito asked with an elegant, predator-like smile. The leader grunted from the ground. So what if you've got us pinned? Just kill us. Our levels are low anyway, we can grind back to where we were in a single day. It seems you won't repent until you see your own coffin. Sito shook his head. Maple, take them out. Maple was the luck goddess. If she dealt the killing blow, the loot drop system would favor her, ensuring they got the absolute best items in those players' inventories. Roger that. Maple raised her blade high. 3 massive, dark purple dragons erupted from her short sword. The moment they manifested, they unhinged their jaws and unleashed a deluge of concentrated poison. The leader's eyes went vacant as the sea of venom engulfed him. Under the intense toxicity, the paralyzed players' HP bars vanished instantly. Gear, gold coins, and rare materials exploded out of the dying players, littering the forest floor. Everyone except Sito stared at the scene in disbelief. That attack. That was the signature move of the Floor 1 boss, the Poison Dragon. As the party stood in shock, Sito began picking up the loot, his smile widening with every item. About 100,000 gold. 6 pieces of green gear, 1 blue piece. 3 rare materials. White Wolf King's skull green material, the skull of the Alpha White Wolf. Harder than diamond. Significantly increases player defense when crafted into equipment. Bull Demon Warrior's broken horn blue material, a horn from a warrior of the Minotaur tribe. Infused with fire energy. Grants fire elemental attacks and a massive attack boost when crafted. Ice crystal orange material, a secret treasure of the Yukiana tribe from the 3rd floor. Only 1 crystal is produced per year. Grants the player ice elemental attacks and an immense boost to attack power. An orange material. Sito's eyes lit up. Orange materials were exceptionally rare. God's domain consisted of 99 floors, and most floors only produced a single orange material per year. It was a true treasure. Beautiful, Sito muttered, turning the snowy white crystal over in his hand. What did we get? Sora asked, walking over. Take a look. Sito displayed the stats. Now that's a find. Sora grinned. Even for a pro like him, seeing mythic tier crafting components this early was exciting. Those big guild players really are walking treasure chests, Sally remarked. I can't use this one, Maple said after checking the stats. I can't use it either, Sito added, stowing the materials into his spatial ring. But someone can. And even if we can't use it, a material this rare is worth a fortune in the real-world market. It could spark a bidding war among the tycoons. Now then, Sito turned around, his gaze landing on the 2 ladies who had yet to pay their toll. He walked over to Shiro and patted her head. Good job, Shiro. Sito nii. It was nothing, Shiro leaned into his touch, squinting happily. Sito then looked at Haruno and Tuka. So what's the plan? Do I have to kill you, or are you going to hand the goods over voluntarily? Sito-chan, you're so heartless, Haruno Yukinoshita rolled her eyes playfully, suddenly pouting as if she were about to cry. When you came to my house a couple of years ago, you used to call me Haruno-san. Sniff, sniff. Don't try the big sister act on me, Sito cut her off. He glanced at Tuka Takanashi. Takanashi-san, you can go. He figured Tuka probably didn't have much on her. The real prize was likely in Haruno's inventory, given the Yukinoshita family's deep pockets. Tuka remained expressionless and stepped behind Haruno. Tuka, you traitor. Haruno's crying was laughably fake. Maple leaned in towards Sito. Is it really okay to rob your acquaintance? It's fine, Sito waved it off. If she wasn't a Yukinoshita, I wouldn't bother. But her family is loaded. Besides, think of it as a convenience fee for saving them from Laughing Coffin. He looked back at Haruno. Tell you what, I'll make it easy. Hand over all the rare materials you have, and you're free to go. It was a compromise. Even if Maple killed her, the RNG might only drop one item. It was better to negotiate for the whole stack. Haruno stopped her fake crying instantly, a sharp, businesslike smile appearing on her face. You should have just said so. She pulled 2 rare materials from her inventory and handed them over. Thank you for reading. Chapter 17, 6 hours of grinding. Reaching level 20. Chapter 17, 6 hours of grinding. Reaching level 20. Sito examined the new material. Dragon's Eye Orange material, a secret treasure from the Dragon Speech Forest on the first floor. It is an artifact created from the fossilized eye of an ancient dragon king. When crafted into equipment, it grants incredibly powerful illusionary effects. A fine addition, Sito muttered. He completely ignored the pile of green-tier materials, focusing solely on the orange-tier prize. This material possessed a rare special effect. For a player like Sito, who specialized purely in speed and spatial physical attacks, it wasn't a perfect fit. However, for a player specializing in illusion or mental magic, this would be a legendary tier core. Satisfied, he stowed the eye away and glanced at his teammates. Let's move out. Time to clear some mobs and see if we can trigger more material drops. The group followed him deeper into the woods. Once they were out of earshot, Tuka Takanashi turned to Haruno Yukinoshita. You just handed him an orange material like that? Tuka asked, her face expressionless. Of course, Haruno chirped playfully. Think of it as an investment. He's one of the top 3 players in the world. Having the uncrowned king owe me a favor is worth much more than a single crystal. Tuka remained silent, lost in thought. Anyway, let's head to the 7th floor. I still need to get some levels in today, Haruno said, pulling Tuka along as they headed toward the higher floors. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. With a party this optimized, their leveling speed was monstrous. They didn't just stick to the 2nd floor, they blitzed through the mob zones of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, eventually reaching the 7th. Their inventories were now overflowing with rare materials, thanks to their flawless coordination. Sito, Blank, and Sally used their high mobility to pull mobs from 4 different directions, kiting hundreds of monsters at once. Then, Maple would use her taunt to lock them down, and the group would unleash their AoE attacks. By the time they stopped, all 5 had reached level 20. Currently, under a massive tree on the 7th floor, the party sat down to rest. It seems that once you hit level 20, low-level mobs stop giving EXP, Sito noted, checking the official forums. According to the data, once a player reached level 20, mobs from the first 10 floors provided 0 experience points. To keep growing, players had to clear the floor 10 boss and move to the 11th floor. It's a mechanic to force players into the frontline raids, Sora said, offering his analysis. Doesn't matter to us. Our clear speed is high enough to catch up whenever we want, Sito smiled. Instead of rushing the bosses, their priority remained collecting every rare material the first 10 floors had to offer. Player, say. HP, 20,000/20,000 MP, 20,000/20,000 stats, STR, 65 def, 65 INT, 65 AGI, 3,735 talent, space mastery skills, velocity space unique, spatial blink, spatial void step unique, spatial dragon's roar unique, spatial dragon's breath unique, dimensional/unique. Equipment, White Wolf set, Hurricane necklace. Sito's agility was now nearly 4,000. Upon his next level up, he would receive 10 points to all stats and 50 free attribute points, a trend that would continue until level 30. During the grind, he had also unlocked a new combat skill. Dimensional/unique, an attack that cleaves through the dimensions. Requires spatial power to activate. A perfect synergy for his Chikudo. Closing his stats, he checked his loot. Inventory, materials, Dragon's Eye Orange, Ice Crystal Orange, Wizard's Elixir Purple, Tears of the Wind Sprite Purple, Broken Horn Blue, Goblin Gem Blue. Gold, 260,000. He was sitting on 260,000 gold, the equivalent of 260,000 renminbi. However, Sito was more interested in the gear than the cash. Notification, player Snowcat has sent a friend request. Sito raised an eyebrow. Wait, Snow, Yuki and Cat. This has to be Yukino. Everyone knew Yukino Shida was a legendary cat lover. He hit accept and opened the chat. Say, is this Flatty? Snowcat, my name is Yukino. Yukino Shida. If you don't need that brain of yours, Sito-kun, please donate it to someone in need. A shameless pervert like you, constantly obsessing over the measurements of girls. You are literal trash. Say, ooh, the sharp tongue is back, Snowcat, humph. Say, you know, Yukino, you're actually quite cute when you're being all serious and proper. Snowcat. On the other side of the screen, Yukino, sitting between Asuna and Kagaya, felt her face heat up instantly. Is something wrong? Asuna asked, noticing Yukino's sudden flustered expression. And nothing, Yukino stammered, shaking her head. She was starting to get the hang of the game. Like Maple, she was a total novice, but she was surrounded by a super team, consisting of Asuna, Yui Yokohama, Kagaya Shinomiya, and Ai Hayasaka. With 3 experienced players guiding them, she and Kagaya were leveling up fast. Steadying her breathing, Yukino typed back. Snowcat, has Sito-kun finally dropped the act? Finally revealing your true nature as a predator of innocent girls. Degenerate. Say, cough. I mean, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no. Snowcat. Sito grinned as he closed the panel. I can handle a bit of poison. Besides, he truly did think she was cute. Sito-kun, Maple's voice pulled him back to reality. She was rubbing her eyes, looking exhausted. I need to log off. I didn't sleep well yesterday, so I should get to bed early. I'm heading out too, Sally added, stretching her arms. We're beat too, Sito, Sora said, removing his mask and rubbing his tired eyes. We only got a short nap this afternoon after pulling an all-nighter. Shiro is already nodding off. Thank you for reading. Hope you are satisfied with the quality. Chapter 18, Sito, you kidding? Like I'd be scared of her. Chapter 18, Sito, you kidding? Like I'd be scared of her. Alright, you guys log off first. I'm going to stay on for a while longer. Sito wasn't ready to call it a night. He had a few more things to test. Aren't you worried you won't be able to wake up tomorrow? Sally asked, raising an eyebrow. Hiratsuka-sensei already gave you an earful today. No big deal. Sito waved her off dismissively. Worst case, I pull an all-nighter and sleep through class tomorrow. It's not like I'm there for the lectures anyway. Fair enough. We're heading out then. With that, Maple and the others teleported to the safe zone and vanished into shafts of white light. Once they were gone, Sito opened his friend list and searched for Haruno's IGN. He planned to party up with her for a few quests. As for why he didn't ask Yukino. Simple, she had school tomorrow and wouldn't be able to stay on long enough for a real grind. You are now friends with Sunnycat. Sunnycat, Sito-chan, why the sudden interest in little old me? Say, did you and your sister coordinate these cat-themed nicknames? Sunnycat, guilty as charged. Now, answer my question. Say, send coordinates. I'm coming to find you. Sunnycat, oh. No school tomorrow. I heard Shizuka-chan is your homeroom teacher. Say, you kidding? Like I'd be scared of her. Sunnycat, coordinates. Looking at the map, Sito saw that Haruno was at the entrance of the Floor 7 boss labyrinth. Since it was a wilderness zone, he couldn't teleport. He donned the mask he'd borrowed from Sora, and with a surge of spatial energy, he took to the sky, gliding toward the labyrinth. Floor 7, Boss Labyrinth Entrance. The area was packed with elite players from various top-tier guilds. Most were from the Kyushu server, hardly surprising since the servers were regionally locked. Even the Laughing Coffin members they'd met earlier had to be physically located in Kyushu to log in here. "Can we clear floor 10 by tomorrow?" a young man, clearly a wealthy scion, asked his assistant. "Certainly, young master," an elderly man in a butler-style avatar replied. "The logistics are in place." Scenes like this were common. The frontline raiders were almost exclusively composed of the rich, the powerful, and the exceptionally skilled. Nearby, Haruno Yukinoshita and Toka Takanashi were standing with the Yukinoshita family's private corps. Standing beside them were two women casually leaning against a stone pillar, smoking. They were none other than Sito's homeroom and assistant teachers, Shizuka Hiratsuka and Sae Chabashira. "You're saying that Sito Brat is coming here?" Shizuka asked, exhaling a plume of smoke. "That's right," Haruno replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "He even said he was going to show you who's boss when he gets here." "Show me who's boss." Shizuka cracked her knuckles, taking a deep drag of her cigarette. "It seems that boy is overdue for some extracurricular discipline." Haruno grinned, clearly enjoying the impending chaos. The presence of four beautiful women naturally attracted a lot of attention, but most players stayed away. Between Shizuka's unrefined smoking habits and Sae's icy aura, they weren't exactly approachable. Besides, in this game, an NPC elf or a beast girl was often considered sweeter than a high-maintenance human. "In the sky." "It's the top player, say." A player pointed upward, his voice echoing through the clearing. Everyone stopped what they were doing to stare at the figure descending from the heavens. Players who had just logged in for the first time today frantically asked their guides about him. "Who is that?" "He can fly." "Young master, that is, one of the top 3 players in the world. A true top-tier gamer." "Can we recruit him into the guild?" "Unlikely. Say and the blank siblings have never joined a guild. They're independent monsters." Sito hovered over the crowd, his eyes scanning the masses like a hawk. "Look at all these leaks," he thought. "If I robbed this entire group, I'd be set for life." But he wasn't stupid. Picking a fight with many guilds at once was suicide. "I'll wait until they're isolated," he decided. He spotted Haruno's group and drifted down. "Sunnycat, looks like your family hired quite the army," Sito remarked, glancing at the Yukinoshita guards. "It's a modest start," Haruno shrugged before pointing behind her with a smirk. "But look who else is here." Sito followed her finger and froze. Shizuka and Sae were staring him down, arms crossed, smoke curling from their lips. Shizuka walked up and rested a heavy hand on Sito's shoulder. "I must say, kid, you actually look like someone important in this getup. Watch the tone. Do you know who you're talking to?" Sito reflexively drew his chikudo, pointing the tip toward Shizuka. "I'm warning you, Hiratsuka-sensei, this is God's domain, my turf." "So you're planning on dropping out of school then?" Sito slowly sheathed his blade. He wanted to look cool, but he knew the laws of the universe. Until he could physically or digitally overpower Shizuka, he was still her student. One day, he vowed. "That's enough," Sae Chabashira said, snuffing out her cigarette. Her face remained a mask of icy indifference as she looked at Sito. "Are you here to challenge the boss?" "No," Sito shook his head, shifting his focus. "But I'm curious. What's the intel on the Floor 7 boss?" If the difficulty was manageable, he might try to solo it. If not, he wasn't going to waste his time. "I'll brief you," Haruno said, her playful demeanor vanishing as she shifted into gamer mode. "The boss is called the Fallen General. It's a physical-type boss with insane movement speed. It has 3 single-target bursts, 1 massive AoE, and a self-buff that triggers at 30% HP, total health, 1 million. Thank you for reading. Chapter 19, Soloing the Boss. The Fourth Hokage. Is that you? Chapter 19, Soloing the Boss. The Fourth Hokage. Is that you? Sito rubbed his chin as he processed the intel. 1 million HP. That wasn't just a boss, it was a mountain of meat. Even with his specialized modifiers allowing for a base potential of 10,000 damage per swing, he had no idea what the boss's actual damage reduction DR looked like. After a moment of silence, Sito turned toward the labyrinth entrance. I'm going in to clear it now. Haruno blinked in surprise. By yourself? Obviously, Sito nodded. He didn't mince words. Don't even think about asking to party up for the fight. My combat pace is something you guys won't be able to keep up with. The four women. Does he have to be that blunt? Can we at least come in to watch? Haruno asked, her mind already calculating. As a top-tier player herself, she wanted to see exactly how wide the gap was between the uncrowned king and the rest of the world. Sito glanced at her. The four of you can follow. The rest of your guards stay outside. He trusted the characters of Shizuka, Haruno, and the others, but he wasn't about to show his full hand to a bunch of corporate mercenaries. Haruno sent a party invite. Sito clicked accept and walked into the darkened mouth of the labyrinth. The crowd of players outside parted like the Red Sea. Given that Sito had soloed the floor 1 boss, no one dared to question his arrogance now. They simply began whispering bets on how long he'd last. Floor 7, the Palace of the Fallen. The interior of the labyrinth resembled an ancient, decaying palace, damp, dimly lit and suffocatingly silent. Sito's eyes locked onto the figure seated upon a throne at the far end, the fallen general. Stay back, Sito commanded. He drew his chikudo and began his approach. The four women didn't argue. They knew they were effectively baggage in a high-speed encounter like this, so they kept a safe distance, watching with bated breath. The fallen general sensed the intruder. It stood up, its rusted armor clanking, and met Sito in the center of the hall. For a heartbeat, the world stood still. Then boom. The ground shattered. A shockwave of dust and displaced air ripped through the room like a localized sandstorm. The spectators gasped, their eyes straining to follow the action. In the center of the clearing, Sito's blade was locked against the general's massive broadsword. The speed of the initial clash had been so high that the women hadn't even seen them move. Sito felt the vibration traveling up his arm. Heavy, he thought. High strength, and its agility isn't far behind mine. Using his spatial power to reinforce his blade was the only reason he wasn't overpowered instantly. He estimated the boss's attack power to be at least 15,000. It was time to get serious. He vanished, reappearing directly behind the boss. Dimensional slash. Less than 10,000. Sito frowned. The general's physical defense was massive. Normally, a dimensional slash would hit for at least 11,000. To see it mitigated down to 8,000 meant this thing was a literal iron wall. The general roared in pain, spinning its blade in a wide, punishing arc. A symphony of steel on steel erupted. The two figures became blurs of white and gray. To Shizuka and the others, it looked like sparks were simply exploding out of thin air. Is this really just the 7th floor? Shizuka asked, her expression grim. She realized she would have been deleted in seconds. But more than the boss, she was stunned by Sito. He wasn't just surviving, he was dictating the flow of the duel. Shizuka-chan, don't underestimate your student, Haruno said softly. He's one of the world's top 3 for a reason. I never did, Shizuka replied with a proud, small smile. Sito was in the zone. The boss was stronger than him in raw stats, but he had something the AI didn't. Spatial void step. He flickered through the general's attack frames, appearing in its blind spot and delivering a heavy kick that sent the armored giant airborne. Spatial dragons. Spatial dragons. Dimensional slash. Once he gained the initiative, Sito became a relentless hurricane. He limited his high mana skills, relying on his massive agility for pure physical pressure. With 1,000,000 HP to burn through, he had to save his mana MP for his movement skills. He looked like a white flash. With the combined use of spatial blink and void step, he moved with the lethal elegance of the fourth Hokage. His white trench coat whipped behind him as he danced around the general, weaving a web of cuts. The boss's HP began to bleed out. 1,000,000, the four women were paralyzed by the spectacle. Sito was keeping the boss in a juggle state, preventing it from even touching the ground to reset its AI. It was a flawless display of mechanical skill. An hour passed. The boss was down to its final 50,000 HP when it finally found a frame of opening. It triggered its berserk buff. Roar. With a desperate howl, the fallen general hurled its greatsword at Sito. The projectile move was too fast to dodge midair. Sito was sent flying, smashing into the stone wall and creating a massive crater. Thank you for reading. Chapter 20, Acquired. The unique orange Chapter 20, Acquired. The unique orange tier warrior set, Evil Moon. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Sito slowly pushed himself up. That single berserk attack had wiped out 3/4 of his HP in one go. That actually hurt, he muttered, rubbing his chest. In full realism mode, the sensation of pain was identical to reality. But strangely, it ignited a long-dormant fire in his veins. Using spatial blink, Sito dove back into the fray. Despite the general's massive buffs to attack and speed, Sito was a master of spatial mechanics. A few minutes of high-intensity kiting later, the boss was down to its last 3,000 HP. Dimensional slash. The health bar hit 0. The general collapsed to its knees, dissolving into shimmering light particles and leaving behind a glowing golden treasure chest. Sito took a deep breath, his body aching, and slowly deliberately sheathed his chikudo. A light breeze caught his white hair and trench coat. His blue eyes showed signs of fatigue, yet he stood with effortless grace. Why the dramatics? Lucen once said, the moment after defeating an enemy while remaining perfectly elegant is when a man is at his peak handsomeness. Zhou Shuren, Lucen is absolutely right. T/N, I guess they are famous Chinese people, I forgot to change it here. Congratulations. You have earned the special achievement, Collision of Speed. Collision of Speed, your current base agility value has been doubled. Sito froze. Was this because the boss's speed was almost equal to his own? Even if it was a one-time calculation based on his current stats, it was incredibly powerful. His base agility now sat at 1,040. When accounting for his equipment multipliers, his total speed value rocketed to over 6,000. Shaking off the shock, he knelt and opened the boss chest. Unique reward for first solo kill of Fallen General, the Evil Moon, set Imperial General's Plate Orange Tier effect, increases attack power by 400%. Restores 5% of max HP every second. System buyback price, 1,000,000 gold. Evil Moon Greatsword Orange Tier effect, grants the Rage trait, increasing all for primary stats by 10%. Doubles total attack power when attacking with this weapon. System buyback price, 1,000,000 gold. Fallen Amulet Orange Tier effect, grants the player the ability to fly. Increases attack value by 100%. System buyback price, 1,000,000 gold. Sito stared at the gear, lost in thought. While the raw stats were slightly lower than his specialized White Wolf/Dragon gear, this was top-tier equipment for an orange set. Since he was an extreme speed build, this didn't fit him, nor did it fit Maple's defense-only build. However, with this set, Sito could manufacture a world-class warrior in minutes. I'll ask Sora tomorrow if he wants it, Sito thought. Sora was currently a gunner, but that was mostly due to his social anxiety. Put him in a set like this, and he could dominate the front lines if he felt like it. What did the boss drop? The sound of footsteps approached. Haruno and the other women walked up to him, their faces full of curiosity. Same as floor 6, Sito lied smoothly. He wasn't about to reveal the unique solo reward yet. Currently, most players didn't even know soloing bosses gave special loot. He intended to keep that lead as long as possible. Right now, aside from him and Maple, the average pro was still wearing blue rare gear. Haruno didn't suspect a thing. So, shall we head to the 8th floor? Sure, Sito nodded. Floor 7 Labyrinth Entrance. Global System Announcement players say, Sunnycat, Shizuka-sensei, Chabashira-sensei, and Tasty, have cleared the Floor 7 boss. Holy crap. They actually cleared it. As expected of the top player. He's too strong. Damn, those 4 girls just got a free ride. Their levels are way lower than mine. The players outside were already buzzing. While they weren't surprised by Sito's victory, they were green with envy at Haruno's Group 4 winning the lottery by being in his party. Now that the floor was open, the crowd began to surge toward the gateway to Floor 8. Floor 8, the central safe zone. The atmosphere here was a total departure from the previous floors. A massive, sprawling city stood before them, filled with NPCs in medieval attire. The sheer number of NPCs was staggering, more than the first 7 floors combined. Hidden Quest City, Sito murmured. More NPCs meant more dialogue, which meant more opportunities for rare rewards. This was likely why a full city existed on this floor. Hey, kid. It's time to log off, Shizuka said, her hand dropping onto Sito's shoulder. No way, Sito shook his head. He wanted to explore and find materials for his gold-tier gear. He hadn't even found 10% of what he needed yet. Do you not plan on attending school tomorrow? Shizuka stared him down. I'm going, Sito said with a straight face. I'll just sleep in class. He wasn't worried. He'd already self-taught the entire high school curriculum during middle school. He could easily pull a 90 on any exam except English, but passing was enough for that. I'm not your mother, Shizuka sighed, giving up. She had seen his entrance exam scores. As long as he aced the first monthly mock exam, she could look the other way regarding his in-class naps. Thank you for reading. Chapter 21, Sito, Old Man, hand over the quest. Don't make me do something we'll both regret. 1029 words. Chapter 21, Sito, Old Man, hand over the quest. Don't make me do something we'll both regret. Sito scanned the city's crowds. Most NPCs had standard quest markers over their heads, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a flickering icon in a dark alleyway. An old beggar sat huddled in the shadows. High-tier hidden quest, Sito thought immediately. In games like God's Domain, the grittier the NPC's location, the better the loot. I'm going to check out a lead, Sito said, heading toward the alley. Haruno turned to the other 3 women. Are you guys joining him? I'll pass, Shizuka said, lighting a cigarette. Shift starts early tomorrow. I need some shut-eye. Sae Chabashira didn't say a word, but she stepped up beside Shizuka, her intent clear. I'm logging off too, Tuka Takanashi added. My sister is a handful. I need to make sure she's actually in bed, and not trying to summon demons again. Suit yourselves, Haruno chirped, skipping after Sito. Sito approached the beggar. Before he could utter a word, the NPC groaned and clutched his stomach. Greetings, young adventurers. This old man hasn't eaten in days. Could you spare a morsel for a starving soul? Of course, Sito replied, flashing a professional protagonist smile. Here we go. The classic fetch quest chain. He turned to head back to the main street to find a tavern. Wait, Seichan. Haruno caught up to him. What did he ask for? Food, he's hungry. I actually have 2 loaves of bread right here. Take them. Haruno pulled the items from her infinite inventory. Perfect, thanks. Sito took the bread and handed it to the old man. Bless your kind heart, adventures. The beggar inhaled the first loaf in seconds. He patted his belly and looked up at Sito with watery eyes. Ah, but my throat is so parched. I don't suppose you have a bottle of fresh apple cider to wash that down. Sito prepared to head out again. He could tell this old man was a special case. The more ridiculous the requirements, the bigger the payoff. Wait, I've got one. Haruno pulled out a bottle of premium cider. Sito stared at her, dumbfounded. Are you a walking vending machine? Why do you just have cider on you? A girl has to be prepared. She winked. The beggar downed half the bottle and let out a satisfied belch. Young adventures. This old man's appetite has been whetted. I suddenly find myself craving a savory snack to go with the drink. Perhaps some roasted peanuts. Haruno produced a small plate of nuts. Oh, you are truly a saint among mortals. The beggar cried. A few minutes later, having finished his feast, the beggar let out a long, thunderous burp and looked at Haruno expectantly. Young adventures. After such a meal, a man craves a little dessert. I wonder if you have, that's enough. Sito lost his patience. He drew his chikuto and pressed the cold edge of the blade against the beggar's throat. He'd seen enough. This wasn't a noble sage in disguise, this was a digital grifter running a scam. You want dessert? How about a serving of cold steel, old man? Haruno froze, her hand halfway into her bag. The beggar's expression remained calm as he looked Sito in the eye. Young man, you lack the patience of your age. Don't let your temper get the better of you. If I wasn't hot-blooded, I wouldn't be young, Sito snarled, pressing the blade a fraction closer. Cut the crap and hand over the quest. I'm giving you one chance to be useful before I find out if NPCs can be dragged into the wilds and be deleted. The old man was only level 15, and his name was hidden by question marks. Safety zones prevented player killing, but abducting an NPC to a combat zone was a gray area Sito was more than willing to explore. The beggar's calm facade cracked. Seeing the murderous glint in Sito's eyes, he realized this wasn't a standard hero he was dealing with, this was a predator. Haruno felt a bit uneasy. Sei-chan, maybe we should just go. Well, he's taking this remarkably well. She thought since she was calm, he was some dangerous type of NPC. But Sito didn't budge. He knew the game's logic. The old man slowly stood up. The tension was palpable. Then, without warning, the beggar dropped to his knees and slammed his forehead against the pavement. He did it again for good measure. Great hero. I'm sorry. Haruno. What was that I said about him being calm and dangerous? Never mind. Sito grabbed the old man by the collar and licked the flat of his blade with a dark grin. The quest, old man. I understand. Mysterious beggar has offered you a quest. Quest, the tragedy of Hero's Vale. Description: Hero's Vale was decimated by a sudden demonic onslaught. Most villagers perished. This old man only escaped thanks to the sacrifice of his son and grandson. Objective: purge the demons from Hero's Vale. Party size: 2 out of 2. Reward: the lost heirloom of Hero's Vale. Haruno peered at the screen. Wait, it actually worked. Sito read the description and looked down at the shivering NPC. You're a real piece of work, aren't you? Letting your own kids die so you could beg for cider in an alley. The beggar looked away, unable to find an excuse that wouldn't result in a sword to the gut. Can I come with you? The old man asked weakly. Sito squinted at him. I wasn't giving you a choice. If you're lying about the reward, I'm leaving your starving soul in a ditch. Sei-chan, the map says Hero's Vale is about 5 kilometers west of the city, Haruno noted, checking her UI. Then let's move. With the mysterious beggar in tow, the two players set off toward the west, ready to see if the heirloom was worth the price of 3 loaves of bread and a bottle of cider. Thank you for reading. Chapter 22, Village Mini. Chapter 22, Village Mini Boss. Haruno's leveling spree. A few minutes later, east of the city. Following the map coordinates, Sito and Haruno Yukinoshita made a beeline for Hero's Vale with the old beggar in tow. Any players passing by would have witnessed a bizarre sight: a handsome young man soaring through the sky, carrying a beautiful woman in his arms, while a ragged old man sprinted breathlessly on the ground below, trying to keep up. Young people today. No respect for their elders, the beggar grumbled, casting a resentful glance at the flying Sito. Save it, old man. You really think I'm going to carry a crusty beggar? Keep running. Sito shot back. He wasn't running a charity. If you aren't a pretty girl, you're walking. In his arms, Haruno chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she took in the panoramic view of the 8th floor. Sito-chan, this flight ability is incredibly convenient. She tightened her grip around his neck. It's all right, Sito replied. As far as I know, I'm the only player in the world with true flight right now. How did you unlock it? She asked curiously. It's not a skill, it's an innate ability, Sito answered vaguely, steering the conversation away. Skills in God's domain consumed mana MP, but his spatial flight was more like a bird using its wings. It only cost a negligible amount of stamina. He could stay airborne almost indefinitely. After 20 minutes of travel, the trio finally arrived at the entrance of Hero's Vale. The village was a graveyard. Piles of bleached bones littered the streets, and a heavy, oppressive fog hung over the ruins. It was a dead zone, in every sense of the word. This place feels wrong, Haruno said, her expression turning serious as her feet touched the ground. Don't sweat it. It's just the 8th floor, Sito said dismissively. If a level 20 player like him couldn't clear a mid-tier village, he might as well delete his account. Brave travelers. The old beggar wheezed, clutching his knees. A warning. The monsters here are immune to physical attacks. You'll need magic to hurt them. Haruno frowned, turning to Sito. I don't have any high-level magic spells. What do I do? Don't worry about it. I've got enough for both of us. Sito stepped into the village. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the world turned black. A thick, ink-like mist erupted from the ground, accompanied by the high-pitched screeching of thousands of insects. As the mist thinned, a sea of shadows emerged. Monster, Shadow Wraith HP, 3000/3000. They were humanoid silhouettes with glowing red eyes and no pupils. Sinister, but to Sito, they were just targets. Spatial Dragon's Roar. Spatial Dragon's Breath. Sito didn't hold back. He locked them down with a roar and vaporized the first wave with a blast of spatial energy. But a second later, the shadows respawned. This time, there were twice as many. Sito cleared the field again. Then came the third wave. The fourth. The seventh. By the 10th wave, the entire village was packed tight with wraiths. Holy crap. I'm leveling up like crazy. I'm already level 16. Haruno cried out from the village entrance. She was gaining massive shared experience just by standing there. Hero's Vale was effectively a high-speed power leveling exploit. Lady Traveler, maybe look at the actual situation, the beggar muttered, his lip twitching. Your partner is stuck in an infinite loop and you're just cheering for the XP bar. Sito slowed his attacks, using his superior speed to kite the mob. He realized the wraiths were being summoned by a core hidden somewhere in the village. The problem was the sheer number of buildings blocking his line of sight. He leaped into the air, hovering high above the ruins. Deep breath. He looked down at the village with cold eyes. Spatial dragons. A beam of spatial energy tore through the village like a tactical strike, leveling half the houses in an instant. As the buildings collapsed, the source of the shadows was finally exposed. Sito squinted. A massive, serpentine monster burst from the rubble of a destroyed manor. It was 30 meters long and 3 meters wide, a behemoth that had somehow been coiled inside a house. Mini-boss, Shadow Viper HP, 500,000/500,000, 500,000 HP. A decent warm-up, Sito remarked. He blinked instantly in front of the serpent's head. The viper hissed, spitting a glob of corrosive venom. Sito tilted his head, letting it sail past. Where the venom hit the ground, it melted the stone into a smoking pit. Spatial dragon's roar. Sito didn't give it a chance to breathe. He stunned the viper and began unloading his high-burst combo. He rained down spatial-infused strikes like they were free. The viper's health plummeted to 400,000 in seconds. Every time the stun was about to wear off, Sito dropped another crowd control skill. If the Shadow Viper could talk, it would have screamed, "You toxic CC spammer. Let me move." Thank you for reading. Chapter 23, Quest Clear. Chapter 23, Quest Clear. A gold tier material. 5 minutes later. Through a relentless loop of crowd control and high-burst damage, Sito finally brought the Shadow Viper down. As the serpent dissipated, the thousands of wraiths swarming the village vanished into thin air. A glowing blue crystal materialized where the mini-boss fell. Wraith Essence Orange material, the ultimate treasure of the Shadow Viper tribe. Using this as a core component in crafting significantly boosts a player's agility and movement speed. An agility-based orange material. Sito's eyes lit up. He had found rare materials before, but this was the first one that perfectly complemented his extreme speed build. He tucked it away, his mood lifting instantly. Hee, thanks for the carry, Sito-chan. I'm already level 18. Haruno chirped playfully. In the open world, party members share experience regardless of who deals the damage, a stark contrast to the boss labyrinths, where contribution is strictly calculated. Don't mention it, Sito waved her off, turning his attention to the shell-shocked beggar. All right, your village is safe. Time to pay up. The old man didn't respond. His eyes were glazed over as he stared at the smoking ruins of his former home. The village. It's gone. Sito had leveled half the structures to find the boss, and the old man looked like he was about to have a digital heart attack. He shakily pointed a finger at Sito. You destroyed it. My village is a crater. Sito rolled his eyes. It was a dead zone anyway. Would you rather I stayed on the ground and let that snake ambush me? Besides, without the viper, the shadows are gone. You can rebuild. Now the reward. Hand it over. He rested the flat of his chikudo against the old man's neck. The beggar. Is this guy a hero or a villain? With tears streaming down his face, the old man reached into his rags and pulled out a shimmering golden orb. Notification, players Say and Sunnycat have completed the quest, Tragedy of Heroes Vale. Reward obtained, Golden Sanctum Pearl Gold material, a legendary catalyst. When used during the crafting of gold tier equipment, it increases the success rate by 50%. Sito and Haruno both froze. This was a game changer. In the manual Sora had shared, there were fewer than 10 known gold materials in the entire database. While red tier materials were for raw stats, gold and silver tiers were almost exclusively used to guarantee successful high-level crafting. Its market value was astronomical. Is a very shiny toy, Haruno whispered, looking at the pearl with a mix of awe and envy. But since she had basically been a tourist during the fight, she knew better than to ask for a share. It's been passed down for generations, the beggar sighed. I figured it was worth money because it was gold, but I never knew what it actually did. It's perfect, Sito said, stowing the pearl and giving the old man a patronizing pat on the back. Good doing business with you, old-timer. The beggar's lip twitched. You held me at sword point. Sito turned to Haruno. What's your plan now? How about I pull an all-nighter with you, she suggested with a mischievous grin. Works for me. Let's go hunting for more rares. The two spent the rest of the night grinding. By 6 a.m., Haruno had hit the level 20 cap. Meanwhile, the official frontline raiders had finally cleared the floor 8 boss, and were currently banging their heads against the mechanics of floor 9. Sito picked up one last blue-tier material, and stretched his aching limbs. All right, Haruno. I've got school in a bit. Logging off. I need a nap before I face the world. Haruno rubbed her eyes, then gave him a playful wink. Saturday is the day after tomorrow. I'll come find you. I'll be waiting. They exchanged a smile and vanished into the logout sequence. Sito's apartment. As he pulled off the neural helmet, Sito felt a wave of vertigo wash over him. His head throbbed the classic gaming hangover. Good old all-nighter, he muttered. It reminded him of his middle school days when he and the blank siblings would lose track of time for days on end. He stumbled out of bed, stretched until his bones popped, and headed to the kitchen to put the kettle on. While waiting for his instant ramen to steep, his phone buzzed. Shiro, Sito NII. Did you pull an all-nighter? Sito, yeah. Just logged off. Heading to school soon. Shiro, oh. Sito, wait, aren't you and Sora enrolled at Sobu High too? Shiro, yeah. But like middle school. We're on official absence. We stay home and game. Sito chuckled. He knew they were both too socially anxious to handle a physical classroom, but their genius status let them get away with it. Sito, gotta go. Breakfast is calling, and so is the morning bell. Shiro, okay, good luck. He put his phone away, peeled back the lid of his ramen, and began to eat. Another day in the real world was starting, but his mind was already back on the 9th floor. Thank you for reading. Chapter 24, A Story About Me Lying Flat on Campus. Chapter 24, A Story About Me Lying Flat on Campus. Kyushu time, 7:25 a.m. The gates of Sobu High School were a flurry of activity as the morning rush tapered off. Most students were already in their homerooms for morning study, so the latecomers were few and far between. As the remaining students trickled in, they stopped dead in their tracks, staring in bewilderment at the security checkpoint. There, standing before the grizzled gatekeeper, was a silver-haired boy. He was strikingly handsome, enough to make several passing girls steal a second glance, but his attire was unorthodox. He was wearing full-body anime print pajamas, and clutching a plush pillow to his chest. This was, of course, Sito. After finishing his breakfast, he had realized his only school uniform was in the wash. Since he only owned one set, he decided the most logical course of action was to wear his pajamas. It wasn't like delinquent students wore their uniforms properly anyway, so why should he? The security guard stared at him, his eye twitching. Kid, you told me your uniform is in the wash. I can almost accept the pajamas. He pointed a shaking finger at the pillow under Sito's arm. But explain the pillow. Give me one good reason why you're bringing a pillow to school. And what is up with those pajamas? The guard screamed internally. The chibi anime girls are way too bright. The teachers always told us to treat the school like our own home, Sito replied, his face a mask of absolute sincerity. Actually makes a disturbing amount of sense, the guard muttered before catching himself. That is not a valid excuse. Sito cleared his throat and leaned in close, surreptitiously sliding 2 packs of premium cigarettes into the guard's pocket. Look, officer. I'm about to be late. Can we just overlook the domestic comforts? The guard felt the weight of the bribe. His stern expression wavered, then transformed into a look of grandfatherly approval. You're right. You're late. What are you still doing here? Get to class, young man. Much appreciated, Sito smiled. But the moment he turned his back, his expression soured. Those were the bribes I bought for Shizuka and SAE. That old dog took to PAX for a gate pass. Highway robbery. At least I still have the specialized liquor hidden in my inner pockets. The homeroom teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, and her assistant, SAE Chabashira, stood on the podium scanning the room. Every seat was filled except for one. Tell me that brat hasn't logged back into the game, Shizuka muttered, her fingers drumming restlessly on the desk. She was dying for a smoke. Maybe he's soloing the 9th floor boss, SAE remarked dryly. She had checked the boards earlier. The frontline raiders had cleared the 8th floor at 6 a.m., and were currently moving on the 9th. Given Sito's track record, the possibility wasn't zero. Shizuka's irritation grew. She had explicitly given him permission to sleep in class, and now he was pulling a no-show. If he's not here by the bell, I'm breaking down his front door, she vowed. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. The door to Class D swung open, and every head in the room turned simultaneously. Shizuka. The entire class. Sito strolled in, pillow in hand, looking like he'd just rolled out of bed, which, technically, he had. Morning, Shizuka-sensei, SAE-sensei. I'm not late, am I? Shizuka's face went from pale to a deep, murderous crimson. You really are taking that school is home metaphor literally, aren't you? Naturally, Sito nodded. Consistency is a virtue. Without waiting for a response, he marched to his seat, slammed the pillow onto the desk, and buried his face in it. His movements were fluid, practiced, and entirely devoid of shame. The class watched in stunned silence. Don't drink all the coconut milk. Within seconds, he was talking in his sleep. The students looked at the teachers. Both Shizuka and SAE were radiating a dark aura. They marched over to Sito's desk. Shizuka grabbed him by the collar and hauled him upright, while SAE snatched the pillow away. My pillow. Sito blinked blearily as his neck was hoisted into the air. Sleeping is one thing, but a pillow is an insult to the institution. Shizuka snarled. Listen up. We have a test next week covering everything we've done so far. If you score anything less than a perfect pass, well, you've seen my fist in the game. It hurts more in real life. She let go of his collar and stormed out of the room. Sito stared blankly for a second, then slumped back onto the hard desk. You think 10th grade math scares me? I've lived 2 lives, I could be your father. He closed his eyes and was out again in an instant. As the morning progressed, several subject teachers walked in and out. Each time they saw the boy in pajamas sleeping through their lectures, they paused in shock. But after a quick glance at the class roster, and a reminder of the special case status Shizuka had granted him, they simply sighed and moved on. Let the homeroom teacher deal with the pajama boy, they thought. We're not paid enough for this. Thank you for reading. It's a free chapter for you all. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Who in their right mind dates, anyways? Chapter 25, Who in their right mind dates, anyway? Lunch break. The students of Class D gathered in small groups to eat. Naturally, the primary topic of conversation was the boy currently face down on his desk, Sito. Behind him, Kagaya Shinomiya, the scion of the Shinomiya conglomerate, was eating an elegant lunch with her personal assistant, Ai Hayasaka. Hayasaka, how long do you think it'll take him to wake up? Kagaya asked, taking a graceful bite of rice. Judging by the dark circles under his eyes this morning, he likely pulled an all-nighter gaming, Hayasaka replied with her typical deadpan expression while nibbling on a fried shrimp. At this stage of exhaustion, as long as we keep the noise down, he probably won't wake up until, right on cue. Sito let out a grorgy groan and sat up. Hayasaka. Kagaya. It seems your calculations were a bit off, Hayasaka, Kagaya giggled, hiding her smile behind her hand. Hayasaka remained silent, her face a mask of indifference as she focused on her bento, though the speed at which she ate suggested she was slightly annoyed by the timing of his awakening. Sito blinked as his blurred vision stabilized. He scanned the room, then checked the clock. Noon already. He looked lazy as he propped his head up with one hand. Then, his stomach let out a thunderous growl. He realized he had completely forgotten to pack a lunch in his rush to get to school in pajamas. He looked at the girl in front of him, the invisible beauty, Megumi Kato, and tapped her lightly on the back. Megumi turned around slowly, her expression as flat and unreadable as ever. Sito-kun. Is something wrong? The surrounding students blinked. They looked at Megumi, collective question marks floating over their heads. Who is she? Is she in our class? Since when? Kato-san, I forgot my lunch today, Sito said, flashing a bright, cheeky grin. Think you could spare a bit? I suppose I could, Megumi nodded. She picked up her lunch box and placed it on Sito's desk. You know, Sito-kun. You're actually the first person in class to remember my name. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She seemed genuinely pleased. That subtle, main heroine charm did wonders for Sito's mood. You're sitting right in front of me. Of course I remember, Sito said. Without a second thought, he picked up the chopsticks in the box and started eating, completely disregarding the concept of an indirect kiss. Megumi opened her mouth as if to say something about the chopsticks, but ultimately decided it wasn't worth the effort and stayed silent. Behind them, Kagaya's face turned a bright shade of crimson. Is that an indirect kiss? Her romance brain, which usually operated at zero capacity, was suddenly overheating. Hayasaka glanced at her mistress. Sometimes, the young mistress is far too easy to read, she thought, continuing her meal. After a few bites, Sito pushed the box back to Megumi. Thanks, Kato-san. You're a lifesaver. You're welcome. Megumi hesitated for a long moment before picking up the same chopsticks to eat a small octopus-shaped sausage. Sito, meanwhile, caught the movement behind him in his peripheral vision. Seeing Kagaya's blushing face, he immediately realized what she was thinking. He couldn't help himself. He adopted the slow, taunting drawl of Admiral Kizaru. What have we here? Why is the young mistress's face so red? Thinking about something scandalous. Don't tell me. Sito struck a punchable, arrogant pose, looking down his nose at her. Does the great Shinomiya have zero experience in love? In this day and age, who hasn't been in a relationship? The taunt hit a nerve not just for Kagaya, but for the entire class. The atmosphere turned cold instantly because, in this room of geniuses and outcasts, nobody had ever dated anyone. Sensing the impending riot, Sito immediately pivoted. Relax, relax. I'm kidding. I've never dated anyone either. He scanned the room, his eyes landing on the effeminate Hideyoshi Kinoshita. Hideyoshi, you dating? Not at all, Hideyoshi replied instantly. Sito declared. Who in their right mind dates, anyway? Is dating even the right word? It's just being thirsty for someone else's body. Disgusting. Pure lechery. The tension in the room evaporated as the students nodded in solidarity. Even Hachiman, Eightman, Hikigaya gave Sito a mental thumbs up. A true ally, he thought. But Sito wasn't done. See, I'm different. If I'm thirsty, I'm honest enough to just say it. The class. They were nearly floored by his sheer, unadulterated gall. Kidding, kidding. Just trying to liven up the mood, Sito laughed. He stood up and walked over to Hideyoshi. By the way. Yes, Sito-san. Hideyoshi looked up, confused. Sito produced a pair of chopsticks from seemingly nowhere, and snatched a piece of Salisbury steak from Hideyoshi's bento. This is great. Top-tier stuff. Hideyoshi. Another food thief. The back door of Class D was kicked open with enough force to rattle the hinges. A shirtless, muscular figure charged into the room. "Don't you dare run." Iori Kitahara pointed a finger at Sito, his face contorted in a roar of fury. He had been looking for revenge ever since the class had stomped him the day before, but Sito had been sleeping or missing all morning. "What are you doing here?" Sito asked, his expression shifting to a deadpan, dead fish stare. He wasn't even slightly intimidated. "What am I doing? We're settling the score for yesterday, right here, right now. Thank you for reading. Hope you are all satisfied with the quality of the translation. And if you want to read ahead and support me a bit, please do check my P*Troan, Coco_890. This is it. Good night, sweet dreams. Chapter 26, Brother Iori, let me show you my secret weapon. Chapter 26, Brother Iori, let me show you my secret weapon. Sito grinned, walked up to Iori, and threw an arm around the muscular boy's shoulder. "Easy now, brother. Don't be so tense. I've got something for you, a little secret weapon, if you will." Sito cast a suspicious glance around the room, making a show of being surreptitious. He shielded his body from the class's view, and reached into the deep, inner pocket of his pajamas. Slowly, he pulled out a cold, condensation-covered bottle. "Iori Kitahara. Why do you have alcohol in your pajamas?" Iori screamed internally, but his eyes were already sparkling like diamonds. As a resident degenerate of the highest order, Iori's life revolved around the Holy Trinity, lager, ale, and spirit. Alcohol was the fuel that turned his normal stupidity into legendary idiocy. "My brother." Iori's face split into a wide, jagged grin. Sito quickly tucked the bottle back into his pajama cellar. The rest of Class D watched with growing irritation. If there was one thing they hated more than homework, it was Sito and Iori keeping a secret. "Just show us the damn weapon already," they thought. "Let's head to your class." "It's not safe to talk here," Sito whispered. Right. We'll grab Big Sisamaine too," Iori nodded vigorously. The two vanished from Class D, leaving behind a group of students whose curiosity was reaching a breaking point. Unlike Class D, which was packed with protagonist types, Class E was a breeding ground for legendary side characters. The room was dominated by the terrifying presence of Kirikuru Amu the Empress, and her circle of loyal followers, known as the Five Swords. On the other side of the room sat the idiocy department, mostly the cast from Daily Lives of High School Boys. When Sito and Iori burst in, the room went silent. "Distinctive," Amu said. She was in the middle of her lunch, but the sight of Sito in his chibi girl pajamas forced her to pause and question her life choices. "Brought some party favors for you to inspect." Sito laughed. He and Iori slid into the seats across from Amu. Then, he pulled open his pajamas like a black market dealer. 5 bottles of premium beer. Nobody knew how they fit in there without shattering. "Class E. Are you serious? You brought booze to school?" Someone locked the door. Amu barked. 2 students scrambled to bolt the classroom door shut. Sito cracked the bottles open. A bespectacled boy slid across the floor like a penguin. "Is it even legal to drink without including me?" Hidenori Tabata pushed up his glasses and produced 4 disposable cups from thin air, filling them to the brim. "Come on, don't be shy." Sito grabbed a cup and stood up. "I won't say much, but first, I owe Iori an apology." As he spoke, he jerked his body to the left, and a third of the beer splashed onto the floor. "Yesterday was my bad, brother. Don't take it to heart." His hand shook again. Another third of the beer hit the carpet. "I'm bottoming this out." With a final, violent flourish, the rest of the beer practically flew out of the cup, leaving about a thimbleful at the bottom. Sito threw his head back and downed the remaining drop. "Top shelf stuff." Class E. Their lips twitched in unison. They weren't blind. He didn't drink the beer, he gave the floor a bath. "Seize him!" Amu yelled. Iori and Hidenori moved like lightning, pinning Sito's arms and hoisting him up. Amu stood up slowly, her red lips curling into a dangerous smile. Nice try, kid. You trying to fish for a free pass in my class? Sito offered a weak, charming smile. Had some stomach issues lately. Doctor's orders. Stomach issues. How about I feed you myself then? Amu leaned in, her eyes dancing with mischief. Sito coughed, glancing at the slack-jawed students of Class E. I wouldn't say no, but maybe not in front of the witnesses. Wait for me after school. Amu waved her hand, and the boys released him. Sito rubbed his arms. The doctors were right, he thought. My stomach is weak. I can't handle hard food anymore. Only soft rice for me. Note, eating soft rice is a Chinese idiom for being a sugar baby or being taken care of by a wealthy woman. All right. I brought these for you guys, so get to it. Back in Class 1D, Hayasaka, what do you think they're doing next door? Kagaya asked her assistant. Her curiosity was eating her alive. Hayasaka. Unlike the sheltered Kagaya, Hayasaka was well versed in internet slang. Her mind immediately went to several inappropriate memes regarding secret weapons, causing her eyelid to twitch. They're probably just. Woohoo. Damn it, hide Nori. Take off the shirt. Don't be a coward. Take it off. Hoo. Literal monkey noises erupting from next door. Class D. The sudden eruption of primal screaming and monkey noises from the neighboring room left them speechless. What the hell was happening in Class E? It felt like they were being left out of the party of the century. While the class suffered in curiosity, Kirito blinked, pointing toward the front door. I think I just saw Sito-kun slip past. You're seeing things, Hideyoshi said. Glancing at the door. There's nobody there. Is that so? Must be the sleep deprivation. Kirito muttered, though he couldn't shake the feeling that a pajama-clad ghost had just haunted the hallway. Thank you for reading. Chapter 27, Sito, Iori, save me. Chapter 27, Sito, Iori, save me. As it turns out, Kirito wasn't seeing things. The ghost in the hallway was indeed Sito. Seconds earlier, the idiocy department of Class E had suddenly turned on Hidenori Tabata for some imagined slight. Watching a room full of teenage boys devolve into a primitive tribal riot made Sito realize he didn't belong there. He was a man of elegance and aesthetic god, who could fix his hair mid-battle. He couldn't be associated with such unwashed chaos. So he slipped out. His destination. The faculty office. He needed his pillow back. Sobu High School layout was simple. The third floor housed the freshmen, the fourth the sophomores, and the fifth the seniors. The second floor was for clubs, and the first floor was for administration. However, the freshman faculty office was conveniently located right on the third floor with the classrooms. Knowing the teachers usually headed out for lunch at this hour, Sito practically skipped down the hallway, humming a light-hearted tune. His beautiful voice echoed off the lockers, drawing stares from passing students. Of course, they weren't just staring at his singing, they were staring at the silver-haired boy in the mo-girl pajamas. He pushed open the office door, unaware that a little tail was following him. Ai Hayasaka had been sent by Kagaya to track Sito down. She had spotted him the moment he left Class E, and had been trailing him with a look of utter exasperation. He sings like an angel, but he's remarkably shameless, she thought. Suddenly, the office door flew open again. Sito scrambled out, clutching his pillow like a lifeline, his face a mask of pure terror. Hayasaka blinked, confused until a roar shook the hallway. You brat! Get back here! Shizuka Hiratsuka burst out of the office, a cigarette dangling from her lip, and a vein throbbing in her forehead. She looked like a demon general in pursuit of a deserting soldier. What had happened 10 seconds ago? Sito had waltzed into the office, spotted his pillow on the desk, and grabbed it with a victory grin. Unfortunately, he failed to notice that Shizuka and Sae hadn't gone to lunch. They were hiding in the corner, enjoying a quiet smoke break. Seeing Sito boldly breaking and entering to steal back confiscated property was the last straw for Shizuka. Why are these two chain smokers skipping lunch? Sito cursed, his legs moving like pistons. He bolted toward the back door of Class E and dove inside. He scanned the chaotic room and locked onto his target. Iori, save me. Who's messing with my brother? Iori Kitahara stood up, still holding a cup of beer, ready to fight the world. But Sito didn't stop. He zipped past Iori like a silver blur and flew out the front door. The students of Class E were left blinking in confusion. A second later, the back door opened again. Well. Class E is certainly lively. Shirtless. In school. The class froze. They turned slowly to find Shizuka Hiratsuka standing in the doorway, her dead fish eyes fixed squarely on Iori and his cup of beer. So, she said, her voice dropping an octave. Who wants to tell me who's been drinking? In perfect, terrifying unison, the entire class pointed their fingers at Iori Kitahara. Hidenori Tabata, also shirtless, had already dived behind a group of girls, shivering as he tried to hide the bottles. Iori's lip trembled as he realized he'd been sold out by everyone he knew. You traitors. Now, Shizuka commanded. Yes, ma'am, Iori whimpered, putting his shirt back on and trudging after her like a man walking to the gallows. Around a distant corner, Sito watched Iori being led away, and let out a delighted cackle. Did he need to be faster than Shizuka? He just needed to be faster than his teammates. Class E's chaotic reputation was the perfect smoke screen for a quick teammate sacrifice. Feeling triumphant, Sito clutched his pillow and turned to head back to class. The sound of a camera shutter and a bright flash cut through the hallway. Sito turned to see a girl with long silver blue hair holding up a smartphone. Her face was an absolute mask of indifference. The atmosphere grew awkward. Stalking me, little lady. That's not very honest of you, Sito teased, walking toward her with a playful smirk. The girl was none other than the legendary angel herself, Kanade Tachibana. Unusual, Kanade said, calmly putting her phone away. She was holding a bento box, and Sito noticed the contents immediately, Mappo tofu. You like Sichuan food? Sito asked, changing the subject. Kanade stopped. She turned back and looked him directly in the eye. Like it too. In this world, where the Kyushu region had unified the islands, Sichuan cuisine was incredibly popular. Kanade wasn't just a fan of Mappo tofu, she was a connoisseur of the spicy, numbing heat that defined the style. Of course. Sito nodded enthusiastically. The spice, the aroma, the way it makes your tongue go numb, it's the best. A tiny, almost invisible smile appeared on Kanade's face. Would you like to share? Sito realized he was still hungry after his meager, bento thief snacks earlier. I'd love to. And so, the boy in the pajamas and the angel of the school headed toward the rooftop for a spicy lunch. Thank you for reading. Please do leave a review, so I could know if you all like my translation and could happily do my work. Chapter 28, Standing in a Flamboyant World, Playing the Sound of Heaven. Chapter 28, Standing in a Flamboyant World, Playing the Sound of Heaven. Sobu High School, rooftop. Sito sat on the concrete ledge, happily devouring the Mappo tofu Kanade had shared with him. So, Kanade, why Mappo tofu? Sito asked between bites. Is it just the spice, or is there a story there? Kanade looked up at the vast blue sky, her expression ethereal. Because I want to experience as many of the things I love as I can, while I still have time left. Sito froze, a piece of tofu halfway to his mouth. While she still has time left. He suddenly remembered the lore from the Angel Beats anime. In that story, Kanade had a failing heart, and could only survive through a transplant. But this was the real world. An organ transplant was a high-risk gamble with no guarantees. Looking at the quiet, delicate girl beside him, Sito felt a sudden pang of sympathy. A heart condition? He asked softly. You're very perceptive, Kanade replied with a faint, melancholic smile. Tell me, Sito-kun. If there truly are gods in this world, do you think they would wish me luck? I have to undergo a transplant surgery in 2 years, she continued. Maybe sooner, if things take a turn. Sito found himself at a loss for words. He wasn't a doctor, he couldn't give her a medical guarantee. But looking into the eyes of this angel, he couldn't stay silent. He forced a confident, slightly Chinibu-style grin. Of course. The gods of this world will definitely bless you. He stood up, looking toward the horizon. And if the gods don't exist, then we'll just have to become gods ourselves and grant our own miracles. The cheesy, over-the-top declaration actually worked. A genuine smile broke across Kanade's face. Are you a middle school second-year syndrome patient, Sito-kun? Let's just say I'm an optimist, Sito laughed, reaching out to give her hair a gentle, affectionate ruffle. He couldn't heal her personally, but he could earn a fortune in God's domain. With enough money, he could hire the best surgeons on the planet. Besides, she was a main heroine, her luck stat had to be through the roof. You're very kind, Sito-kun, Kanade whispered, leaning slightly into the head pat. To her, Sito was a breath of fresh air, a kindred spirit she had met just when she needed one. By the way, Kanade, do you play God's domain? She shook her head. My heart can't handle the adrenaline spikes or the stress of full dive combat. The doctor said the neural load could trigger a relapse. Sito nodded. He now had a new motivation: get rich. We should head back, he said, checking his watch. Class is starting. Kanade stood up, her golden eyes lingering on him. Will you be here tomorrow, Sito-kun? Count on it. Sito tucked his pillow under his arm and gave her one last pat on the head. I'll bring some home-cooked Sichuan food tomorrow. We'll have a proper feast. I'll look forward to it. Sito returned to Class D just as the bell rang. He slumped into his seat under the curious gazes of his classmates. Sito-kun, Megumi Kato said, turning around with her phone in hand. The God's Domain official site just posted a massive update for tonight. Have you seen it? An event. Sito pulled out his phone. The top headline was pure clickbait, shocking. Floor 9 cleared. You won't believe what's waiting on floor 10. Typical marketing, Sito thought, clicking through. The news was big. The frontline raiders had breached the 9th floor 30 minutes ago. But floor 10 was different. It wasn't a standard grinding zone. It was a dedicated, event floor. Tonight, the game would host its first ever world event, the Battle Royale of the 10th. The rules were simple: players would gather on the 10th floor for a massive free-for-all. Points were awarded for kills. Unlike the normal world, dying during the event wouldn't result in level or gear loss. You'd just be warped to the spectator zone. First place, a mysterious mythic prize. Second place, a cache of gold-tier materials. Third place, a unique orange-tier set of your choice. This is going to be a bloodbath, Sito muttered, a predatory grin spreading across his face. He didn't know the exact format yet, but he was certain of one thing: first place was his. He put his phone away, slammed his head onto his pillow, and went back to sleep. After school, Sito woke up as the sun was setting. He stretched, grabbed his pillow, and walked out of the building, only to be cut off at the entrance by a familiar figure. Finally decided to join the land of the living. A Mukirukuru was leaning against the wall. She walked over and slung an arm around his shoulder. Just woke up, Sito yawned. Didn't think you'd actually wait for me. Well, you're the one who asked for a mouth-to-mouth drink, aren't you? Amu teased, her lips curling into a smirk. About that, Sito scratched his head. Look, I like pretty girls as much as the next guy, but Don't back out now. Amu interrupted. Let me finish. Sito looked at her with total deadpan seriousness. As a red-blooded male, can we skip the public teasing and just buy some beer and head to my place? It's actually pretty spacious. Thank you for reading. Chapter 29, Pre-Chapter 29, Pre-Event Prep. Gifting the blank legend. Amukarukaru's lip twitched. She opened her mouth to snap back, but the words died in her throat. Finally, after a long silence, she managed to sigh out a single sentence. Only you, Sito. Sito grinned shamelessly. You know me. My heart is a locked door, but my kidneys are open for business. Forget it. I'll deal with you on Saturday, Amu said, retracting her arm from his shoulder. See you then. Sito nodded. He liked Amu's straightforward nature. She was bold, aggressive, and knew exactly what she wanted, just like her anime counterpart. If they hadn't been best friends in middle school, she likely would have ignored him entirely, but their bond was deep enough to survive his nonsense. I'm heading home. I need to log in early for the event tonight. Make sure you add me. My IGN is Empress, Amu reminded him. It was a bold nickname, but it suited her perfectly. Sito figured she was likely playing a high-spec melee build. 20 minutes later, Sito was back in his apartment. He pulled his laundry in from the balcony. In this sweltering summer heat, clothes dried in a matter of hours. After a quick bathroom break, he collapsed onto his bed, pulled on his neural helmet, and initiated the dive. God's Domain, Floor 8. The moment Sito materialized, his HUD blinked with unread messages. He swiped them open. Sora, get to Floor 10, Sito. The event kicks off at 7 p.m. We need a strategy session. Shiro, Sito NII. Come to the 10th floor. We're in the safe zone in room 203. Sending coordinates now. I should add Amu first, Sito muttered. He typed in the name Empress and hit send. Player Empress has accepted your friend request. The response was instantaneous. Clearly, she had sprinted home and logged in immediately. Say, fast as always. Empress, wait. You aren't the Say, are you? One of the big three everyone is talking about. Say, the one and only. Empress, wow. Shy and retiring in real life, but a literal god on the forums. Talk about a split personality. Sito's lip twitched. Was she calling him a keyboard warrior? Before he could type a retort, her next message popped up. Empress, what's with the dots? Are you lagging or just glitching out? Empress, seriously? Still glitching. Sito closed the window. Crude woman. I refuse to engage. He opened the teleportation gate, entered the coordinates Shiro had sent, and vanished in a pillar of blue light. Floor 10, the safe zone. Sito arrived at the inn, and headed straight for the second floor. He knocked on the door of room 203. It's open. Maple's voice rang out from inside. He stepped in to find the usual suspects, Sora, Shiro, Maple, and Sally. Counting himself, the core team was now 5 strong. Do you want me to bring you a bento to school tomorrow? Maple asked excitedly the moment he sat down. She had wanted to today, but she was worried her mother would get the wrong idea. No thanks, I'll handle my own tomorrow, Sito said, shaking his head. While he loved Maple's cooking, he had a promise to keep with Kanade. Ah, okay, Maple didn't push it. Instead, she pulled Sito down to sit on the bed she was sharing with Sally. All right, the gang's all here, Sora said, tapping a holographic screen to bring up the event details. Take a look at the briefing. This isn't your standard mob grind. Sito swiped the notification into view. World event, the Carnage Feast description. In the Carnage Feast, every player is a potential enemy. Alliances are permitted, but trust is a luxury. Watch your back, the person beside you might be looking for a backstab. Rule 1. Every player killed grants 1 elimination point. Rule 2. If you kill a player with 3 or more points, you instantly steal 1/3 of their total point pool. Rankings, locked until start. Registered participants, 530 million. Eastern server only. Countdown, 3 hours and 30 minutes, over 500 million players. Sito raised an eyebrow. The Kyushu region had a population of 2 billion. For over a quarter of the nation to be logged in, and at level 20 within 48 hours of launch, was a testament to how dominant God's domain had become. We need to sweep the top 3 spots, Sito said, looking around the room. Obviously, Sora smirked. Blank never loses. And with you here, the outcome is already decided. Though be ready, I expect half the server will be gunning for us the moment the timer hits 0. Sito smiled. Let them come. It just means more points for us. Speaking of which, I have something for you, Sora. It should help secure that number 1 spot. What is it? Sora leaned in, intrigued. Sito opened his inventory and pulled out the evil moon set he had farmed from the Shadow Viper. He handed the shimmering gear to Sora. Sora's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This is insane. A unique orange tier warrior set. The stats were off the charts for the current level cap, but the kicker was the necklace it granted the wearer flight. The girls leaned in, eyes sparkling at the dark, elegant armor. With this set equipped, Sora wouldn't just be a top-tier player, he would effectively become the god of war for the upcoming event. Thank you for reading. T/N, good news I guess. 100 PS Power Stone equals 1 extra chapter. 500 PS equals still unknown. Not going to reach anyway. The extra chapter will be uploaded on every Sunday, or if miss it will be on Monday. Once again thank you for reading. Chapter 30, Hidden Talents, Defensive Upgrades, and the Kamui Space. Chapter 30, Hidden Talents, Defensive Upgrades, and the Kamui Space. So what do you think? Sito asked with a grin. Exquisite. Sora replied, admiring his new look. If I'm pivoting to a full-time frontliner, I'll need to dump some points into defense. Sora noted. In previous games, he had played a glass cannon marksman, rarely worrying about his HP pool. But as a warrior, survivability was key. Without hesitation, Sora equipped the Evil Moon set. He was instantly clad in sleek, pitch-black light armor. A matching helm featured a mechanical faceplate that masked the lower half of his face, leaving only his sharp eyes visible. I can ditch the clunky mask now. Sora swapped his standard headgear for a pair of futuristic black shades, completely obscuring his identity. Everyone has orange tier gear now, Sally sighed, looking at Sora with pure envy. Sito gave her a reassuring smile. Once the event is over, I'll find some time to farm a set for you. Wait, seriously? Sally froze, her eyes widening. She knew how Sito and Maple got their gear solo clearing high-tier bosses. While she was a pro, she wasn't on the same mechanical level as Sito or the Blank siblings. You'd do that? Of course. Sito nodded, outlining the hierarchy for the night. For the upcoming Carnage Feast, the goal is for me, Sora, and Shiro to sweep the top 3. Maple, you aim for the top 10. And what about me? Sally asked. Just have fun and try not to die too early. Sally. So I'm basically the mascot. In reality, the logic was sound. In a massive chaotic battlefield, Maple's impenetrable defense and AoE nukes were broken. Blank's raw mechanics were untouchable. Sally, while skilled, was a single-target specialist. By the way, Sito asked, what are your innate talents? I realized I never actually asked. Mine is Fatal Laceration, Sally said proudly. Every hit applies a bleed effect. The damage scales with my initial hit, and the duration is a fixed 5 minutes. It's a death sentence in a long fight. Mine is Mental Transcendence, Sora chimed in. It doubles all magic damage and massively increases the AoE of my spells. Sito's mind immediately went to a specific build. A battle mage. Exactly, Sora agreed. With this physical gear and my talent, I can imbue my sword with psychic energy. My total output will effectively triple. Once we craft some gold-tier gear with spirit-scaling stats, I'll be an unstoppable T0 threat. Sito NII. Mine is chaotic demolition, Shiro added softly. Every bullet I fire gains the properties of a high-explosive shell. Impact damage, blast radius, and knockback are all increased by at least 300%. Literal carpet bombing, Sito thought. He felt a wave of relief. His teammates were monsters. However, as strong as they were, they didn't quite reach the reality warping levels of his spatial mastery. But even with spatial mastery, Sito lacked a definitive defensive tool. This game offered near-infinite freedom for skill creation. Thinking of the ultimate defense, he recalled a legendary technique from Naruto, Abido Uchiha's Kamui. To create it, he needed a dedicated dimension. He looked at his white dragon ring, which contained a massive 1,000 cubic meter storage space. Sito closed his eyes, focusing his spatial energy on the ring's subdimension. He didn't just want to store items, he wanted to anchor that space to himself. Blue spatial energy flared, and a ball of violet light surged from the ring, sinking directly into Sito's eyes. The group jumped back in alarm. Sito-kun. What happened? Maple cried out. I'm fine, Sito replied. When he opened his eyes, a golden hexagram patterned the Star of David shimmered within his deep blue pupils. System notification, you have created a unique personal skill. Skill name, unnamed description, anchors your vision to a private subdimension. Allows for item storage and the ability to phase parts of or your entire body into the void. Can suck external targets into the dimension upon eye contact. Let's name it Kamui Space, Sito muttered, unashamedly borrowing the name. Skill Kamui Space successfully registered. Sito felt the last of his weaknesses vanish. He glanced at his ring. It had lost its storage function and dropped to blue quality, but the trade-off was a defensive skill that defied the laws of physics. Sito turned to Sora and toggled his PvP status to active, even within the safe zone's boundary. Sora, hit me. Full strength. The others looked on in confusion. Sora didn't hesitate. He drew his black blade and swung a horizontal slash aimed right at Sito's chest. The blade passed through Sito's torso, as if he were made of smoke. There was no impact, no damage, and no resistance. It was as if Sito existed in a different layer of reality. The four onlookers were left in absolute, stunned silence. Thank you for reading. Chapter 31, Event Start. Carpet bombing a continent of 50 million. Chapter 31, Event Start. Carpet bombing a continent of 50 million. What kind of skill is that? Maple's eyes were nearly bulging out of her head. Even for a girl who walked through fire without taking damage, seeing a sword pass through a human body like a ghost was too much. Sora shouted, his inner otaku awakening instantly. Is that literally Abido's Kamui from Naruto? Are you serious right now? In this world, the big three shonen series Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach were cultural cornerstones. Anyone with a passing interest in anime recognized the terrifying, untouchable nature of that space-time ninjutsu. Precisely, Sito nodded. He admired the golden hexagram shimmering in his reflection on his blade. I used my spatial talent to rewrite the properties of my ring's pocket dimension, and anchored it to my optic nerves. When I'm attacked, the targeted area of my body is instantaneously shunted into the void. If someone tries to nuke my entire position, my whole physical form slips out of this reality. I'm essentially a ghost in the machine. The group fell into a stunned silence. Such a skill was fundamentally broken. It didn't just mitigate damage, it ignored the very concept of being hit. Incredibly cool, Sora admitted, his voice dripping with envy. The eyes, If you swapped the blue and gold for black and red, you'd be a walking Uchiha meme. I love it. Shiro gave a silent thumbs up, her crimson eyes staring at Sito with a mix of curiosity and big brother pride. All right, the clock is ticking, Sito said, his tone shifting to business. The event starts soon. To maximize our gains, we're splitting up. Sora, you take the west. Shiro, you own the north. Maple, you take the south. Sally, you're on map coverage duty. Guide Maple to the densest clusters of players. I'll take the east. Let's sweep the rankings. Understood. Sora grinned. He wasn't worried about the big three being separated. In this game, they were the hunters and everyone else was just XP. The 10th floor. The sound of massive, ethereal bells echoed across the sky, vibrating through the souls of every player present. The Carnage Feast World event has officially begun. All participants will now be scattered to random coordinates outside the safe zone. Duration, 2 hours. Global Ranking Board, live. Initiating mass teleportation. In a flash of blinding light, millions of players vanished from the hubs and materialized across the vast, rugged terrain of the 10th floor. Sito opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. He was standing on a jagged cliffside overlooking a massive valley teeming with players. His teammates were nowhere to be seen. Time for some aggressive landscaping, Sito muttered. He kicked off the ground, his spatial wings unfolding as he soared into the air. Skill, Breath of the Space Dragon. A massive, shimmering vortex of spatial energy erupted from Sito's hands, tearing through the air like a localized hurricane. The blast hit the valley floor, and players didn't even have time to scream before their avatars shattered into data fragments. Elimination count, 2,560 for global rank. First Sito swiped open the leaderboard. Say, 2,560 for kills. Shiro, 2,196 kills. Sora, 2,067 kills. Kirito, 1,964 kills. Maple, 1,867 kills. Asuna, 1,758 kills. Kirito's moving fast, Sito noted with a smirk. The Black Swordsman isn't slacking. But Sito had the advantage of flight and massive AoE area of effect. He banked toward the east, raining down spatial distortions and gravity wells. 10,000 kills. 100,000 kills. 1 million kills. The numbers climbed with terrifying speed. Because the game was only days old, the vast majority of the 500 million players were under level 20. To Sito, they weren't enemies, they were grass waiting for a lawnmower. He moved like a natural disaster, leaving a trail of empty terrain behind him. By the end of the first hour, his mana reserves were halfway depleted, but his score was astronomical. Elimination count, 50,000,000 plus server announcement. The player, Say, has surpassed 50 million eliminations. His coordinates are now permanently marked on the world map. Go forth and claim his bounty. So, I'm the final boss now. Sito chuckled. He descended to a clearing, planting his black katana into the earth and resting his hands on the pommel. He didn't need to hunt anymore, the prey would come to him. 10th floor, spectator zone. Safe zone. The area was packed with millions of dead players watching the live feeds on massive holographic screens. Are you kidding me? I didn't even see him. Just a flash of blue and I'm back in the lobby, one player ranted. Say is a monster. 50 million. That's a tenth of the server. Look at Sora and Shiro, they're right behind him. The big three are literally erasing the competition. Hey, look at the east feed. Someone just reached Say's coordinates. Back in the valley, the air grew heavy. A group of elite-looking players began to emerge from the treeline, lured by the giant red marker on their maps. But it was the person in the lead who caught Sito's attention. I should have known you'd be a freak in this game too. Amukurukuru, the Empress, stepped forward. She was wearing form-fitting leather armor and heavy, glowing power gauntlets. Above her head, her own stats were visible to those nearby. IGN, Empress eliminations, 5 million kills. Not bad for a girl who's normally physical only, Sito teased, his golden star eyes locking onto her. You ready to lose that point streak, Amma? Amma slammed her gauntlets together, creating a shockwave. I'm here to collect your bounty, say. Thank you for reading. If you find any mistake, please comment on that section so I could correct it. Chapter 32, Is That You, Madara? The fourth great ninja warrior begins. Chapter 32, Is That You, Madara? The fourth great ninja war begins. Sito's lips curled into a sharp smirk as he surveyed the horizon. Surrounding him were no fewer than 100,000 players. This was no longer a skirmish, it was a sea of steel and ambition. Leading the charge were the little brothers and sisters Amma had recruited back in middle school, flanked by dozens of elite high-level players who had smelled blood. The HUDs above the crowd flickered with terrifying stats: Young Master Lin eliminations, 4, the Immortal King eliminations, 6, Phantom Shadow eliminations, 3, over 100 million kill veterans had converged on this single point. This scene was being broadcast live to the safe zone, where millions of spectators watched with bated breath, their blood boiling with vicarious adrenaline. Good God! Look at that formation. Every top-tier player in the East is gunning for him. Even for a legend, that's just insane. Wait, look at his posture. The way he's standing there alone. Is that you, Madara? It's the fourth great ninja war. I'm betting my life savings on Lord Say. Would you like to dance? This is way more hype than Boruto ever was. In the hearts of the players, Sito had transitioned from a mere top-ranker to a primordial calamity, an unstoppable force of nature. In the center of the battlefield, a single, high-pitched voice broke the tension. Down with Madara. Hinata belongs to everyone. The 100,000 players. Wrong anime, buddy. Totally wrong vibe. The moment of absurdity passed. Sito reached up, gracefully slicking his silver hair back with one hand. His gaze sharpened, turning cold and predatory. Come then. He unsheathed his black katana, leveling it at Amu. Amu roared. Kill him. Everyone together. Don't give him room to breathe. The earth shook as 100,000 players lunged forward simultaneously. It was like a tidal wave of iron crashing against a single rock. Sito's right foot dug into the dirt, and he vanished in a blur of speed, launching himself directly into the thickest part of the crowd. A spatial slash erupted from his blade, erasing scores of players instantly. Bring down the Demon King. Justice for the Ninja Alliance. Steel clashed against steel. Sito moved like a phantom, his swordplay so precise and brutal that every swing resulted in a death notification. He was a whirlwind of black and silver, weaving through the chaos with terrifying grace. Suddenly, Sito performed a high backflip, his spatial wings snapping open as he hovered 2,000 meters above the valley floor. Roar of the space dragon stasis. A shockwave of blue energy rippled outward. Instantly, 100,000 players froze in their tracks, their bodies locked by spatial pressure. Breath of the space dragon obliteration. A massive beam of distorted light hammered into the center of the valley. The ground groaned and shattered. In just 5 seconds, over 20,000 players were vaporized, turned back into raw data fragments. The high safe zone, rooftop terrace. The casualties of the earlier rounds Yukino, Yui, Kagaya, and Hayasaka stood together, mesmerized by the giant live feed. Yukino stared at the screen, her usual icy composure flickering with a trace of uncharacteristic worry. Beside her, Yui Yokohama had literal stars in her eyes. Sito Koen is. He's incredible. He's like a hero from a movie. Even Kagaya Shinomiya couldn't tear her eyes away. Hayasaka. Yes, young mistress. Do you think we could recruit him? If he joined the Shinomiya family, our influence would be absolute. Hayasaka looked at the screen, watching Sito's wild, untamed energy as he tore through an army. With all due respect, mistress. A player of his caliber doesn't need money. In this new era, his strength alone gives him a status equal to the Shinomiya family. To be honest, he might not even look twice at us. Kagaya's eyes widened. Not look twice at the Shinomiyas. The thought was world-shattering. The battlefield. The system announcements began to chime like a funeral bell. The second player to reach 50 kills has been marked. The third player to reach 50 kills has been marked. 6 players had now reached the 50 million kill threshold, including Sora and Shiro. But Sito didn't care. He was focused on the arrow currently flying toward his head. He activated Kamui. The arrow passed harmlessly through his brain, emerging from the other side of his skull. The players who saw it felt their hearts sink. It really is Kamui. How are we supposed to hit a ghost? Don't panic. If we can force him to suck us into his dimension, we can. Are you stupid? He has AoE, melee, and flight. He doesn't need to capture us, he's just going to erase us. The morale of the 100,000-strong army crumbled in an instant. Losing your fighting spirit already. Sito's golden star eyes glowed with divine light. Then I won't waste any more of your time. Let's clear the field. Sito ascended even higher, his silhouette blocking out the artificial sun of the 10th floor. Breath of the Space Dragon max output. A colossal pillar of spatial fire descended like the hammer of a god, carving a massive, smoking crater into the earth and silencing the valley forever. Thank you for reading. Chapter 33, Event End. A reward stained with the breath of God. Chapter 33, Event End. A reward stained with the breath of God. Rumble. The 10th floor was left unrecognizable. Under the relentless barrage of Sito's spatial breath, the army of 100,000 had been erased. Even the elite high-rankers, the cream of the crop, had been vaporized in an instant. When the dust settled, only 30 players remained standing. The spectators in the safe zone were paralyzed. They had expected a fight, they witnessed a genocide. Current elimination count, 110, 000, 000, plus Sito glanced at the notification. By wiping out that specific group, he hadn't just gained 100,000 points, he had absorbed a portion of the massive point pools those players had already collected. At this moment, his first-place position was unshakable. It was mathematically impossible for anyone to catch up unless they killed him. And with Kamui space active, physical blades and magical spells simply phased through him like light through a window. Sito descended slowly, his feet touching the scorched earth. He looked at the 30 survivors, including a panting Amane Amakusa. So, Sito said, his voice calm and melodic. Are you coming all at once, or do I take you one by one? Don't you dare look down on me. Amu roared. The power gauntlets on her fists suddenly flared with an eerie, flickering black light. Her innate talent. Sito mused. A physical enhancement talent, it suited the Empress perfectly. The other survivors followed her lead, activating their final trump cards and charging. Sito didn't even raise his sword. He stood still, a serene expression on his face, as a cacophony of ultimate skills rained down on him for 10 straight minutes. Nothing landed. Every strike, every explosion, every desperate lunge passed right through his silver-haired form. It's over, Sito whispered. He finally raised his black katana. A single-dimensional slash swept through the clearing. The fabric of space tore open, and the last 30 millionaires of the leaderboard were gone. Final rankings, say, 110 million kills Shiro, 98, 210, 000 plus kills. Sora, 98, 160, 000 plus kills. Maple, 56, 700, 000 plus kills. Taoist Sect, 55, 360, 000 plus kills. Storm Rider, 55, 120, 000 plus kills. Sito sheathed his blade with a satisfying click. A gentle breeze ruffled his white trench coat, as the live feed camera zoomed in for a heroic close-up. Across the server, female players and quite a few male ones found themselves breathless at the sight of the untouchable god. Scanning the top 100, Sito noticed that Kirito and Asuna had been eliminated. While they were top tier, they couldn't compete with the raw efficiency of the blank siblings or the absolute cheat luck of Maple. In the spectator zone, the big three were already relaxing. Sora lay back on a tree branch, yawning. Second place is secured. Easy money. Shiro sat on the grass, stretching her tiny limbs like a cat. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, Maple was currently being carried away by Sally, screaming as two high-rankers chased them. Why are they only following me? Because they're too scared to touch the big three. Sally yelled back, dodging a fireball. And stop complaining. They only chipped 30 points off your defense. You regenerate faster than that. Maple whimpered. Sito had spoiled her so much with perfect clears that losing even a sliver of her invincibility felt like a crisis. Suddenly, the live feeds cut to black. A system-wide announcement thundered through every player's mind. The Carnage Feast has concluded. Calculating rewards. Players say, your mysterious prize has been delivered. Floor 11 is now open. Guild functionality is now unlocked. Sito looked down at his palm. Resting there was a fragment so small it was barely visible, smaller than a sesame seed. Unknown fragment rank. Description: a shard stained with a trace of divine breath. To a mortal, even a single breath of a god is instant death. However, this fragment will grant you a unique evolution. Sito narrowed his eyes. Before he could react, the fragment dissolved into a streak of white light and plunged into his chest. Your personal status has undergone an abnormal mutation. New interface loaded. Crafting limit increased, you may now forge god-tier equipment. Sito hurriedly opened his status window, HP, 20,000/20,000 Divine Power MP Replacement, 10 Godhood, none stats, Divine Attack, 65 Divine Defense, 65 Divine Magic, 65 Divine Speed, 6,255 Talent, Spatial Mastery. Divine Power. God-tier crafting. Sito was stunned. The fragment had overwritten his mortal stats. While the numbers looked low, the prefix divine meant he was likely operating on a completely different damage scale than other players. He didn't have a godhead yet, he wasn't a deity, but he was something more than human. A god-touched mortal. Sito felt a surge of unknown energy coursing through his veins. He wasn't just a top player anymore. He was on the path to apotheosis. Not bad, he smirked, looking toward the sprawling towers of the 11th floor. Looks like I've officially started my journey to become a literal god. 100 floors. Better make them interesting. Thank you for reading. Chapter 34, The Birth of the Fatui. Long live the Tsaritsa. Chapter 34, The Birth of the Fatui. Long live the Tsaritsa. Sito stared at his updated status window, the word pulsing in his mind. He wasn't there yet, but he was the only one in God's domain with a map to get there. But the most immediate perk of his divine status. He could now forge god-tier equipment. These weren't just the legendary gold or orange items other high-rankers dreamed of, these were artifacts. Weapons of the gods. A message notification snapped him out of his reverie. Maple, Sito-kun, where are you? The event is over. Say, still at the valley. Haven't moved yet. Maple, the gate to the 11th floor is open. Everyone is already heading through. Meet us here. Coordinates. Say, on my way. With a thought, Sito triggered the teleportation. His body dissolved into pillars of light, leaving the scarred wasteland of the 10th floor behind. Floor 11, the city of Etheria. The safe zone of the 11th floor was a sprawling, Gothic metropolis that put the previous hubs to shame. Enormous stone spires reached toward a perpetual twilight sky, and the air hummed with magical resonance. With the opening of this floor, the level cap had officially been raised to level 40. To go any higher, the players would eventually need to breach the 20th floor. Sito materialized in a high-end tavern, the scent of roasted meat and fine ale filling his senses. Sito-kun. Over here. Sito spotted his team at a large circular table in the corner. He made his way over and slid into the seat next to Maple. How were the rewards? He asked, leaning back. Sora grinned, looking revitalized. Sito nii. My reward was a custom mech suit core, Shiro added, her eyes sparkling with rare excitement. I just got a heap of ancient red materials, Maple admitted, sounding a bit dejected. Since she placed in the top 10 but not the top 3, her reward was purely crafting focused. A mech suit. Sito rubbed his chin. He remembered how Maple eventually became a walking fortress in her own story. If Shiro was already getting tech-based gear, the potential for a machine god build was terrifyingly high. They're all solid prizes, Sito nodded. But Sito-kun, what about yours? Sally leaned in, her curiosity getting the better of her. What does the first place winner get? A fragment of divine breath. It unlocked a unique evolution path for me, Sito said calmly. It's essentially the path to apotheosis, becoming a god. Becoming a god? Sally's eyes went wide. Can we do that too? Sito shook his head. The description said a normal person would be erased from existence just by touching a fragment like that. It's a high-risk, high-reward path. I wouldn't recommend looking for it unless the system offers it to you directly. The group went quiet. If the divine path was that dangerous, it truly was meant only for the person sitting at the very top. So Maple said, breaking the silence. The guild system is officially online. Are we going to start one? We need a name. Sito hummed in thought. They were a group of undefeated legends, and he was a man walking the path of a deity. A name like Maple Tree was too soft. Never Lose was a bit too on the nose. How about the Fatui? Sito suggested. The Fatui. Sora repeated the name, rolling it around his tongue. Sophisticated. What's the meaning behind it? Sito looked into the distance, a nostalgic smirk playing on his lips. It's a name for a collection of fools who dare to challenge the world. A group of elites, executors who control wealth, politics, and the very power of the gods themselves. We'll have 11 seats of harbingers. It's a title that carries weight. He thought of the harbingers back home, the elegance, the absolute power, and the sheer style of their winter coats. If they were going to rule this game, they might as well look the part. The others exchanged glances. They didn't fully grasp the reference, but they trusted Sito's taste. It sounded far cooler than anything else they had come up with. I'm in, Sora said. As long as I get a cool title. Me too, Shiro whispered. If it's Sito-kun's choice, I like it. Maple cheered. Sito opened the menu and finalized the registration. Guild created, Fatui Guild leader, say harbingers, high-ranking members, none. Members, none. Guild territory, none. Guild vault, empty. Player Maple has joined the Fatui. Player Sora has joined the Fatui. Player Shiro has joined the Fatui. Player Sally has joined the Fatui. The territory can wait, Sito said, looking at the empty vault. Buying land on the 11th floor is a waste of capital. We'll wait until we hit the higher floors to establish a permanent headquarters. We focus on the grind. The fatuous had gathered. The game didn't know it yet, but the 11 harbingers were about to bring a permanent winter to God's domain. Thank you for reading. Chapter 35, Skills in Reality. The Dawn of Supernatural Power. Chapter 35, Skills in Reality. The Dawn of Supernatural Power. Excellent, Sito said, nodding in satisfaction at his new teammates. It's past 9 now. I'm heading offline. Maple looked up, her cheek stuffed with tavern bread. "Why so early today, Sito-kun?" The others looked equally confused. Usually, the big three would grind until the early hours of the morning to maintain their lead. "I want to get some proper sleep," Sito replied with a mysterious smile. He had a mission tomorrow: wake up early, prepare a world-class meal, and share lunch with his angel, Kanade. "See you all tomorrow." With a wave of his hand, Sito initiated the logout sequence. Sito's apartment. Sito opened his eyes and pulled off the sleek neural helmet. But as he sat up, he froze mid-motion. His breath hitched in his throat. "What is?" He stared down at his body. He wasn't wearing his pajamas. He was clad in the signature white trench coat of his in-game avatar. On his right index finger sat the white dragon ring, shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. Leaning against his nightstand was the jet-black Tachi he had used to slaughter millions just an hour prior. More than the gear, he felt his body pulsing with an alien, overwhelming vitality. He felt light, powerful, as if the laws of gravity were merely a suggestion. This sensation. Sito clenched his fist, feeling the air compress under his strength. He didn't know how it had happened, but the implication was terrifyingly clear. His digital power had manifested in the physical world. With a single thought, he triggered spatial shift. In a blur of blue light, he vanished from his bed and appeared instantly in the center of his living room. He grabbed a hand mirror from the counter and shifted back to his bedroom, sitting on the edge of the mattress. In the mirror, his deep cerulean eyes were no longer normal. Within the pupils, a golden hexagram, the mark of his Kamui space, glowed with a dreamlike radiance. He turned toward the black sword on the floor and focused his gaze. A localized space-time vortex swirled above the blade, sucking the heavy weapon into his private dimension in a matter of seconds. Sito took 2 deep breaths, forcing his racing heart to steady. Supernatural power. Real-world manifestation. God's domain could no longer be classified as a mere VR game. This was a bridge between worlds. He thought of the countless web novels about game and reality merging. It seemed those stories weren't just fiction anymore. This game was gifting him the powers of a literal deity. "I can't let up now," Sito's eyes flared with renewed ambition. He could never abandon the game. In fact, he had to dominate it. If the rewards for first place were this reality warping, he had to secure every first clear and event victory moving forward. Mortality was a cage. Who would choose to wither away into dust when the path to immortality was sitting right on their nightstand? Suddenly, a holographic interface flickered into existence before his eyes without the helmet. Divine power, 10 divine stats, ATK, 65 def, 65 SPD, 6255. Talent, spatial mastery notice, direct dive available. Would you like to initiate true login? Direct dive. Sito murmured. He clicked the prompt. A wave of vertigo hit him, his vision spinning for a split second before he materialized exactly where he had stood 10 minutes ago in the tavern on the 11th floor. "Sito-kun, you're back already?" Maple asked, blinking in surprise. The group hadn't even finished their drinks. Warning, player is using physical form for login. Resurrection function, disabled. Death in-game will result in absolute death in the physical world. Sito scanned the warning. It was true. He hadn't just projected his consciousness, his physical body had crossed the threshold into the game world. This was true presence. "Just forgot something." "Carry on," Sito said, giving them a casual salute before logging back out. He reappeared in his bedroom, his mind racing. The game's servers are managed by the global administration. Do they know? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. If the authorities knew God's domain was a gateway to godhood, they wouldn't have left the top-ranked players alone. They were likely treating it as a massive economic engine, unaware of the metaphysical bomb sitting in their basements. Right now, he was the only person who knew the truth. "At level 20, I'm already beyond human," he whispered to the empty room. Without my Kamui, a missile might hurt me. But at level 40, I'll be immune to conventional warfare. At level 100. He laughed, a sharp, wild sound. I'm discarding my humanity. From blood and bone to a throne of stars. After the adrenaline subsided, he sat back down to reflect. The answer was obvious, the divine fragment. That tiny speck of God-touched light was the catalyst. It had converted his data into divine essence, allowing his digital self to overwrite his physical self. In this godless age, I'll set the new standard, he vowed. I will be the first god of this era. Success required him to stay one step ahead. Every floor, every boss, every secret, he would claim them all for the Fatui. Determined, Sito tucked his gear into his spatial dimension, washed up, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Tomorrow he had a lunch date with an angel, and a world to conquer. Thank you for reading. Chapter 36, Sito, you guys want a bite? It's absolute fire. 1043 words special extra chapter, thank you. A big thank you to Omarion_Bedward for the 5-star review. Your support truly means a lot and motivates me to keep going. Chapter 36, Sito, you guys want a bite? It's absolute fire. Sito opened his eyes as the morning sun hit his face. The light caught his cerulean irises, making the golden hexagram within them shimmer like a piece of high-tier jewelry. He sat up and stretched, his joints popping with a satisfying rhythm. Best sleep of my life, he murmured. He moved with a fluid grace that wasn't there yesterday. After sliding into his school uniform, he didn't walk to the bathroom. With a thought, he used spatial shift and materialized directly in front of the sink. After a quick wash and a toothbrushing session, he shifted again, appearing in the center of the kitchen. He opened the fridge, scanning the ingredients like a general inspecting his troops. For lunch with Kanade. Let's go with sliced Szechuan beef, double-cooked pork belly, and some silken mapo tofu. Hearty, classic, and perfect for a bento. He set to work. His culinary skills were refined by years of living alone, but with his newfound spatial precision, his knife work was surgical. The pork was sliced into paper-thin ribbons, the tofu was cubed into perfect, uniform squares. 30 minutes later, the intoxicating aroma of spicy oils and savory garlic filled the apartment. He packed the feast into 3 high-grade insulated bento boxes. Then, his gaze fell on a portable induction stove and a bag of premium frozen meatballs and wagyu slices. Breakfast hot pot in the classroom. Yeah, that sounds about right. He wasn't worried about strong flavors or school etiquette. He was a man who could phase through reality. Why should he care about a dress code? He packed the stove, a pot, and a bag of ingredients and headed out. Sito walked down the street for a few blocks until he found a secluded alleyway. Checking his mental map, he focused on the school's rooftop. He materialized on the roof of Sobu High. It was 6:50 a.m. Students were just starting to trickle through the front gates. He strolled down to the 3rd floor and entered Class D. Only one person was there, Yukino Shida. You're early, she noted, looking up from her book. Her eyes traveled from his face to the massive bento boxes, and finally to. Is that a portable stove? And a bag of frozen brisket? Morning, Flatty, Sito said casually, dropping his bentos into his desk. He walked over to a small table near the podium, pulled up a chair, and set up the stove. He plugged it into a nearby outlet, poured in some bottled water, and a block of spicy soup base, and turned it to high. Within minutes, a rich, spicy, and savory steam began to waft through the room. Yukino, who had already eaten breakfast, felt a traitorous pang of hunger in her stomach. My name is Yukino Shida, she said, her voice like ice. It seems your memory is as faulty as your sense of decorum. First the pillow, and now a hot pot. Do you think this school is your private lounge? Nobody eats hot pot for breakfast. It's heavy, it's pungent, and it's frankly. Sito didn't blink. He just watched the bubbles rise in the pot. Her tongue is as sharp as a poisoned blade. I wonder how she'd fare against Shiro's bluntness. The door opened. Kagaya Shinomiya and Hayasaka entered. They stopped dead in their tracks, their noses twitching at the scent. A moment later, Asuna Yuki walked in, her expression mirroring the shock of the others. By 7:15 a.m., the classroom was nearly full. Every student was staring at the corner of the room with a mixture of confusion, annoyance, and secret envy. What is he doing? Maple Kid Hanjo whispered to Sally Risa Shiramine. He logged out early to prep a breakfast buffet. I don't know, Risa whispered back, swallowing hard. The scent of simmering wagyu was making her mouth water. But honestly, it smells incredible. I feel like my breakfast toast was a waste of time. Sito ignored them all. He prepared a small bowl of dipping sauce, lifted the lid of the pot, releasing a fresh cloud of aromatic steam, and swirled a slice of beef in the broth. He blew on it gently and took a bite. He sighed, closing his eyes. I really am a genius. The class. The sheer audacity of his satisfied expression made half the class want to slap him, and the other half want to join him. After a few more bites, Sito realized standing up wasn't comfortable. He looked at the student closest to him, Asuna. Hey, wife. Ahem, Yuki-san, mind if I borrow your desk for a second? I need a surface for the sauce. Asuna Yuki. The class, he's calling her wife now. This bold playboy. Asuna's face flushed slightly. Sito-kun, you really should put that away. Hiratsuka-sensei is going to be here any minute. You're going to get in so much trouble. It's fine, Sito waved a hand dismissively. If I were afraid of Shizuka, I wouldn't have brought the spicy base. You want some? It's absolute fire. The class, does he have a death wish? Sito looked around, seeing the collective what the hell looks on their faces. He misunderstood their silence as politeness. He held up a perfectly cooked meatball. Seriously, none of you. It's delicious. You're missing out on the fuel of champions. No hustle, no muscle, Sito muttered. He wiped his mouth, stood up, and walked out of the classroom. The students blinked. Was he giving up? A moment later, a roar echoed from Class E next door. You're the one who ditched me yesterday. I'm going to relax, Iori. I brought breakfast. Is that hot pot I smell? Premium wagyu. Let's go. Wait for me, Iori. Sito, save some for me too. The students of Class D watched in stunned silence as Kitahara Iori and his rowdy friends rushed into their room like a pack of hungry wolves. Thank you for reading. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, A huge shout out, and thank you to Shadow Reader for being the first member to join my P*Trian. It was honestly a huge surprise for me. I couldn't believe it at first and kept checking again and again to make sure it wasn't a dream. Thank you so much for your support. I'm truly grateful. Chapter 37, A 30-minute office tour, the privilege of the bold. 1 minute later. In Class 1D, pure bliss. Iori Kitahara and Hidenori Tabata wore expressions of pure ecstasy. Each held a paper cup and a pair of chopsticks, squatting around the induction stove with Sito, frantically devouring meat like men possessed. I have to say, this wagyu is top tier. Iori mumbled, shoving another slice of marbled beef into his mouth. Hidenori looked up, scanning the silent, judgmental eyes of Class D. What are you all staring at? If you're hungry, grab a cup. No hustle, no muscle, your loss. He followed up by swallowing a meatball whole. The students of Class D. As expected, anyone who hangs out with Sito eventually loses their sanity. Click-clack, the sharp sound of high heels echoing through the hallway suddenly froze the trio in place. The executioners are arriving. What's the play? Hidenori asked, his voice low. Am I a man who knows fear? Sito countered. If we're going down full. Iori waved a hand. He'd survived enough campus disasters to know that once you're caught, you might as well finish the meal. Keep eating, Sito commanded. The trio went back to their feast with a renewed, desperate vigor. The front door of Class D swung open. Shizuka Hiratsuka didn't even have to step inside to know what was happening. The pungent, spicy aroma of a high-end hot pot had already colonized the entire corridor. The teacher of Class E, Mafuyu Kurisu, stopped in her tracks right behind Shizuka. Seeing Shizuka's temple throbbing with a visible vein, she peeked into the room. Her jaw dropped. In the corner of the classroom, 3 teenagers were huddled around a steaming pot, gorging themselves like they were in a competitive eating contest. She recognized 2 of them instantly. They were her own students. Kurisu Mafuyu stood frozen, her mind processing the sheer lack of discipline. Shizuka Hiratsuka took a deep breath and roared, "Enough. All 3 of you." Sito and his cohorts instantly dropped their chopsticks and stood at attention. The students of Class D felt like weeping with relief. Finally, someone had arrived to exorcise these demons. Mafuyu Kurisu stepped in, her expression icy and sharp. "Hot pot for breakfast. In a classroom. Which one of you came up with this brilliant idea?" Sito pointed at Hidenori. Hidenori pointed at Iori. Iori pointed at Sito. The 3 of them shared a brief, silent look of betrayal before falling back into silence. "I didn't eat breakfast this morning," Sito said, flashing a charming, innocent smile. "Most students eat lunch in the classroom anyway. I figured I was just early." Shizuka's eyes narrowed, glaring at him. Who in their right mind eats a full-course spicy hot pot at 7 in the morning? "I am currently doing exactly that," Sito replied logically. "Shizuka. Mafuyu. Come with me." "Now," Shizuka said with a terrifyingly kind smile. "You too as well," Mafuyu added, her finger trembling slightly as she pointed at Iori and Hidenori. The 3 troublemakers marched out of the room. "Head to the faculty office," Shizuka commanded. "Wait for me there. I'll deal with you once morning homeroom is over." As they walked down the hall, Sito stopped and looked back toward the classroom. "What's wrong?" Iori asked. "Regretting it now?" "It's too late for that," Hidenori added. "No," Sito said, his face dead serious. "I'm just worried Shizuka-chan might throw my pot away." Hidenori. "Of course. You absolute idiot." Hidenori then processed what Sito had said. "Did you just call our teacher Shizuka-chan? Is she not beautiful? Is she not cute?" Sito asked as if it were the most obvious fact in the world. The other 2 shuddered, picturing Shizuka's legendary iron fist. "You truly are the bravest man I know," Hidenori said, giving Sito a thumbs up. They entered the faculty office, ignoring the confused stares of the other teachers. Sito strolled over to Sae Chabashira's desk, pulled up a chair, and sat down comfortably. Iori and Hidenori shuffled over to their own vice homeroom teacher, a balding man in his 50s. "Sensei, I've been having some stomach issues lately. I really need to stick to soft foods," Sito joked, leaning toward Sae. He knew Shizuka would likely try to punch him later, and he was actually looking forward to testing his new physical stats against her martial arts. But for now, he wanted to kill time with the cool-headed Sae Chabashira. "Back in trouble already?" Sae glanced at him, pulling out a cigarette. "Just a minor misunderstanding," Sito chuckled. He pulled out a sleek lighter and flicked it open, offering her a light. Sae didn't refuse. She leaned in, lit the cigarette, and took a long drag. "Where'd you get the lighter?" "Don't tell me you smoke." "But I used to write light novels in middle school for extra cash. I learned early on that it's good to have a light ready when you're networking over dinner." "What was the book called?" Sae asked, blowing a cloud of smoke. "Living with My Beautiful Teacher." Once again, thank you for your support at Shadow Reader. Thank you for reading. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, a rather strange title for a novel. 1065 words. Chapter 38, a rather strange title for a novel. Sae Chabashira's mouth twitched. She wasn't the only one. A ripple of awkward silence spread across the faculty office as the other teachers processed Sito's middle school literary career. Iori Kitahara and Hidenori Tabata stared at Sito like he was a legendary hero or a complete madman. Living with my beautiful teacher. What kind of suspicious plot is that? Sae glanced at him, exhaling a thin trail of smoke. She finally understood why this boy wasn't afraid of her or Shizuka. In his mind, he wasn't looking at authority figures, he was looking at peers. Or worse, romantic interests. Tell me, Sae said, her voice dropping into a dangerous, velvet calm. Are you interested in me, or are you interested in Hiratsuka-sensei? I'm interested in both. Sito replied instantly, without a shred of hesitation. Quite the appetite. Sae's icy expression actually cracked, revealing a fleeting, amused smirk. Trading barbs with this brat was proving to be the highlight of her morning. So you plan on dating two of your teachers at once? Sito looked at her as if she were the confused one. Dating is a waste of time and money. Why go through all that effort when we can just skip to the wedding? The surrounding teachers. The two delinquents behind him. This kid is a conversational genius. Skip to the wedding. Are you sure you're not just a world-class lecher? Young man, you're too naive, the balding vice homeroom teacher from Class E interjected, clutching his chest. I'm from a traditional family. Last week my son got married. Between the ceremony and the dowry, it cost me $500,000. Marriage is the most expensive battle you'll ever fight. Sito blinked and let out a blunt response, isn't that just being a colossal sucker? The bald teacher. The man looked like he had suffered a critical internal injury. He turned away, two streaks of silent tears running down his cheeks, as he retreated into a corner to question his life choices. Sito ignored the casualty and turned back to Sae, leaning in slightly. Actually, sensei, my apartment is quite spacious. If you ever need, stop right there, Sae cut him off. If she let him continue, half the faculty would be in therapy by noon. By the way, what's going on with your eyes? She had noticed at the moment he sat down. His cerulean eyes were shimmering with a golden, six-pointed star pattern. It made his already striking features look almost ethereal, like a masterpiece of ancient art. She was certain of one thing, those weren't colored contacts. The light within them felt. Oh, these. Sito smiled smoothly, weaving a lie. Just some custom lenses I bought online. Fashion forward, right? Is that so? Sae didn't press him. She was smart enough to know when a student was hiding something deeper. Speaking of things that are fashion forward, your performance last night was impressive. Taking on 100,000 players single-handedly. You saw that too. Iori and Hidenori rushed over, abandoned their post by the bald teacher. Brother, that was legendary. It was way more hype than anything on TV. Were you guys worried about your teacher catching you? Sito asked, glancing at their abandoned station. You literally talked him into a midlife crisis, Iori laughed. He's basically catatonic now. We're safe. Sito chuckled and leaned back. Honestly, those 100,000 players were trash. Not a single elite among them had a piece of purple tier gear. Killing them was like stepping on ants. Iori and Hidenori winced at the sheer flex in his voice. So what was the first place reward? Sae asked, taking another drag of her cigarette. A bunch of gold-tier crafting materials and a comprehensive encyclopedia of ingredients, Sito lied through his teeth. He wasn't about to mention divine breath or godhood in a public office. Sae nodded. An encyclopedia of rare items was exactly the kind of strategic reward a top-tier player would receive. For the next 20 minutes, the office was filled with the sound of their banter. With Sito leading the conversation, there was never a dull moment. Even the stoic Sae Chabashira found herself laughing more than she had in the last year. The bell signaled the end of morning homeroom. Iori and Hidenori scrambled back into their punishment positions as the other teachers began to filter back in. Sito, however, remained comfortably seated. "Aren't you going to stand up?" Sae asked. "Hiratsuka-sensei is coming." "Let her come," Sito smirked. "In a 1v1. I'm not losing to her." Sae chuckled softly. She remembered a time Shizuka had sent a muscular thug to the hospital with a single punch. Sito's confidence was charming, but she feared he was about to meet the iron fist of Sobu. Clack, clack, clack. Shizuka Hiratsuka walked in, carrying Sito's portable stove in one hand, and her other hand curled into a tight fist. She marched straight toward him, a vein throbbing in her forehead. "You've got some nerve, brat." "Still sitting down?" "I'm comfortable," Sito grinned. Without a word of warning, Shizuka's fist lunged toward his head. It was a professional-grade strike, fast and heavy. But Sito didn't flinch. In a movement so fluid it looked like a blur, he raised his palm and caught her fist midair. The office went dead silent. The teachers stopped what they were doing, their eyes wide. He caught a Hiratsuka punch. Sito let out a low, playful laugh. "I'm not the same person I was yesterday, Shizuka-chan." Shizuka blinked, her expression shifting from anger to genuine shock. She pulled her hand back, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. "You've been training." "Something else." She sighed, her anger dissipating into curiosity. "Since this is your first offense of breakfast rebellion, I'll let it slide this time. But if I see that stove in my classroom again, I'm confiscating it for good." "Understood." Loud and clear, Sito said, standing up. "Get back to class." As Sito strolled out of the office, he felt a bit disappointed. He had wanted to see if his divine defense would even register her punch as damage. But for now, he had a school day to finish and a legendary lunch to prepare for. Thank you for reading. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, That Time I Blasted Only My Railgun Across the Campus. A special bonus chapter, thank you for your support at Shadow Reader. Chapter 39, That Time I Blasted Only My Railgun Across the Campus. Sito had returned to his seat in Class D, planning to sleep away the morning. But after a while, a loud, tinny melody from outside the window jolted him awake. Sito rubbed his temples, his eyes flashing with irritation. "Why is the Light Music Club holding a concert during the break?" "I heard the principal gave them special permission," Hideyoshi replied from the next desk over. "They're entering some national competition, so they're using the break time to practice, in front of the whole school." Sito sat up, his annoyance boiling over. He had been looking forward to meeting the cute, legendary members of a typical light music club, perhaps some soft, tea-drinking girls. He stood up and marched down to the courtyard. But when he arrived at the performance area, he froze. What the? Instead of the adorable girls he expected, the stage was occupied by a group of frail-looking guys with heavy makeup and high-pitched, whiny voices. They weren't naturally feminine like Hideyoshi, they were just. And they were loud. Sito's patience snapped. "You dare wake me up with this mediocre performance? Fine, if I can't sleep, nobody gets peace." He turned around and sprinted back into the school building. 2 minutes later, Sito re-emerged from the equipment room, lugging a massive professional-grade speaker and a microphone. Behind him, Iori Kitahara and Hidenori Tabata from Class E followed, carrying a tangle of cables and an amplifier. "Sito, are you sure about this?" Hidenori asked, looking toward the Light Music Club's stage. "This is basically an act of war." "No, this is an intervention," Sito replied, handing Iori a USB drive. "Plug this in. I'm about to turn this campus into an EDM rave. If I don't get my nap, I'm making it everyone's problem." He signaled the boys from Class E to fan out into the crowd. When I give the signal, you lead the chant. Let's show these guys what real, light music sounds like. Sito grabbed the microphone, stepped onto a bench and tapped it twice. The thud echoed across the courtyard, instantly drawing the eyes of hundreds of students and the confused performers on stage. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sito's voice boomed through the speakers. I am Kuragaya Kazuto from Class 1D. Also known as Kirito. All eyes on me. Up on the third floor of the school building, the real Kirito nearly fell out of his chair. That's slander.
He's slandering me. He screamed into the empty hallway. Down below, Sito ignored the distant protest and raised his hand. A true anthem for true believers. Only my railgun. To everyone. The iconic, high-octane intro blasted through the speakers. The sheer energy of the beat hit the courtyard like a physical wave. Students who had been bored by the previous performance suddenly felt their legs twitching to the rhythm. Kokoro ni kazanda yumwa. The vocals kicked in crisp, electric, and soul-stirring. Sito wasn't singing, he was performing the role of the ultimate hype man. He didn't need to sing when he had the world's most iconic railgun behind him. The crowd went wild. The otaku contingency of the school was the first to react, their hands flying into the air. It's Biribiri. It's Misaka Mikoto's theme. Is Kirito-kun actually trying to murder the light music club's morale? Who cares? This song is a masterpiece. As the song approached the bridge, Sito pulled a coin from his pocket and held it high above his head. The golden light in his eyes seemed to dance with the electric guitar solo. The lightning that dances at your fingertips is my eternal faith. Right on cue, Iori, Hidenori, and the rest of Class E bellowed back from various corners of the crowd. The lightning that dances at your fingertips is my eternal faith. The call and response was infectious. Within seconds, half the school was shouting the mantra at the top of their lungs. The lightning that dances at your fingertips is my eternal faith. The chorus hit with the force of a thunderbolt. The frail performers on the main stage looked like they were about to burst into tears. Their instruments were drowned out, their delicate voices silenced by the sheer mass of the student body singing in unison. Sito stood in the center of the storm, grinning like a demon. The courtyard had transformed into a stadium concert. Up in Class 1D, Yukino and the others watched from the window, watching the chaos unfold. They couldn't help but marvel at Sito's ability to turn a simple grudge into a school-wide revolution. The lightning was dancing, and for once the school was wide awake. Thank you for reading. Chapter 40, AI Hayasaka's Awkward Moment. Special Bonus Chapter 2 out of 2. Chapter 40, AI Hayasaka's Awkward Moment. A few minutes later, the music died down. Sito looked at the courtyard full of cheering, electrified students. Grinning, he leaned into the microphone one last time. Remember this. I am Kinoshita Hideyoshi from Class 1D. With that blatant lie, Sito hoisted the speaker onto his shoulder and bolted. The boys from Class E followed suit, lugging the equipment and disappearing into the school building like a well-trained commando unit. The Light Music Club. Total annihilation. The room was heavy with silence. The students glanced at the real Kinoshita Hideyoshi, whose face was currently a shade of dark, thunderous purple. Most looked away immediately, not because they didn't care, but because they had no idea how to comfort someone who had just been framed for a musical war. Except for one person. I understand. Kirito Kazuto Kuragaya wore a sympathetic smile as he patted Hideyoshi's shoulder. He, too, had been a victim of Sito's marketing tactics earlier. Thank you. Hideyoshi's voice trembled with forced restraint. A moment later, Sito strolled back into the room with an air of supreme relaxation. He sat down directly on Kid Honjo's maple desk, ignoring the glares. Sito-san. Kirito and Hideyoshi marched over, fuming. What was that? Why did you report our names to the whole school? Ah, Sito sighed, looking at them like a wise elder. Young men, you shouldn't always try to stay in the shadows. I gave you a chance to shine in front of the entire student body. It's a character-building exercise. He pointed toward the back of the room. Look at Hachiman Hikigaya back there. I prefer to call him Hiki-sensei. Because despite his youth, he understands the harsh truths of society, yet he's so low profile it's tragic. The entire class turned to look at Hachiman, who was wearing headphones and minding his own business. Hachiman. You just sold me out for a joke. You bastard. The ape-man twitched, promptly lowered his head onto his desk, and pretended to be dead. But we didn't want to shine. Hideyoshi complained. Well, it's done now. You'll get used to it. Sito brushed them off with a dismissive wave. Now off you go, you two single dogs. Can't you see I'm trying to have a conversation with a lady? Kirito and Hideyoshi. We really want to hit him. They stomped away in defeat. Sito turned back to Maple. So what were you guys up to in-game yesterday? Maple giggled proudly. Sora-kun taught me a trick. We've been grinding my defense stats. I'm currently sitting at over 15,000 defense. Sito froze. It had only been 4 days since the servers opened. Even at level 20, that number was absurd. Suddenly, his 6,000 plus speed didn't feel so special. Sally Risa leaned in to explain. Sora had Maple solo a boss and just stand there. He let the boss break her equipment repeatedly to trigger the destruction growth perk on her Hydra set. By the time we were done, her stats had skyrocketed. Sito nodded slowly. It was a strategy only a tank like Maple could pull off, but it was brilliant. And tonight? Sito asked. Sora said tonight is resistance night. We're going to farm status immunities, Maple replied. Resistance night. Sito liked the sound of that. While he didn't need elemental resistance thanks to his Kamui, he was still vulnerable to debuffs like sluggishness or mind control. He needed to farm mental interference nullification to ensure his speed remained absolute. Has the front line cleared floor 11 yet? No, Maple shook her head. The difficulty spike on the bosses is too high for their current levels. Everyone is just grinding for now. Even with the best gear, the XP curve is brutal after level 20. Sito nodded. Every 10 floors was a bottleneck. It made sense. By the way, Risa added, is the Fatui still recruiting? Always, Sito replied. We'll talk details in-game tonight. Lunchtime. The morning flew by in a blur of history lectures and naps. Sito woke up just as the bell rang for lunch. He looked around, seeing students opening their bento boxes. Finally awake, I see. Behind him, the little secretary, AI Hayasaka, was eating with a bored, deadpan expression. Sito turned around. Just a quick recharge. I'm planning on pulling an all-nighter in the game. He glanced down at her and Kagaya's elegant, high-end bentos. Don't stare, Sito-kun, Hayasaka said without looking up, her voice flat. Even if you look at it all day, I'm not sharing with you. Sito gave her a strange look. Then, he reached into his desk and pulled out 3 massive, overflowing bento boxes of his own. Hayasaka. The spoon halfway to her mouth stopped. Though her face remained emotionless, her ears turned a subtle shade of pink. It was a rare, awkward blunder. She had assumed Sito was a lunchless delinquent looking for a handout. Beside her, Kagaya Shinomiya let out a soft, elegant giggle. She had seen the bentos in his desk earlier that morning, but purposefully hadn't told Hayasaka. Sito didn't say a word. He just gave Hayasaka a playful, knowing smirk, picked up his feast, and stood up to leave the room. He had an angel waiting for him on the roof, after all. End of bonus chapter. Once again, thank you for your support at Shadow Reader. T/N and thank you everyone for your support and reading my translation. Please throw some stone on me, so I could do more hard work. Well, the last part one wrote seem weird. If you find any mistake, please do inform me. Thank you for reading. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, High. Chapter 41, High Tier Skill, Life Restoration. The rooftop. Sito arrived at their designated spot exactly on time. As he stepped onto the concrete, his gaze met that of the silver-haired girl waiting there. A gentle breeze swept across the roof, catching their white hair and light uniforms. For a fleeting second, the scene looked like a masterpiece, two ethereal figures framed against the vast, blue sky. I kept my promise, Sito said, lifting the insulated bento boxes. Kanade Tachibana nodded simply. Her expression remained blank, but she walked over and sat down beside him. Sito joined her, opening the containers. The food was still warm, the rich, spicy aroma of the mapo tofu filling the air. It wasn't as potent as when it was fresh off the stove, but it was still mouth-watering. Try some. He handed her a spoon. Kanade took a generous scoop of the silken tofu and ate it in one go. Delicious. A soft, sweet sigh escaped her lips, and a tiny, genuine smile flickered across her face. As expected of an angel, Sito thought, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He pushed the other two boxes toward her. Try the pork and the beef too. These are famous Szechuan classics. Sito's culinary skills, honed across 2 lifetimes, were undeniable. Kanade ate with a quiet, focused joy. After a few minutes, she paused, scooped up a spoonful of tofu, and held it to Sito's lips. You should eat too, she whispered. Don't mind if I do. Sito ate the offering without a hint of awkwardness. He chewed thoughtfully and nodded. My skills haven't rusted yet. He pulled out a second spoon and grinned at her. Let's finish it together. They ate in a comfortable silence for nearly 10 minutes. When the boxes were empty, Kanade elegantly wiped her mouth. Sito-kun, she said softly, her voice carrying a sudden weight. Soon, I won't be able to come to school anymore. Sito's hand froze. Is your condition worsening? He knew her family, the Tachibana family, was wealthy and she was their only child. Her parents were desperate, but the risk of a heart transplant was a mountain they were terrified to climb. Yes, Kanade nodded, her gaze drifting toward the clouds. The checkup last night. They say I have about half a year left. I need to start preparations for surgery immediately. After this month, I'll be hospitalized full-time. She looked at him with her large, clear eyes. It seems the gods aren't looking out for me after all. Don't worry about that, Sito smiled, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. The gods might be busy, but I'm looking out for you. He had the power of manifestation now. If he could find a healing skill powerful enough in the game, he could rewrite her fate in reality. Thank you, Sito-kun, she said, though her tone suggested she thought he was merely being kind. I'm not joking around, Kanade. Sito's smile turned confident. A faint, white shimmer began to radiate from his body. In a flash of light, his school uniform was gone, replaced by the snow-white trench coat of the Factory leader. In his hand, the black tachi appeared from thin air. Kanade gasped, her stoic facade finally breaking into pure shock. Sito-kun. Wait here for a moment. Sito laughed, a bold, vibrant sound, and initiated a direct dive into the game world. Healing skills were the rarest commodities in God's domain. High-tier ones weren't just expensive, they were priceless, usually hoarded by the top guilds. But Sito wasn't a normal player. He opened the world chat and sent a single message. Say, I am looking for a high-tier healing skill. Who is selling? The chat exploded instantly. Lazy King, holy crap. The top player Say is typing in world chat. Momo, Say needs a heal. I just sold mine yesterday, I'm gonna cry. Winterstorm, high-tier heals are rare, but the frontline guilds definitely have some in their vaults. You should ask them. Sito was about to ping the guild leaders when a familiar name popped up in a private message. I have a skill book. Sito mused. He'd seen that name on the leaderboards earlier. Now it clicked the female lead from and you thought there is never a girl online. Say, what's your price? AKO, I don't want money. I want to join your guild. Say, done. Technically, the Fatui was a sanctuary for the world's top 3 players, and letting a random player in was a huge privilege. But she had the solution to his most urgent problem. It was a fair trade. System, player AKO has joined the Fatui. The guild was quiet, Sora and Shiro were sleeping, while Maple and Sally were still in class. Only Sito and AKO were active. AKO, guild leader, I've placed the book in the guild vault. You can take it now. Say, thanks. I'm logging off. If the blank siblings log in later, tell them to help you level up. AKO, understood. Sito withdrew the book and used it immediately. Notice, you have learned the skill Life Restoration. Life Restoration, an advanced healing art far beyond standard magic. Can regenerate severed limbs and heal terminal organ failure. A miracle that brings the dead back to the living. Perfect, Sito whispered, his heart racing. Without a second's delay, he logged out. Thank you for reading. Chapter 42, Healing Kanade. Chapter 42, Healing Kanade. A live-in angel guest. Sobu High School, the rooftop. Standing before Kanade Tachibana once again, Sito offered a gentle smile. He reached out, resting his palm lightly on her silver-haired head. A soft, pulsating white light radiated from his hand, the life restoration skill in action. The light seeped through her hair and flowed into her body like a warm current. Kanade gasped. She felt her heart, once a fragile, fluttering thing, begin to beat with a newfound, rhythmic strength. Her chronic fatigue washed away, replaced by a cozy, enveloping warmth that made her soul feel lighter than air. After 10 seconds, Sito withdrew his hand. Kanade trembled. Her eyes were tightly shut, and 2 streaks of crystalline tears traced paths down her pale cheeks. When she finally opened her eyes to look at Sito, her voice was thick with emotion. The words caught in her throat. The suffocating weight of her terminal illness was gone. It wasn't just a physical repair, it felt as if a spring breeze had swept through the coldest corners of her heart. She looked at him with a gaze that bordered on worship. If you want me to be, Sito replied with a tender smile. In his eyes, every angel deserved a miracle. Keep it our little secret, okay? Sito's body shimmered with white light as he deactivated his gear, returning to his standard school uniform. Kanade threw herself into his arms, a radiant, breathtaking smile finally gracing her face. Sito held her, quietly stroking her soft hair as the wind whistled around them. After a long moment, she looked up from his chest. Sito-kun, where do you live? In the original story, Kanade was a stoic, Kaderi figure. But now that her heart was healed and her burden lifted, she was regaining the vibrant personality of a normal teenage girl. She was still soft-spoken, but her words held a new purpose. Why do you ask? Sito looked at her, surprised. I want to live with you, she replied, her expression blank but her tone dead serious. Sito, a self-proclaimed man of culture and a low-key degenerate, certainly wasn't going to say no to a beautiful girl moving in. However, reality had hurdles. What about your parents? I'll send them a message, Kanade said simply. I'll tell them I'm staying with a trusted friend for a while. Because of her condition, her parents spoiled her to no end. A single phone call was all it would take. If their daughter wanted to stay out, they would move mountains to ensure she was happy and safe. We'll head back together after school, Sito said, ruffling her hair. They chatted on the rooftop until the afternoon bell rang, then parted ways to return to their respective classes. At the door of Class A, Kanade watched him walk away with a lingering, reluctant gaze. After school. Sito woke from his final nap of the day, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a chill. Why is everyone looking at me like I'm a criminal? He scanned the room. Flatty Yukino Shida was gritting her teeth so hard it looked painful. Maple Kid was staring at him with a deep, sorrowful pout. Sito-kun, let's go home. A soft, familiar voice drifted from the doorway. Sito turned to see Kanade standing there, her school bag in hand, waiting for him with her usual stoic grace. So that's why. Sito stood up, stretching his limbs. He looked at the sea of envious faces and sighed dramatically. Alas, in this beautiful school life, it seems the single dogs are truly the majority. Come on, Kanade-chan, let's go home. We're having a feast tonight. He strolled out of the room with the silver-haired angel by his side. The class. What the hell did he just say? Single dogs? Is he mocking us? Maple felt a strange, tight sensation in her chest. Uncomfortable. Risa Shiramin's eyes widened as she leaned in, whispering into Maple's ear. Could it be that you actually like Sito-kun? Maple's entire face turned a brilliant shade of crimson. Her brain seemed to short-circuit. We just teammates. Risa, don't say weird things. She's got it bad, Risa thought, shaking her head. Poor kid, she's walking straight into a love triangle. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida's mood was at an all-time low. Even though she knew Sito's personality and figured Kanade wasn't necessarily his girlfriend, yet, seeing another girl follow him home made her blood boil. Sito was her first real friend. They had a history, she had even invited him to her house back in middle school. Humph, Yukino exhaled sharply. My sister mentioned she was visiting Sito's place on Saturday. I suppose I'll just have to tag along. Sito was blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in Class D. He was busy grocery shopping with Kanade. He bought her a high-end neural helmet so she could join the Fatui in-game, then loaded up on fresh ingredients for dinner. Sito lived in a quiet apartment complex on the second floor. The Takanashi sisters lived above him, but the rest of his floor was currently empty, the other units waiting for new owners. After a 20-minute walk, the god and his angel finally arrived at his front door. Thank you for reading. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, I am the first of the Fatui Harbingers, me. 1038 words special extra chapter, thank you, Seed_Vin for the review. Thank you for your support. Chapter 43, I am the first of the Fatui Harbingers, me. Sito opened the door and stepped inside, followed closely by Kanade. She scanned the apartment with her usual quiet intensity, noting that while it was a bachelor pad, it was remarkably clean and organized. You can take this guest room for now, Sito said, pointing to one of the 3 bedrooms. The 3-bedroom layout was perfect, even with a guest, there was plenty of space. I understand, Kanade nodded, accepting the arrangement without complaint. Sito headed to the kitchen to stow the groceries in the fridge. It was only 3 p.m., so there was no rush for dinner yet. Kanade, when you set up your character, remember, put every single initial attribute point into attack, Sito called out from the kitchen. In the original stories, Kanade's combat intuition was flawless, especially with her hand sonic blades. Going full glass cannon was the most efficient way to utilize her natural talent. Kanade nodded, clutching her neural helmet. My IGN is say. Add me as soon as you spawn in. Understood. They retreated to their respective rooms. Kanade was far from slow, she had the hardware configured in minutes. She lay back on her bed and initiated the direct dive. Meanwhile, Sito's figure flickered as he entered the game from his own room. God's domain, Floor 11. Sito materialized at his previous logout point and pulled up his friends list. Blank, Maple, and Sally were all online. Even the newcomer, AKO, was already grinding. He opened the guild chat. Say, where are you guys? Shiro, Big Brother Sito. I heard a girl moved into your house. Say, how do you know that? Shiro, humph carrot. Maple told me. Maple, eh? Maple's face turned bright red behind her VR interface. She prayed Sito wouldn't think she was gossiping about him. Sora, sending coordinates. Come meet us, we're starting the resistance grind. Say, on my way. Sito punched in the coordinates and initiated a teleport. He appeared at the edge of the Floor 11 safe zone. The first thing he saw was Shiro's puffed-out cheeks and Maple's shy, averted gaze. Ready to go? Sora greeted him. Just need a minute, Sito said. He reached out and picked up Shiro, perching her on his arm. The little girl immediately felt better, squinting happily as she leaned against him. Sora didn't ask questions. If Sito told them to wait, there was a reason. Meanwhile, Sito looked over at AKO. She was exactly as he remembered, clumsy but earnest. How's the guild treating you, AKO? It's amazing. AKO chirped. Everyone is so nice. I spent the afternoon leveling with Sora and Shiro. I'm already level 22. The current roster stood at 6, blank Sora/Shiro and AKO, level 22 Maple and Sally, level 21 Sito, level 20. Sito was slightly behind, but he wasn't worried. With his current stats and a few boss kills, he could bridge that gap in an hour. Notification, player Kanade has sent a friend request. Sito hit accept. Say, sending coordinates. Use the teleport function in your menu to find me. Kanade, okay. A second later, a pillar of white light erupted in the center of the group. As the light faded, Kanade appeared, wearing the standard level 1 linen novice gear. Is this the one? Sally stepped forward, eyeing Kanade's ethereal features. So, Kanade. You're really living with Sito now. Maple and Shiro both pricked up their ears, listening intently. Kanade nodded. Sito-kun's house is quite spacious. And clean. Maple. Shiro immediately wrapped her arms around Sito's neck, staring him dead in the eye. Big brother Sito. I want to move in too. Buy a house next door. Shiro, don't be unreasonable, Sora cut in. We have money, but we shouldn't waste it. The blank siblings had inherited a significant estate after their parents passed away in the same accident as Sito's parents. They weren't hurting for cash, but Sora was the pragmatic type. Shiro pouted. We have millions of gold coins in-game. We can just sell some and buy the apartment. Sora rubbed his chin. Sito was their closest friend in this world. Living next door to him sounded. Actually, it sounded perfect. No more instant ramen. Sito, what's the real estate market like near your place? Sora asked. About 1,000,000 yen for a unit. I'm on the second floor, and the other 2 units on my level are owned by the same guy who's looking to sell. That's cheap, Sora nodded. Shiro and I will come find you tomorrow. Tomorrow was Saturday, no school. It was the perfect time for a move. Count on it. Sito grinned. Must be nice to have no adults around, Sally said, looking at the trio with envy. Her mother was constantly nagging her to study less and play. Well, actually, her mother wanted her to play less. Maple was in a similar boat. All right, enough talk, Sito said, his expression turning serious as he raised a hand. Let's talk about the future of the Fatui. We are establishing the 11 harbingers, corresponding to the 11 seats of power. Currently, I am the first seat. Sora and Shiro together will occupy the second seat. Maple is the third seat and Sally is the fourth seat. AKO and Kanade will start as elite cadres. We'll start recruiting more members tomorrow, but for tonight, our mission is simple, status resistance. Sito had to do it. The 11 harbingers was too cool of a concept to pass up. He could already imagine himself confronting a boss and saying, I am the first of the Fatui harbingers, me. Or maybe just the captain, but me had a certain flair. He kept Sora and Shiro together because blank was a single entity. Together they were invincible, apart they were. Well, agoraphobic. The group nodded in agreement. The legend of the Fatui was officially taking shape. Thank you for reading. I will be starting a new translation, you can check it out later on. Chapter 44, Provocation from the Laughing Coffin. Guild Recruitment. Chapter 44, Provocation from Laughing Coffin. Guild Recruitment. The most efficient way for a guild to function is to maintain a clear distinction between high-tier, apex players and general members, supported by management talent. The Fatui structure was perfect for this. Next, we deal with Kanade's progression, Sito said, turning to the silver-haired girl. As instructed, Kanade had dumped every single point into attack. In the Bofuri universe, there was a pair of twin sisters who did the same, but they lacked the protagonist luck required to trigger hidden achievements as effectively as Maple. However, Sito had this script of two worlds in his head. He knew exactly how to train a glass cannon. Kanade, this is going to be exhausting. Are you ready? Tell me what to do, Sito-kun, Kanade replied. Her expression was stoic, but her eyes were focused. Sito nodded and turned to AKO. AKO, take Kanade and find a high defense mob. I want her to swing her blades at it for at least 4 hours straight. 4 hours? AKO blinked, her jaw dropping. Is that even possible? Won't her arms fall off? You need to provide the support, Sito continued seriously. Root the monster, heal it if she deals too much damage, and make sure it doesn't kill her. But whatever you do, don't let her stop attacking. This was the secret to triggering specialized mastery. By performing a single action attacking against a superior defense for an extended period at level 1, the system would recognize the obsessive growth trait. Given Kanade's natural combat talent, she was the perfect candidate for this grind. Understood, Kanade nodded simply. If Sito-kun said it would work, it would work. 4 hours later. Sito stood over the dissipating pixels of a mini-boss on floor 11. A golden notification flared in his vision. Congratulations! You have obtained the passive, debuff immunity. Debuff immunity, all negative status effects, crowd control, and stat reductions are now ineffective against you. Nothing can slow me down now, Sito muttered, closing his status window. During these 4 hours, he had focused entirely on stacking his resistances. He had successfully capped his debuff resistance, meaning enemy players could no longer burn, freeze, or stun him out of his godlike speed. However, he noticed a limitation. Once his debuff immunity hit 100%, his elemental resistances stopped growing. Sito rubbed his chin. The system only allows one absolute resistance per player. You either choose to be immune to status effects, or you choose a specific element. It was a fair balance. If a player could be immune to everything, mages would simply quit the game. For Sito, debuff immunity was the highest value. It protected his mobility, which was his greatest weapon. Damn, I should have gone for debuff immunity too, Sora grumbled, checking his own stats. He had split his focus, and now he was stuck with high but not absolute resistances. It's fine, Enai-chan, Shiro consoled him, tugging at his sleeve. We're a team. We cover each other's weaknesses. You're right. I'm overthinking it, Sora laughed, patting her head. Suddenly, Maple's eyes went wide. Sito-kun. Someone is calling you out in the world chat. Calling me out? Sito frowned. Who has that kind of death wish? He flicked open the global interface. Radiant Knight at Say. You were so brave when you were bullying Western players on floor 1, weren't you? Where are you now? I'm waiting at the entrance of the floor 11 boss labyrinth. Do you have the balls to show up, or are you just a coward? The chat was moving at light speed. Drillmaster, LMAO, who is this clown? Did he really just at the gods say? Sister Milk, he's a Westerner. They're getting bold in our Easter server, aren't they? Thief God, guys, it's not just one guy. There are over 10,000 Western players at the labyrinth entrance. They're led by Laughing Coffin and the Church of Light. Cito's eyes narrowed when he saw the name Laughing Coffin. So they're still salty about that bridge toll incident, he mused. Laughing Coffin was a guild known for its ruthlessness and grudges. But for them to issue a public challenge instead of an ambush meant they had a trump card. They were baiting him. What's the play, Cito? Sora asked, his eyes sharpening into his gamer mode. What else? Cito smirked, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard. If they want to bring a crowd to our server, we'll give them a Eastern country welcome. We're going to need more hands. He typed his response into the world chat. Say, a few stray cats think they can bark in my backyard. To all my Eastern country brothers and sisters, the Fatui is officially recruiting. I, Blank, and Maple are all here. If you want to see how we handle trash, meet us at the Floor 11 Boss Labyrinth. The world chat froze for a microsecond before detonating into chaos. Zhang the Great, the top 3 players are in the same guild. Count me in. 19 months, sign me up. President Chen, I'm coming. One-hand driver, everyone to floor 11. Let's show these coffin bastards whose server this is. Thank you for reading. Chapter 45, 100,000 Eastern players surrounding 10,000 Westerners. Chapter 45, 100,000 Eastern players surrounding 10,000 Westerners. Ding, ding, ding. The system notification pings were relentless, sounding like a Gatling gun in Cito's ears. He didn't filter them as long as the username looked Eastern or local. He hit accept. These were the rank and file. They didn't need security clearance to act as the guild's iron fist. The member count of the Fatui exploded. It wasn't until the count hit 100,000 that Cito finally disabled the auto-accept. He opened the guild announcement tab. Say, assemble at the Floor 11 Boss Labyrinth. He sent the message and glanced at his companions. Let's move. Time to clear some trash. Minutes earlier. Floor 11 Labyrinth entrance. A sea of Western players stood their ground. Most were travelers or expatriates currently playing on the Eastern server, who had answered the call of Laughing Coffin. How did a notorious PK guild get these prideful players to follow them? Simple, whale power. They were being paid to be here. At the front of the formation stood a high-ranking officer of Laughing Coffin. He wore a grim, stylized skull mask that radiated a murderous aura. Pathetic, the skull mask hissed, glaring down at a middle-aged man kneeling before him. Laughing Coffin had been robbed. In every other game, they were the ones who did the stripping and killing. To be mugged within days of God's domain launching was a stain on their reputation that couldn't be washed out with words. When the Western headquarters heard about it, the guild master had personally ordered this hit on Cito. World Top 3. The skull mask scoffed. Just hype. No one stays undefeated forever. Sei has that skill. The one that looks like Kamui. Can we actually hit him? Radiant Knight asked, standing beside the officer. As a representative of the Church of Light, he was feeling significantly less confident than his ally. Anyone who had seen the footage of Cito's intangibility knew how terrifying it was. The skull mask waved a hand dismissively. I completed a hidden quest earlier. I have a debuff skill that increases an opponent's skill activation time by 5 seconds. He grinned behind his mask. That Kamui is just a skill. Once I lock his casting, we focus fire and delete him before he can blink. The Radiant Knight nodded, feeling a spark of hope. With a hard counter to Cito's defense, 10,000 players could turn him into a pincushion in seconds. They waited. Then, the horizon began to change. At first, it was just a few dozen players. Then hundreds. Then thousands. A massive tide of Eastern server players began to materialize, stopping exactly 100 meters away from the Western formation. They didn't charge, they simply stood there, an ocean of silent steel. Why are there so many? The Radiant Knight stammered. Are they all here to watch? He hadn't checked the world chat since his initial provocation. He had assumed it would be full of insults toward his mother, so he had muted the global feed to keep his focus. The Skull Mask was equally confused. He had been fine-tuning his equipment and hadn't noticed the shift in numbers. The kneeling man whispered, his voice trembling. You guys haven't looked at the chat. The Fatui started recruiting. Their numbers are... well, they're at least 10 times ours now. Skull Mask. Radiant Knight. The Skull Mask delivered a backhand to the man's face. Why are you just telling me this now? You told me not to speak unless spoken to, the man cried, clutching his cheek. What now? The Radiant Knight hissed, his voice tight with panic. He wanted to log out. He wanted to be anywhere else. We fight, the Skull Mask growled, his eyes darkening. If we run now, the guild loses face globally. Besides, you were the one who called him out. You think he's going to let you walk away if you log out? He'll hunt you across every floor. Radiant Knight turned pale. You son of a bitch, you're the one who told me to post that. But he knew it was true. There was no escape. As the minutes ticked by, the surrounding army swelled. The 10,000 Western players were now completely encircled by a staggering 100,000 locals. The atmosphere was heavy, but on the eastern side, the mood was almost festive. Look at them. They were so loud 5 minutes ago, now they're quiet as mice. Hey, look at that group of girls in the back. I call dibs on the blonde ones. Screw you, I'm going for the ones in the priest robes. LMAO, you guys are actually picking loot before the fight even starts. The banter was cut short by a sudden ripple through the crowd. The guild master is here. The 100,000 players snapped to attention. Like the parting of the Red Sea, the massive army split down the middle, creating a wide, unobstructed path. Sito strolled forward, hands in his pockets, looking less like a general and more like a man taking a walk in the park. Where were the others? Sora, Shiro, and the girls were too shy to walk through a crowd of 100,000 cheering people, so they had opted to use the guild member teleport to jump into the center of the fray once the fighting started. For now, it was just him. One man, walking toward 10,000. Thank you for reading. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, hiding all these years. Finally, I can't hold it back. Manjikyu Sharingan, open. 100 PS, completed bonus chapter added. 203,00500 PS, not completed. Bonus chapter not added. Chapter 46, hiding all these years. Finally, I can't hold it back. Manjikyu Sharingan, open. Sito stepped to the front of his army, his gaze locking onto the two leaders across the field. His left hand gripped the scabbard of his tachi, his right resting casually on the hilt. So you're say, the Skull Mask sneered, his voice cold. He was putting on a brave face, but internally, his pulse was racing. Standing before 100,000 players would rattle anyone's nerves. Sito offered a faint smile. He slowly drew his blade, the cold steel singing as it pointed toward the masked man. You've got a big mouth for a guy who's surrounded. Can't you see the ocean behind me? In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of 100,000 weapons being drawn. Swords left sheaths, halberds were leveled, and firearms were cocked. The Eastern country players stared down the Westerners like a pack of starving wolves, turning the atmosphere into a powder keg. High above on a massive branch, several familiar faces were spectating the scene. I didn't realize Sito-kun's influence was this absolute, Yui Yokohama whispered, her eyes wide with shock at the scale of the confrontation. When the top 3 players in the world joined the same guild, the rest of the world will break their necks just to get an invite, Asuna explained. To ordinary players, the factory was more than a guild, it was a legend in the making. That's at least 100,000 people down there, Yukino Shida noted, her analytical gaze sweeping over the sea of players. Fufufu, Kagaya Shinomiya giggled behind her hand. Yesterday, he was taking on 100,000 people alone. Today, he's leading 100,000 to crush someone else. The Ice Queen couldn't help but admire Sito's sense of theater. The game would be far more boring without him. Ai Hayasaka stood behind her, listening silently with her usual stoic expression. Back at the front line, Sito suddenly turned his back on the Skull Mask and Radiant Knight, ignoring them entirely. He raised his tachi high, addressing his own guild. Brothers, does anyone have anything to say? The crowd erupted. I'm done pretending. One player roared, a wild dragon king grin spreading across his face. The dragon sovereign is here. Who dares defy me? I'm done hiding too. A massive brawny man yelled, throwing his axe aside. Under the gaze of thousands, his body swelled, sprouted, and he transformed into a towering, armored white bear, his racial talent. The cry sparked a chain reaction. Across the field, thousands of players began activating their unique transformations and hidden talents. Dogmen, minotaurs, catgirls, fox spirits. For the Horde. Heaven did not give birth to Wong Urgu, so the path of the sword has been as eternal as a long night. Hiding for so many years. Finally, I can't hold it back. Manjikyu Sharingan. Is my Goro Goro no Mi power finally going to be exposed? It seems I'm not the only protagonist in this world after all. The shouts were a chaotic mess of anime quotes and Shinibu delusions, but the morale was undeniable. The hype had reached a fever pitch. Sito turned back around, the wind whipping his white trench coat. He dropped his right hand, leveling the tip of his blade at the Skull Mask. Then, with his left hand, he slicked his hair back in a single, elegant motion. His eyes sharpened, radiating a cold, predatory light. Erase them. The command was like a match dropped in gasoline. The army surged forward like a tidal wave. Stomp these idiots into the dirt. Don't run, little girl. Grandpa's coming for you. Whoa, brother, did you just pin a guy twice your size? Yeah, what about it? Nothing, you're just a beast, man. The battlefield became a scene of absolute carnage and utter absurdity. In one corner, a Western player was dragged into the crowd and met with the foot of love from a dozen angry brawlers. In another, 10 male players were chasing a beautiful female player, intentionally using slow debuffs to keep her running in circles like a cat playing with a mouse. As for the leaders, the Radiant Knight and the Skull Mask found their path blocked by a familiar, menacing figure. Hey, you guys have a lot of nerve, Amukurukuru laughed wildly. She cracked her knuckles, dark energy swirling around her fists. When Sito had made the call in World Chat, she hadn't hesitated for a second to lead her group into the factory. Who are you? The Skull Mask asked, his voice wavering. Why was nobody blocking him? Where were the harbingers? You don't need to know my name. Amu roared. She lunged forward, her fist glowing with overwhelming power. The Skull Mask reacted just in time, rolling to the side. The Radiant Knight, however, was a half-beat slow. Kirukuru's fist connected with his chest, sending him flying backward, coughing up a fountain of digital blood as he crashed into the dirt. Looks like I found a big fish, the Skull Mask muttered, his expression finally turning serious. You dodged that. You're not as pathetic as you look, Amu sneered. The two clashed in a blur of steel and magic. Meanwhile, Sito, the primary target of this entire conflict, wasn't even fighting. He sheathed his tachi, planted the scabbard into the ground, and rested his hands on the hilt, watching the massive brawl with a satisfied smirk. So inelegant, he whispered to himself. I suppose I'll have to teach the guild members the meaning of grace later. Thank you for reading Chapter 47, Managing the Masses, the Guild Code. Chapter 47, Managing the Masses, the Guild Code. If a person isn't elegant, what's the difference between them and a sand sculpture? Sito looked at the sea of players before him. Every single one of them seemed to be competing for the title of the biggest goofball in the server. He felt like he had accidentally kicked a hornet's nest of idiots. I'm a refined, sophisticated gamer, Sito thought, falling into deep contemplation. So how did I end up surrounded by so many weirdos? 10 minutes flew by. The mass group beatdown of the Western players had come to a satisfying conclusion. The only one left was the laughing coffin officer, currently held by the collar by a Mukurukuru. His skull mask was gone, and his face was so swollen and bruised that he was practically unrecognizable. Blood decorated his face like a messy graffiti project. I didn't expect a master like you to be here. The officer stammered, his voice trembling. He swore that he would never use the realistic sensory setting ever again. It hurt so damn much. There wasn't a single inch of his digital body that didn't ache. Heh, calling me a master. You flatter me. A Mukurukuru didn't waste any more breath. She tightened her grip, snapping the man's neck with a sharp twist. His head lolled to the side, his HP bar hit 0, and he dissolved into a pillar of light. The 100,000 players looked around at the aftermath and then, as if drawn by a magnet, began to converge on Sito's position. Guildmaster. The excitement in the air was palpable. Amu strolled over to Sito's side, a playful smirk on her lips. Am I a welcome addition to your guild or what? Highly welcome, Sito smiled. He cleared his throat, his expression turning solemn as he addressed the massive crowd. Listen up. Since you've all joined the Fatui, I don't care if some of you are spies from other guilds. Right now, I'm going to lay down the law, our management model, and our rules. The top tier of this guild consists of 11 seats, known as the 11 Harbingers. Below them are various cadres, and then the general members. The current seating is as follows. I am the first Harbinger. Blank Sora and Shiro occupy the second seat. Maple is the third seat, and Sally is the fourth seat. He gestured to the woman beside him. And this beauty right here is the fifth Harbinger. The remaining seats are currently vacant. The players listened in rapt silence. They understood that for a guild this size to thrive, a powerful hierarchy was essential. Amu's eyes flickered with a brief flash of surprise at being given such a high rank, but she quickly masked it, standing tall beside Sito. Next, the economy, Sito continued. Most guilds use a point system. We don't do that. We use the hard currency of God's domain, gold. You've probably noticed that players rarely sell gear to the system NPCs because other players pay more. In the Fatui, guild-stocked gear will be available for gold, but at a price significantly lower than the market rate. Of course, the guild takes a small commission on these sales to fund our operations. If you trade gear privately, that's your business. With 100,000 members, the Fatui was likely at capacity for the foreseeable future. Managing a small city's worth of players was no small feat. He looked at Amu Kurukuru. Amu, identify the most capable players among the new recruits and appoint them as cadres. You're in charge of the day-to-day management. Sito was going to be the hands-off boss. No problem. Leave it to me, Amu grinned, fully aware of his lazy intentions but happy to take the reins. Sito nodded, then addressed the crowd one last time. Right now, most of you are in green gear. A few have blue. Moving forward, the guild will periodically stock purple gear, and eventually, even orange legendary items. So work hard. Prove your worth. If any other guild leader said this, they would be laughed at. But Sito was a top 3 player. His words carried the weight of a divine decree. Don't worry, Guildmaster. We won't let you down. We're all honest grinders here. We'll party up and smash the leaderboards. We're a civilized guild. We won't go looking for trouble with other players. Sito interrupted, pointing at the last speaker. Not looking for trouble with normal guilds is fine. But if you see a guild with a rotten reputation, smash them immediately. God's domain has no room for trash. If they robbed innocent guilds, they would be seen as villains. But if they did it under the banner of maintaining order, they could slaughter to their heart's content and loot everything in the name of justice. The players caught the hidden meaning instantly, and a wave of mischievous grins spread through the crowd. Sito cleared his throat again, his gaze sharp. Finally, the most important point. Blank and I are the faces of this guild. Your actions reflect on us. So if we go to war in the future, do not, I repeat, do not act like the pack of wild animals you were just now while beating those Westerners. Maintain an air of elegance. Even if you can't be sophisticated, at least try not to be an embarrassment. Thank you for reading Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Power. Chapter 48, Power Leveling Kanade, Level 15 in a breeze. Elegance. This was the final decree Sito left with his guild. As the word settled, the 100,000 members of the Fatui fell into deep thought. They realized Sito was right. They were no longer just a mob of random players, they were the subordinates of the world's top 3 legends. Acting like a pack of unrefined bandits didn't just insult Sito's reputation, it made them look like second-rate amateurs. We need to step up our game, the players thought collectively. Seeing the shift in their expressions, Sito nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Amukurukuru. I'm leaving the rest to you. Relax, Amu smirked. She could handle personnel management with her eyes closed. With a slight shimmer of light, Sito leaped into the air, flying toward the outskirts of the forest. A short while later, Sito arrived at the clearing where Kanade was training. While the battle at the labyrinth was raging, Kanade had been diligently racking up specialized mastery achievements. Her raw attack power was already reaching formidable levels. Maple, Sally, and the Blank siblings were also gathered there. We didn't even have to lift a finger, Sally mused, thinking back to the one-sided slaughter of the Western guilds. That just shows how strong our guild is, tee-hee. Maple giggled. Sito landed and walked over to Kanade, gently patting her silver hair. Kanade, I never asked what exactly is your talent. It is angel form, she replied softly. As she spoke, 2 wings of pure, brilliant white unfolded from her back. Simultaneously, 2 translucent cerulean blades, her iconic hand sonic, materialized on her forearms. Angel form transforms the user into an angelic state. Grants flight, doubles all base attributes, and provides exclusive angel skills and twin battle blades. Beautiful, Sito whispered. Seeing her like this brought back memories of watching Angel beats. In his past life, he remembered the tears and the knives to the heart that the story delivered. This time, however, he was the one holding the script. And you, Ako? Sito turned to the shy girl. Do I have to say it? Ako blushed furiously, fidgeting with her staff. Her talent was far too embarrassing to shout out loud. Fated bond, when fighting alongside a member of the opposite sex, all attributes are significantly boosted. Additionally, the user and the designated partner receive a massive experience point bonus. Sito blinked, confused by her hesitation. Shiro noticed his look, hopped onto his back, and whispered the details into his ear. Sito's eyes widened in realization. Ah, a honeymoon talent. No wonder she's shy. Ako, make sure to link your talent to me for the next hour, Sito said with a straight face. He needed to hit those higher levels as fast as possible. Ako's face was like a ripe tomato, but she didn't refuse. All right, Sito addressed the group. We're going to power level Kanade. Based on the XP curve of floor 11, we should be able to get her to level 20 in no time. 1 hour later. The grind was exceptionally efficient. With the combined power of the world's top players and Ako's XP buff, Kanade soared to level 15. Sito, despite the massive XP requirements for high levels, managed to hit level 21. HP, 40,000/40,000 divine power, 11 divine speed, 6,555 skills, speed space, spatial movement, void step, spatial dragon roar, spatial dragon breath, dimension/Kemui spatial distortion, life restoration. How are we looking on materials? Sito asked Sora as he closed his menu. We've gathered a mountain of common and rare stuff, Sora replied, checking the shared inventory. But we're still short on the high-end materials for your golden set. Crafting a gold-tier mythic item was a nightmare. It required 100 white, 50 green, 20 blue, 10 purple, and 3 orange materials, plus a base item. The success rate was abysmally low unless you use specialized ingredients. I need one more orange-tier material related to speed or space, Sito mused. Actually, Ako raised her hand timidly. I might know where to find one. Everyone turned to her. The city lord of failing on this floor has a quest board, Ako explained. One of the high difficulty rewards is an orange-tier material with spatial properties. No one has taken it because the difficulty rating is suicidal. Sito's lips curled into a confident smirk. Suicidal? That sounds like my kind of party. To Failing City. Thank you for reading. Chapter 49, Ancient Ruins, The Graveyard of Gods. Special Extra Chapter, Thank you Nextober, 2237, for the review. Thank you for your support. Chapter 49, Ancient Ruins, The Graveyard of Gods. Failing City, Floor 11 Safe Zone. Sito and his group headed toward the City Lord's Manor, where they found a dense crowd of players. While some high-tier quests were notoriously difficult, there were plenty of low-level tasks available, making the manor a bustling hub for the player base. In God's domain, quests rarely granted experience points. To level up, one had to grind in the wilderness. Consequently, most players were here for one thing, equipment. As Sito's group entered, they drew a fair share of stares, but most players remained focused on their own business. Only a few idle observers began to whisper about the legendary trio appearing in person. Following Ako's lead, Sito walked toward the massive quest board. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path of silent respect for the god-tier players. Sito quickly scanned the postings until his eyes locked onto his target. Quest, Ancient Ruins. Description, in the primordial era, gods walked the earth. One day, for reasons unknown, the divine fell. Their surviving believers built civilizations upon the ashes. The site where the gods perished is now known as the Ancient Ruins. For further details, consult the City Lord. Objective, explore the ancient ruins and map the interior. Requirements, none. Rewards, Spatial Crystal Orange/Epic, Failing Spear Purple/Rare. This doesn't look too hard, does it? Maple tilted her head, confused. Shiro shook her head. Her jewel-like eyes turned unusually serious, and her soft voice held a hint of warning. This mission is definitely not simple. The guards in this manor are over level 80, Shiro continued. If the mission were easy, they would have mapped it themselves. The fact that they're outsourcing this to adventurers means the risk is extreme. She was right. Every NPC soldier they passed was level 80 or higher. The City Lord's level was likely astronomical. Are we really taking this? Sora asked, standing by Sito's side. The level gap was staggering. If the danger inside was scaled for level 80 NPCs, a group of level 20 players was essentially walking into a meat grinder. Of course we're taking it, Sito smirked. Don't forget, we have a literal goddess of luck on our side. He glanced at Maple. Maple's eyes went wide. Sito's expression then turned solemn. But there's a bigger question, why does the City Lord want a map? Sito stopped treating God's domain as a simple game long ago. To him, the NPCs were real people with complex motivations. He noted the word gods in the description. Having absorbed a sliver of divine aura himself, an act that allowed him to bring power into reality, anything involving the divine was of paramount importance. A mapping quest with an epic tier reward. The reward didn't match the objective. There had to be something inside those ruins so valuable that the city lord was willing to pay a fortune just for a path through. Let's go. We need to talk to the man in charge. The group followed a guard through the manor. Sito was polite but firm, and soon they were standing outside a pair of ornate doors. Knock, knock. City Lord, we have adventurers here for the ancient ruins quest, the guard announced. Let them in, a deep, resonant voice replied from within. The doors opened to an office that blended ancient Eastern aesthetics with modern convenience. Exquisite mahogany furniture sat beneath electric chandeliers. Behind a desk stood a man in luxurious hanfu. Sito checked his status. T/N. I didn't change the name of this character because it was hassles to change it every time. NPC, Song Feiyun. Level, 100. Level 100. The maximum cap for this stage of the game. Welcome, Song Feiyun said, gesturing toward a wooden sofa. Please sit. Sito didn't waste time. City Lord Song, we've taken the quest. But before we set out, we need the full story. What are we truly walking into? Song Feiyun sighed, his eyes distant as if looking back through eons. In the ancient times, God's domain was home to many deities. But a great war erupted when the wicked gods invaded. The two sides clashed and in the end they perished together. None survived. The survivors entered the age of humanity, building the world you see today. There are 100 habitable floors in this world, but the ancient ruins are located beyond the 50th floor. The group froze. The 50th floor. They were only on floor 11. How were they supposed to bridge a 40-floor gap? Do not worry, Song Feiyun explained with a faint smile. While the bosses on floors 11 through 20 guard the physical gateways, everything from floor 21 to 50 is different. The bosses there roam the open world. If you can break through to the 21st floor, the path to the 50th is wide open. He leaned forward. And once you reach that height, the level cap for you adventurers will be raised to 100. Thank you for reading. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50, Toward the Floor 11 Labyrinth. The Phantom Mage. Chapter 50, Toward the Floor 11 Labyrinth. The Phantom Mage. The news was a massive relief to the group. If the bosses disappeared from the gateways after floor 20, it meant the mid-game would shift from a linear crawl to a wide-open exploration of a massive, tiered world. Sito's mind was already racing with possibilities. So how do we get to floor 50 now? Sito asked. They hadn't even cleared the floor 11 boss yet. No need to rush, Song Feiyun said with a serene smile. This quest has no time limit. You can wait until you've cleared the 20th floor to begin your journey. For now, you must prove your strength. Prove our strength. Sito raised an eyebrow. You can see we're all level 20 or higher. Isn't that enough? Level is but a number, Song Feiyun waved a hand dismissively. The gap between individuals varies wildly. There are those at level 20 who cannot best a child of level 15, and there are those who can challenge beings far beyond their own station. I require your team to slay the Phantom Mage at the entrance of the Floor 11 Labyrinth. System, City Lord Song Feiyun has issued a quest. Quest, subjugate the boss Phantom Mage. Description, City Lord Song Feiyun is restricted from entering the labyrinth. He requests your party to eliminate the Floor 11 Labyrinth boss. Objective, kill the Phantom Mage. Personnel, 7 players. Reward, unknown. Unknown reward. Sito looked at the City Lord. He wasn't worried about the boss, with his divine power replacing his mana pool, his skill spamming was essentially infinite. He could likely solo the mage if he pushed himself. We accept, Sito said. Then I wish you luck, Song Feiyun replied with a slight bow. Sito led the group out of the manor. Once they were back on the street, he shared a meaningful look with Sora and Shiro. Without a word, they slipped into a quiet, secluded alleyway. The four girls followed, confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. "What do you think?" Sora asked, his expression turning flat and analytical. "The city lord is hiding something," Sito answered. "He's a business partner, nothing more. He omitted his true purpose for wanting that map." "I agree," Sora added. "He's using us as scouts for something far bigger than a simple exploration." Shiro looked up at Sito, her voice soft. "Does it have to do with becoming a god?" Sito nodded. It was highly likely. If a single sliver of divine aura could put Sito on the path to godhood, and grant him real-world abilities, a literal graveyard of gods would be the ultimate prize. However, Sito was puzzled. Divine artifacts weren't things ordinary humans could touch. His own progression was tied to a unique system. How did Song Feiyun intend to harness that power? Maple tilted her head. "I think you guys are overthinking it. Godhood or not, isn't playing the game just about having fun with friends?" Maple was a true casual at heart. To her, the journey was the destination. "It's different for us, Maple," Sora said seriously. "Whenever Shiro and I play a game, we aim for the summit. We don't settle for anything less than absolute victory." Shiro nodded firmly. Sito had already started his ascension. The siblings felt a rare spark of competitive pressure to catch up. Sito remained silent. He knew the weight of godhood better than anyone. He had already brought the game's power into the physical world. He glanced at Kanade. She was the only one who had witnessed his supernatural strength in reality. "Becoming a god is vital," Sito said, his tone carrying a double meaning. "I think Kanade understands why." Kanade's stoic face didn't change, but her eyes softened. She remembered vividly how her failing heart had been miraculously healed by Sito's power. "Sito-kun is right." Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Sally laughed and pulled Maple aside. "Don't worry about them, Maple. How can a luck goddess like you understand the stress of being a try-hard pro?" "Fair enough." Maple cheered, moving on. Sito picked up Shiro, cradling her in his arms as he took to the sky. To the labyrinth. Sora followed, using his own flight ability. Then, to Sally's shock, Kanade unfolded her brilliant white wings and soared upward with effortless grace. "I knew it. They're all cheaters." Sally cried out in envy, her voice dripping with salt. "Don't worry," Maple smiled, comforting her. "We'll get our wings eventually." 10 minutes later, as they neared the labyrinth, Sito sent a notification to the guild. "Say, the 6th seat of the Harbingers is Kanade." The guild chat exploded. "Player A, another one. Player B, her name is short like say and blank. Is she another legend? Player C, doesn't matter, to be a Harbinger you have to be a monster. Anyone seen the 3rd seat? Player D, Maple. I ran into her during the event. She's a sweet girl who will melt your face off with poison. Don't let the smile fool you." The legend of the Fatui was growing, and the Phantom Mage was about to find out exactly why. Thank you for reading. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.